So ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much for coming today. As Angie said, we're from VentureLabs. I'm also part of Rocket Builders. A really neat program for early stage companies that VentureLabs will start running. Application launch is May 8th, and it's about marketing. One of the things that we think is important in a lot of early stage companies is marketing's not PR, it's understanding how your product fits in the marketplace. Angie referred to product market fit, and it's a 3-month cohort program to help people understand how you do digital marketing. And I'll come back and comment on the impact of everything being digital as we move along a little bit. So that's part of VentureLabs. We're going to do this in 3 parts. I'm just going to make a few introductory comments, talk a bit about the New Ventures BC competition. And Lesley's going to come up and talk a lot about customer discovery and understanding the market. Then we'll come back with some tips on how things work. So our topic is product marketing overview, but it's really about product management. All right, so there's a number of different things that are important there. So the key thing here is that you need to manage your product before you have minimum viable product, after and during, all the way through. There's a whole series of phases of what it does and all the other different things. This is how you can reach us. Email addresses are there. They're in the deck if you want to communicate with us afterwards, or if you want to follow up. Welcome everybody to do that if you think it's appropriate. So I'll slightly introduce Lesley here. She's operations director and mentor at VentureLabs, co-founded and ran a fintech company, and has a really strong background in market research, including having a lot of education, a doctorate in social psychology. She's very, very well versed in understanding how people make decisions, something that we'll get into more. My own background, I'm a mentor in residence with Venture Connection, also director of programs at VentureLabs. Been part of the go-to-market and sales programs that Rocket Builders runs for more mature companies with significant revenue that are growing and trying to expand in the marketplace for a number of years. I teach Introduction to Business at SFU, and I've been part of 6 startups, 4 failures, 1 success, and 1 I'm not sure yet. Okay, so you're kind of your traditional batting average, if you want to call it that. So I know how to make mistakes. And one of the things that we're going to talk about today is how to minimize risk and hopefully minimize mistakes. We don't need the fire truck to illuminate that, but there we are. So as an example, I have a hobby business. I run the sailing school at Jericho. How many of you guys sail? 1, 2, 3. The rest of you are missing out. Okay, so it's interesting. It's called Max Sailing. It's sailing lessons for children and adults. You look at that image. Is there anybody who does not understand what we do? Okay, that's the objective, is trying to make sure it's really simple for people to understand. Okay, it doesn't tell you how it works, it just tells you what. And that's one of the key things that's there. I'll use Max Sailing as an example, and a lot of the examples we'll use today will be business to consumer, because everybody can understand them. So if we talk about Apple, everybody kind of knows who Apple is, right? How many of you are business to business in terms of what you're going to do? How many are B2C? All right, so a little bit more B2B than B2C. How about B2G? Yeah, a couple, that's business to government. Then you get B to B to C and all the other different permutations and combinations. What % of the registrations for sailing school, this kids' summer camps, what percentage of the registrations do you think are in person, and what percentage come via the internet and via our website? Who's got a number? Yeah?
90-10, 90% online.
90% online? Yeah, that's close. Actually, the answer is 100. Somebody comes in and wants to register, and even if they have cash, I'd take a laptop and make them register via the internet. And I've only done that once this year, okay? So the digital marketing, digital presence for an analog business. So if you're in clean tech, or if you're in something else, which is, we're in mining. Well, actually mining and forestry are kind of little old in school, but still, the future is all about communicating with people in a way that they understand, which is smartphones and all the rest of the stuff. Round 2, May 3rd, right, Angie? Did I get that right? May 3rd is when you have to submit your information for round 2. There are 4 topics. Remember this, only one of the topics is about your product. Okay, so I've been a round 2 judge for a couple of years. I get to review 15, 18 submissions. Every year you're allowed 5 pages. And I'll get, some of them, it's like 3.5, 4 pages of how my product works. And then they don't even answer some of the other questions. Don't fall in that trap. Okay, so that's one of the things that's important is 3 of the questions, most important things, are about the market. And if you're really early stage, there's one about revenue and money. And mostly it's how will you make money? You don't have to have mega forecasts at this stage. You just need to have a business model and understand your unit economics. The jury is hoping for concise, consistent answers for these items. It's not an exercise in trying to move the margins out so they're about this big and cover all of the paper, right? It's really having a really good, consistent idea of how things will work. Oops. A lot of it follows the business model canvas. At this stage, you're in the top row. Okay, what are your customer segments? How do I deal with the customer? What's my value proposition? The key activities, which partners will help me get into the marketplace and why? And then finally, the cost structure and a little bit of the revenue stream. Remember, we see every once in a while people will say, I'm going to do this and my revenue is going to be X. And then all of a sudden my revenue is going to be 1,000X. And you go, that's neat, but it looks like linear algebra. I don't understand the justification for this. All right, so be very clear with what you're trying to achieve when you're there. The 2 most important things that I would suggest you try to answer in your submission for round 2 is, how will you win in the marketplace? Why will I succeed? Why is it worthwhile somebody saying, I like this company? What am I going to do? So quite often you'll get guys who will say, it's a huge market. The total addressable market is billions of dollars. Here's my product. What you got to do is explain how you're going to go like that. And you never go, oh, I'm going to dominate the market in the first 2 weeks. That's fantasy. It's like, what's my entry point? Where am I going to go into the marketplace and how is that going to work? So that's part number 2, how you move into the market. If you do have projections, which is money, you must show the revenue model. It can't be I'm making 1 million, then 2 million, then 3 million, then 4 million. It's like I'm selling X for Y, and we'll get more and more into that in a bit more detail as we move along. If you're not sure how to answer a question, this is a work in progress. Our starting point right now is this is what our business model will be. We need to verify it with additional customer discovery, or we need to do X, or we need to do Y. When in doubt, look at the business model canvas and some of the pieces that should help you answer the questions that are part of round 2. It's hard a lot of the time to get down to 5 pages. The audience that reads these, other than myself, is very sophisticated. Okay, it's people who've been doing this, they've got a lot of experience and stuff. You don't need to explain how the internet works. They understand that. All right, so you don't need to get into a lot of detail. How things work is not as important as, why will I succeed? And there's a combination of things that's there. You can use tables, put stuff in bullet points. It's really hard to find stuff in paragraphs that are this long. Bullet points are quite acceptable. Talk about your company, how you will succeed in the marketplace, rather than about massive market need and the fact that there are lots of competitors, okay? You have to explain why you're unique and why things will work really well for your company. So when you look at it, some of the topics that we'll have today are market research and segmenting the market, understanding the consumer at the very end and the value chain to get to the consumer. What goes into a whole solution offering, or a whole product, if you want to call it. How do I position my product, and eventually what are the metrics? So unless Angie's changed it, when you look at the questions that are part of round 2, all the topics we have today hopefully will help you answer questions 1, 2, and 3 in some fashion. If you go in and say, this is what I do, it should be information you can put right into your round 2 submission. So just as a couple of ways of starting and introducing things, a successful growth company has a minimum viable product that evolves to be something else. So one of the best ways of thinking of this in a consumer sense is your minimum viable product is a plain donut, and it evolves into all the funky stuff that Tim Hortons sells. Okay, you can buy Timbits, you can get 12 different types of donuts with different toppings, you can get all this stuff. So MVT becomes something else later, but you gotta start somewhere. So what's your minimum viable product? You really need to include the revenue model, and an addressable market with an engine of growth is a good way of looking at it. Who's here has heard of Hootsuite? Okay, most everybody has. So what does Hootsuite do? Anyone? So, yeah.
Social media management platform.
Correct. So Hootsuite does social media management, and it allows you to manage your presence on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, you name it, and to auto post, to do all sorts of different stuff. When Hootsuite started, it only worked on Twitter, and it helped you manage your tweets. And at that stage, Twitter had 5 million users. So the timing for Hootsuite was amazing. All of a sudden, social media grew just like that, and their addressable market had an amazing engine of growth. In other words, they hooked on to something that was growing not 5% a year, way more than 10, way more than 20% a year, and it did that for a decade or two. Eventually, there's competition, but at the same time, when they're an early stage startup, then all of a sudden becomes eventually more than 1,000 employees, the engine of growth in the addressable market is really quite important. Here we are, market research. And I'll just do 1 or 2 more quick comments and say, why do you segment? It's very clear that you want to segment because how many of you have a marketing budget of over $100,000? Okay, then I think you understand the problem. You can't market to everybody at the same time everywhere. It doesn't work. So what you want to do is your scarce resources allow you to focus in one place. Your whole product. I'm not trying to solve everybody's problem. I'm just trying to solve the problem for this one little group that I'm going to start with. So it narrows your product definition. Sometimes it's where competitors are not really operating or don't care. Could be a new market, could be a different market. And it allows the benefits of market leadership to develop more quickly. In other words, I can go into a market and grow. Just as Hootsuite did that, there were relatively few competitors at the beginning. Nowadays, you can probably come up with a list of half a dozen companies that are similar to Hootsuite or purport to be similar to Hootsuite. But you can become a market leader really rapidly. Which was the first market that really worked for Hootsuite? You got to be old like me to know this. Okay, which of the markets would you have said? No, it was a Twitter market, but it was geographic. Yeah, which geographic market did Hootsuite have a lot of their adoption in at the very beginning? No, Japan. And what's interesting is that people had smartphones but didn't have desktop or laptop computers. So it was a very different dynamic, and they were one of the first as well to work on a smartphone in those days. It was Docomo. Okay, so one of the things to do is a lot of the time you'll go, oh, we're going to do this, and this will happen, and that will happen, and we'll do everything else. And we've also decided we're going to have a different business model and a bunch of different things. You've got to be careful because every time you change something, not only does it increase potential benefit, but it increases risk. It may not work. All right, so one of the ways of looking at it, and this is a quote from a very successful businessman, Sam Walton, go to the store, talk to the consumers, and watch what they spend their money on. All right, so there was a great comment, it was a few years ago. Samsung had an oversized phone, right? And they had a really good, it was a big phone. And all of a sudden, one year, Apple came out with a phone that was the same size. And there's people who owned the larger phone for whatever reason. And so, two quick questions. What percentage of the people who owned the phone from Samsung, when asked, said they were going to switch to an Apple product instead? Who's got a number? What do you think? It's interesting. Apparently, the number that said they were going to switch was about 40%. And then they went and had a talk with Rogers or Bell or TELUS to understand what that would cost them. And all of a sudden, the number went way closer to zero. Okay, so when in doubt, how do people spend their money? Like, how do they vote with their wallet is a really important way of looking at it. So it's not just, oh yeah, I'd love to do that. I'm never going to do that. Okay, there's a lot of different ways of thinking of it and stuff. Lesley, I think you're next. I'll give you that, and I'm going to turn this off.
All right. So going off of what Dave set us up for here, we're looking at how do you test your value proposition, right? So you're going in with something that your company is doing better than anyone else. And so key aspects of that are knowing who your customer is, so who are you selling this to, what their problem is, what they're going to need in order to solve that problem, can your product offer that solution, do they want that one over whatever else is in the market, and can they actually pay for it, and can they actually use it? So there's all kinds of steps along this way that we need information from your customer in order to, or potential customer, in order to test. And what I'm going to sort of my take-home message, if there is one, we'll get into some details, is be humble when you're doing your research. What you're trying to do in this research is basically throw everything at your assumptions before you spend money building them, before you go to market. You really want to know from the customer what you're doing is right. You want evidence to back everything up. So user experience testing is sort of based on the premise of somebody builds it like they're right, and then we go out there and see where they're wrong. Right? This is a lot of, once you put it in the hands of a customer, what happens? Does it work for them? And so if you are mindful about doing this before you get started or at every stage, you can save yourself a lot of money, time, heartbreak, among other things. So a way to think about this is basically your value proposition, your product, is sitting in this car. And what you're doing is running your car and all of these assumptions that are your car against walls many different ways to find out if they hold up. And so if you've gone and done a bunch of rigorous work and actually asked people, like, would you buy this? Do you have the money? And, could you implement it? Does this actually work for you? Not, oh, you love this, right? You want to ask, what's wrong with this? What doesn't it do? What is still missing from this product? So if your crash test dummy survives, you've gone and done a bunch of work and there's a lot of support for your product. There are people who are lining up being like, oh, can I give you money? I've heard about this. I really want it right now. Then you've got a segment of the market that will buy. If you've gone out there and your crash test dummy doesn't survive, people are like, oh yeah, that sounds interesting. That's kind of neat. And don't follow up. They aren't trying to get a hold of you. They don't want to know what happens when you release any of that. Your value proposition might be weak. Some part of that, of what that product market fit is, isn't there. And so there's not enough of the market that's actually going to buy. So giving you an example to sort of think about how this could work. So who knows what tile is? Right. So when they started, what they did was come up with the problem, right? I've got things that are valuable, I might lose them. And I might need to find them potentially very quickly, and I don't know how to do that. So the first question was, is this a problem for enough people? So they went out and did customer research and said, if we had, and at the same sort of similar thing, everyone had cell phones that had Bluetooth at that point, or enough people did that they could actually implement it. The deal was we could, we'll use Bluetooth for location until we're close enough, then we'll make it beep. Does that work for you? Sort of the basics of it, and found out that yes, there were people who had this problem. This was an important problem because your keys are very important in order to get to your car, in order to get out of your house or to your office. So that made them go from, okay, well, let's now develop a product, right? The idea is sound. Does this product actually solve this problem? So they did testing. They said, okay, here's your tile. Can you make it go? This is, again, I've built it. I think I'm right. If we give it to people, does it work? Can they actually like set up the app? Can they like use it on their phone? Does the little thing make the noise loud enough that you can actually find it? So they looked at, does it effectively work? So did it make people faster at finding their keys? And how did they do this? And the analysis of that was, yeah, it does. People can use this. They can implement it. And they like it. Great, so you've got 20 people who have tested this out. It's perfect. That doesn't mean you're still going to get to market. So then they went and said, okay, well, will people buy it? Not if we just give it to them, will they use it, but will they buy it? And so they did effectively a Kickstarter, but they didn't go through Kickstarter. They marketed. They went online and just posted ads and had people come and buy. So didn't use the, oh, here's people who are interested in new technology and want to try cool things. This was general public market. Can we get their attention and will they give us money? They were oversubscribed. And that also then gave them the money and the revenue for their first production. So sort of a two birds with one stone here. So people were willing to pay. That was the question they were testing. They were successful. They could get to them, and those people then gave them money. And then scale. It was, okay, well, this was a one-off. Are people coming back? Are they bought it for their keys, and now they've realized they actually want one for their dog. They want one for something else. So then it was, can we scale? Can we produce? Can we distribute? And that was sort of the next round of questions. So at every step along the way, they were mindful of, how do we get this product to market? Is there enough interest that we make that next jump? So in your case, how are you going to do this? And what I'm going to say is the business model canvas, that top row, that's where you start. As you're filling that in, there are some things that you will be making guesses about and assumptions about, and there are some things that you might have evidence for. So when you go through and fill that out, look at the ones that have assumptions. Those are the things that you need to go out and find and collect evidence for. And as Dave said, each of those are interconnected. So as soon as if you change one, you're going to want to then sort of reevaluate the other ones and see if all of those links still hold. So start with the business model canvas, and then determine which parts of your value proposition are really important and what are the priorities. So which ones will impact your next step, a decision that you need to make, money that you're going to spend. Do you need to know about product features? Do you need to know about market segments? What is it that is the most pressing area that's the most important in informing your decision and has the least amount of evidence behind it? And then once you figure that out, you want to look at who you need to hear from. So it's more important to talk to 15 people who actually have your problem than 100 people who don't. So if you are a company that, tile needed Bluetooth. If you are a VR company, you need somebody who has headsets. So you're better off talking to 15 people with headsets who would potentially be your customer than 100 people who don't. And prioritize the de-risking. Test early, test often. So what can you do to get a little bit of information that makes you more certain that you're on the right track and is going to use your time and resources most efficiently so that you can adapt. And while you're out there collecting information, I'm going to really highly suggest you ask what. So what will people do? As Dave stated, they're also really bad at stating what they intend to do. So really what you can do is ask them about past behavior. So what have they done? How do they solve problems? Rather than how do they think that they will do something. Look at what. So what would they do? And ask them why. Because if you can understand the why are people looking for a solution? Why do people want to solve a problem? What is it that they need to achieve and why? Then you get a lot more insight into that customer, into that problem, and it also positions you for marketing, right? So now you know, in addition to here's what I need to answer my question about my assumption, I can then go and talk to potential customers with exactly their words on what their problem is and why they want a better option. So it's sort of if you do it and keep all of that information, there's a double benefit to the effort that you're putting into customer discovery. And that takes us back to Dave for market segmentation.
Thank you very much, Lesley. So we're back to market segmentation. But before we do that, a quick question. How many of you actually own a tile? Okay, a couple people own one. All right. So at the sailing school, we have 15 coach boats. Each one of them has a 9.9 horsepower outboard motor on it. And our insurance to insure everything would have been $8,000 this year. So we decided to self-insure, and we put a tile inside the cover of every single outboard motor. All right, and last year we had one stolen, a whole coach boat. I got the coach boat back, but not the motor. The easiest thing to fence in the marine world is an outboard motor. That's the one thing you can sell almost anywhere. So how many think that our strategy is going to work, putting a tile in it? What do you think? Somebody's saying no.
Inside.
It's inside the cover and you can't find it.
Should have used an air tag.
Maybe an air tag, okay. So the idea is that if somebody takes the motor, then eventually it'll connect to Wi-Fi and we'll know, oh, it's here, or it's there, wherever it is. The RCMP are all over trying to find stuff for you. So final question, should I put up a sign saying all of the motors have one in it? What do you think? Who says yes? Who says no, you're just telling them to go look for it and throw it away? Yeah, okay, so there's yes, no, what's the factor? Interesting, trying to figure out how it works and stuff, but I'll tell you, buying 15 of those things is a lot cheaper than paying $8,000 in insurance every year. So, I mean, that's how it works. All right, so revolutionary products versus evolutionary products. Let's, couple of reasonable revolutionary products that are happening right now. What do you think is going to change things a lot?
AI.
Yeah, AI is number one for me right now. Yes?
AR, VR.
Yeah, it's funny though, the uptake of the headsets and stuff are nowhere near what everybody thought they would be. So AR, VR in some format that doesn't make people look like scuba divers is probably going to be an important thing to happen for us in the future. You look at the internet in all its ways of doing things, Internet of Things and stuff like that is still a very important piece, and it's changing all of the time. How many of you think you have an evolutionary product, which is where the segment is, you got something that's better? How many of you have an evolutionary product? Okay. How many of you have a revolutionary product, you think? A couple of people. Okay, that's good. It's also known as red ocean, blue ocean, right? So a blue ocean strategy is you're going to change the world. So good luck to you guys, okay? Because sometimes it works, but it's difficult. Key things here is you cannot predict what's going to happen with AI. It's a really good example. And then mainstream markets insist vendors fit the solution to into their problem, into their way of doing things. So if you went to Bell or TELUS and said, I got a whole new way of running a mobile network, you think they'd be really receptive to talk to you? No. They own and run the market. Okay, so it's just the way it is. Anybody use ChatGPT? What's everybody used it for? Editing? Copy? Debugging a bit? Sorry, what? Ideating, okay. What's interesting is I know somebody has used it and put input into it, and it comes back and gives you text. It's very nice and stuff. They used the same input 5 times and got back 5 totally different versions from ChatGPT. And then they picked the one they liked and then edited that themselves. Okay, so it's an interesting topic, but tool, but to a certain extent, it's just starting to mature and just starting to become more and more useful. One of the objectives you have is to take your hypotheses today and turn them into reality. There's a gentleman called Steve Blank, who's a professor at Stanford, written, what is it? I think 7 Steps to the Epiphany. It's all about this is a book that's like 800 pages long. If you have insomnia, it's an unbelievably good cure. But the last few pages of every chapter is full of absolute gems of information. He also has been with like 6 startups himself, Qualcomm. He set GM up in China, all sorts of different things. So he is very, very good. When you get the power PDF of this, under next is a video of Steve Jobs explaining why Next Computing was going to succeed, and he explained in an internal video for other members of the company what all of his research was, which segments they were going to go to, and why they would adopt. And it's like everybody goes, nowadays Apple goes, no, we don't do any market research, we just build world-class products. In the olden days when they were smaller, Next was small, they had to do just what everybody else does. They had to figure the market out and decide where to go. So if you want to watch that video, it's very, very interesting. It's from 1990. There's a link under the block that sort of takes you to that. What you want to do is make a prediction, ship, measure the results, repeat and see what happens again. Just throwing something out there and going, we'll just see what happens isn't good enough. You need to make the prediction. If somebody says, I'm making version 1 of my product because I know I'm going to have to throw it away, I used to say, well, just why don't you make version 2 to start with? Just make version 2 right now because you have certain assumptions behind it, and then go and test and be certain that you think it's going to work. So if your product fits the market, you end up with reality, and that's where you want to end up. There's another video under the title here, and it's Ali G pitching the ice cream glove to venture capitalists in Silicon Valley. It's how not to do market research, as you can imagine. It's absolutely ridiculous, but at the same time, it talks about, in his case, doing a bottom-up analysis. And there's a difference between top-down and bottom-up. So if you enter into New Ventures BC and say, I think I can get 5% of the market, quite often that's understood as a statement that says you don't know where to start. All right, so top-down justifies being in the marketplace, and $1 billion market times 2% penetration equals 20 million. The question is, which 20 million in revenue are you going to get? If there's 30 different market segments, are you going to get 5 customers in each one, and then your costs would be far higher than the 20 million, or are you going to dominate a segment or two at the beginning? So a combination of top-down to make it worthwhile, and then bottom up to say, what am I going to do? Where am I going to start? And who's going to buy my product are important. So it's the number of leads times my conversion rate or percentage times my price equals my revenue. And then showing this is what how it's going to work and what's going to happen. If you're going to sell via the App Store and you're going to be very pleased to give Apple 30% or whatever the magic percentage is, which is how the world works when they dominate stuff like that, then you would discount, the cut that goes to the channel partner. One of the things you're really trying to do, who's seen this before, the bowling alley theory? People who've seen this? Yeah. So it's a total addressable market is, I start off with a theoretical market. What's the whole market potential? What's available? Then what can I really address? Who do I target? Who do I want to communicate with? And then what's the real market demand? And this gives me total addressable market. And the idea is that there's a whole bunch of segments in a bowling alley like this. And the money may not be in the head pin. All the money could be in the second row or maybe even in the third row, but it's where do I start? Which is the segment that I can go into and where I can do things? And how's that going to work? So when you look at it, your idea is your total addressable market, but it's actually a whole series of little sub-markets or sub-segments or all sorts of different things. And deciding, or at least having a theory as to where you're going to start is quite important. So if you're doing a bottom-up analysis or projection, you'll go, okay, if I'm trying to sell into the automotive market and I'm going to sell new cars, so a quick question, even before COVID, how often did people buy a new car in North America? What's the timeline? How many years between new cars? What's a number? Anybody? Yeah. 5? Anybody else? 7? 10 or 11. It's incredibly high. So now everybody, whether there is a shortage or we've been convinced there's a shortage, people are frantic to buy a new car. And the guys who are benefiting are the dealers. okay? So there's a whole series of different things in it. So your target market, if you go, oh, I'm going to sell X number of new cars every year, you got to remember there's a 10-year buying cycle. So it's 1/10. All right, so that's good. So what's the available budget for cars? How many can I reach? So thinking of cars, it's a bit of a geographic market, right? So it's just as like that. How many people will call it, it's an attach rate, will actually pay attention to me? They'll become attached to what I do and stuff like that. Who can give me their favorite dealership, car dealership in Vancouver? Or are they all the same? It's like, yeah?
Marine Chrysler.
Marine Chrysler, okay. How about your favorite gas station? Or is it a commodity? It's pretty much a commodity. The only thing that makes that different is your stupid points card, all right? So there's a whole bunch of things that are like that. And then, so attach rate is who pays attention, but that's different than conversion rate. Who decides they're going to buy, and then how many do I win? So if you're a gas station, it's a little bit geographic and stuff like that. All right, so in the bowling alley theory, you have your head pin segment, must have value proposition. It makes a huge amount of difference to these people. That's what's like it. Identify a segment you can dominate, win large market share leadership, and then over time you leverage that leadership to move into other segments. Okay. Every once in a while we'll hear a business plan and it's like, I'm going to start in Vancouver, then we're going to do British Columbia, then we're going to go to Alberta and Saskatchewan and Manitoba, then we'll do Ontario, we're going to skip Quebec, I don't speak French. And you go, no, figure out how it works locally, then go to LA. That's where all the money and people are. 90% of the very successful companies in British Columbia sell in the United States. All right, so the market, you have to view the market as sub-segmentable. There's certain things you need to do to operate in the United States, but it's an awful lot easier than going to the little mini markets that are what Canada is. Ontario is the biggest market, and it's a way bigger than other parts of the country. So I've sort of done this with my hands before. You want to be able to say, how am I going to penetrate the market, rather than describe how am I going to flit around the outside. Because this says I'm not really sure where to go. But if you can say, I think I can do this, and this is my process, and my research substantiates it, that makes your business plan and what you want to do far stronger. Better way of doing things. All right, so I said before, the sailing school. One year we decided that everybody who goes sailing also needs to buy some nice, nifty clothing and all that stuff. What?
You should change jackets.
Okay. I like this jacket. I still have it. Anyways, we became a Helly Hansen dealer. So you could come and buy jackets and all the other stuff. And we sold it off the websites. First year, here you go. How many people think we sold between 0 and 10? Hands up if you think it's number 1. Number 2. You have to vote. Okay. Number 3. All righty. And number 4. All right. I wish you guys were correct. We sold 2. And both of them were sold out of country. And one was to a lady who lived about 20 kilometers from the Helly Hansen factory in Denmark. But it turned out that we'd forgot to say that we thought everybody would just pick it up at the sailing school. So we ended up having to pay for shipping, and she avoided tax, which made it cheaper to buy it in Canada. And we're like, oh God. Like, talk about not knowing what you're doing, okay? So there's a whole bunch of things. So if you go, oh, I'll do this and I'll do that, think about the and part. It isn't always correct. It also tells you that I'm not good at anything to do with fashion, but what else is new? So where you're trying to go is I have an internal focus at the beginning. What's my product? Which features do I need? Okay. Do I need lots of features? Every time I talk to somebody, I go, oh, this guy wanted this. Or that company needs X. This company needs Y. And you end up with sort of unpredictable results. And it's different than understanding what the customer actually values. Most of the time, the biggest thing that you want to have is what's called differentiation, in that our product is slightly different and therefore appeals to a distinct population because we meet the value needs that that population has. You have a head pin segment and you end up with a reliable customer base. Okay, this is different than every time you talk to somebody, they wanted feature X and then they wanted Y, then they wanted Z, and slowly but surely your product becomes enormous. Okay, how many of you are, no, it's not a fair question to ask. I was going to say, how many of you have been in 5 years and have not yet launched your product and you're all developers? That's a tough question, okay? So eventually you got to pick a date where you're going to ship or where you're going to go into the marketplace, and it's an important thing to do. Okay, this slide is a little old, but one of the key things it tells you is that people start by looking for stuff. All right, so if people are in B2B, if somebody is going to contact your company and ask you about your product and get information and stuff, who do you think contacts you first? Is it an engineer? Is it the end user? Is it the CEO of the potential buying company? What do you think?
Person trying to sell you stuff.
Sorry?
Person trying to sell you stuff.
Yeah, that happens a lot, but every once in a while you'll get a true inquiry. And is it an engineering person who's trying to qualify, does the product work? Is it somebody who's a financial buyer? Is it the end user? Or is it a senior executive in the potential purchaser? Who do you think contacts you first? What do people think?
The engineer.
It's the engineer, okay? The first thing they want to do is make sure that your product works, okay, and does this. So here's another one. It takes a little while to figure it out, but the idea is that when people go to buy something, they become aware that they have a problem. They become aware there are products available that can help them. Then they say, now I got to consider what to do. And eventually they have to make a decision. What am I going to buy? And they'll go through all the different series of things that are like that. And this is where the engineer quite often turns up first. All right, what's my problem? What's the issue? This is the opportunity. Does your product meet my requirements? Will it work? Okay. And you'll go through this way, but it's a little bit different. And then as things progress more and more, is your solution going to be comprehensive enough? Will it do things? Is the pricing in the range that I can afford? All the sorts of different things. And at the end, what happens when, why does brand go up at the end? What do you think? They're looking at a bunch of different products. So let's say you work at a company that's got 1,000 employees and you've been asked to figure this out and you got to go in and tell the CEO. And, we got to sit down and say, I've narrowed it down to two choices. Yeah?
Trust and name recognition.
Yeah, so it's like I could go and say, Maria is sitting here in the front row and I can read her name tag. So I have choice between Maria and Microsoft. Which do you think that the person in that company is going to promote? Microsoft. Nobody ever got fired for buying Microsoft. Okay? But if something goes wrong and Maria's company, for whatever reason, it could be totally different reasons, isn't around in a year or two, the person who made that decision has assumed enormous personal risk. So a lot of the time, brand is important, but in here, you're getting early adopters, and quite often a lot of early adopters will buy different things because they know they need a solution, and they know that Microsoft doesn't supply it a lot. Microsoft has massive partner programs because they know they cannot meet the needs of their customers, so the partners provide a lot of the secondary products that are required. Number of participants in the buying process. A lot of people. It's called the decision-making unit, or DMU. So you have a technical buyer, you have a financial buyer, you have a manager, you have end users. Sometimes are asked if they're interested. How many of you think that they ask the cashiers in Safeway what POS system they want to use? No, doesn't happen. That decision is made in head office, but they are pretty good at picking one that is usable. Let's not kid ourselves. If this is government, does that number go up or down?
Up.
Up, way up, okay? Government is all about reducing risk, okay? And/or making politicians look good, and that's kind of the same thing. So this number will go up if it's government. It just takes a fair bit of time. So as we said before, who are the participants in the buying process? It's the end user, who are the influencers, the buyers, who actually decides, and who are the gatekeepers. So how many of you are going to sell into the healthcare market or medical stuff? Anybody in that sector? Yeah, we got a couple people, 3. If you have a product that can be used in the, let's say the BC medical system in a hospital and stuff, do you go and ask the nurses whether they want to buy it or not? You want to make sure it's going to work for the nurses, but they're not the decision makers. Okay, so you have to go and talk to a whole group of different people if you're in the healthcare market. And the decision making is really slow. The deciders quite often are centralized, and it's a very, very different way of doing things. Okay? So there's a whole variety of things that are important. It's understanding the decision making, also understanding the value chain, and being certain that your product can then be rolled out across a whole decision-making unit. Are the healthcare systems in Canada and the United States the same? Not even close. Okay, what's the closest healthcare system to Canada?
UK.
Yes, the UK is number 1, and number 2 is Australia, but they're upside down, so it doesn't always work. Okay, so it's the Australian system has some similarities, but it's a very different buying process. Third-party validation. Okay, so you can make all the claims you want. It may or may not be believed. And I think social media has taught us in the last 10 years that third-party validation is really important. You can get positive referral, you can get positive comments, you can get negative, you can get all sorts of different things. So, okay, hotel room shopping. When you book a hotel room, how many of you look at the comments from past customers? How many say yes? How many of you say no? You get the odd person who doesn't look. But it's interesting, we almost had 100%. It's close. People look at that. It's third-party validation. If all of the comments are positive, what conclusion do you draw? They deleted the negative ones. Okay, all right. So you think they filtered the list. But if there's negative comments and then they mitigate, oh, sorry, that happened, we didn't realize you only had 2 towels, but whatever the scenario is, that's actually turns a negative comment and turns it into a semi-positive one. All right. If you book a hotel room, you insist that it has everything that you want, or most important things that you value. Who wants everything? Yeah. So then my next question would be, would you pay an extra $100? An extra $200? Yeah, okay. So that's the qualifier. It's the how much would you pay. So am I correct that people are in this category? Most of the things that you value. Yeah. So that's a good way of looking at it. So what does this teach you is that if you talk to 20 people about your potential product and you get a list of 47 features, you have to figure out which ones fit in here. What are the top 20 or what are the top 18 and a half or whatever that magic number is. Okay, so do you need to build every feature that people want? Answer yes or no. Who says no? If you said yes, you fail. Okay, why or why not? And is differentiation based only on your product? No, quite often it's also based on how is it sold, what's the business model, who are my partners, who are all the different things that are like that. So there are some people who are anybody in a true biomedical company in the room right now? Okay, I don't know that we do have anyone. So for example, if I bring out a new therapeutic product, which takes 15 years to make, and I'm from one of the best universities in the world, if I go all by myself and try to sell it all over the place, is that harder or easier than if I have Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson as my partners? It's a lot harder to go alone, okay? So quite often, differentiation can be based on my partners and all the other things that are going on in the marketplace. Okay, How many of you think Sheldon is normal? He's not even close. We know that, okay? So this is an example, you can watch this on your own time if you want, of him deciding which gaming platform to buy. And you're just like, oh my God, where do they get this guy? But he's a technical buyer who only cares about technology. All right, so he is not representative of a lot of mainstream markets, but he could be very representative of a specific market that you could be selling into. If you're in the chip business, he is very, very important. If you're in, if you're making new Wi-Fi systems or something else like that, he could be very, very important for people. But it's very different in how things work. So one of the last things I wanted to talk about in this section is building a competitive matrix. So everybody have a look at that. You're going to get a copy of the slides. You can take photos, but at the same time, you'll get a copy of the slides if you want them. Where do the product features show up on the list? How far down the list? Okay, it's in here. All right, that's how it works. Okay, it's right there. So it isn't always the first half is product features. It can be other things. So what's the value proposition, and product features go very well together, sales channels. But just as we said when we went to the hotel room example, who are your large customers? So any of you are at the stage where you have a testimonial or a case study on your website. Yeah, you've got that. A couple of people have that. That is an unbelievable asset, because when you have that on your website, a lot of the people who are cruising the internet looking for stuff, one of the things they're looking for is people just like them who've already purchased. So if you have a case study, or if you have a little mini testimonial, it can even be somewhat sanitized. It doesn't have to say it was Bill Gates or whoever said it. It is really important for them to go, somebody else has done this. I'm afraid of being first. I'm afraid it won't work. So you end up with a combination of different things to put together. A lot of the time when we work with companies, we ask them to fill this in. In other words, say, here's us, here's competitor one, here's competitor two. How many of you have a really neat competitive matrix with, magically it's got your product in the top row and you get tick, 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 and then, Microsoft, Cisco, and all those other, like their X, forget those guys. Okay, so it's either you're measuring the wrong variables or it's too good to be true. All right, so a lot of the time you have to tell the truth and say, I could have the best product, but I have to scramble to figure out how to get some of this, then I can compete. All right, it's like, how do I put all the different pieces together, and how do I do all these sorts of things and stuff like that? Angie, how much time have we got? 30 minutes? Okay, we're good. So I'm going to talk a bit more, probably another 15 or so, but we'll have time for Q&A at the end and a little bit of stuff. If you have a question, you can interrupt at any time, okay? I want to talk about whole product, and we'll talk about what are the things that are required for people to actually buy it, okay? How many of you are in hardware? You're making a hardware product, yeah? That person, there's some people at the back and stuff. How many of you are also going to have a really nice computer interface where people can get the data from the hardware? You all have to put your hands up, okay? So it's really important that if you make hardware, unless it's incredibly specialized, and yours is, that you have hardware and usability. And usability, a lot of the time, is a function of your user interface and all the pieces that go into it. So a whole product definition is the physical product, if you're making stuff like that, all the associated factors, services, partners, warranties, the whole product. How many of you are not buying an electric car right now? Because what's missing in the whole product definition? Other than if they were at the same price. Okay, yes, Lesley.
Well, I'm agreeing that I'm not buying it.
You're not buying it, why not?
Because all of these things, who's going to service it? There's not enough necessarily people. Does it have the distance? Does it work in the cold if I take it home for the winter to Calgary?
Right, so where do I plug it in? Like there's a whole series of things that are part of the whole product. that are relatively important. And it's like charging stations, open charging stations. You know, do I have to sit in Moose Jaw for a week while I'm plugged into my parents' house? Yeah.
Where can I buy a used one where the battery isn't already hooked?
That's right. And what do I do with the old battery? You know, well, actually, you swap it in because pretty soon they'll be recycling the batteries because they don't want to go get more lithium and all the other stuff. So there's a whole series of problems that are in here, and there's tangible and intangible elements by their target customer that solves their problem. So when you look at it, there's a really neat book by Jeffrey Moore, Crossing the Chasm. Who's had a look at his book? Who's read it? If you've read the whole thing, you're doing better than me, because this was another one that cures insomnia at times. But there's a great video of him doing an update to Crossing the Chasm and explaining why companies like Facebook don't fit the model, but there aren't that many mega companies that happened in less than 10 years. TikTok, he's like, I have no idea why that happened. But he's a smart guy. So when you look at it, if you're B2B, do I have peripherals? Is there connectivity, pre-sales and post-sales service? All the different things that happen. So I worked for 5 years with a company that sold unbelievably good hardware for coating the surfaces of pieces of equipment that went into all sorts of industrial applications. And it included aerospace. And right after the company started, they ended up selling a whole system to Rolls-Royce, which is the gold standard in aerospace. And 4 years later, they hadn't sold a second or a third or a fourth one. And the system they'd sold initially was not in production. It was only used in R&D. And we just couldn't figure out why this was not happening. And then finally, one of our guys was asked to go over for something. I remember talking to him and said, okay, I said, you need to figure out why they haven't bought more stuff. And I said, and I will give you an unlimited alcohol budget to figure this out. You can take them all to the pub and figure out how to ask this question as much as you can. Then about 5 or 6 days later, I get this phone call, collect phone call, from a pub in just north of Hillington. And he goes, you have to have a service person who lives within 12 kilometers of the factory. It's like, nobody told us that. We hired somebody and they ordered another system 2 weeks later. You're like, oh my God. Okay, so there's all these things go into it and stuff. All right, hotels. What's part of the whole product? What's part of the whole product for a business traveler versus a vacation traveler? Anybody here got kids who play soccer, hockey, any of the other sports, and they go to tournaments and stuff? Okay, alrighty. So my son played hockey at a pretty high level, and you go to tournaments in Seattle or wherever else it is and everything else like that. Which hotel do you think the team would stay in? Vacation or business? Vacation for sure. The idea is that there is usually one thing in the value proposition that dominates, absolutely dominates. What's the most important thing in the hotel room on this wheel for a hockey team? What do you think? Oh yeah, 100%. I remember when we announced the last time they went, the team captain stood up in the dressing room and said, if we have an early morning game, are we allowed to go for breakfast before the game and after the game? That was his only question. We're like, yes, okay. That sort of thing. So in your whole product, there's quite often an incredibly important value proposition piece that has to be there. And it's an important way of looking at it. All right, there's a great example of Dunkin' Donuts versus Starbucks. What's the equivalent of Dunkin' Donuts in Canada? Tim Hortons, okay? So it's really well known. And what they did was the guys at Dunkin' Donuts said, this is probably 10, 15 years ago, and the research was done in Boston. You can find a video online of them explaining the results. And they said, we got to figure out how to compete with Starbucks, because it's you know, they're doing really well. We got to be like them. And then, so they went out, and their way of doing it was they gave 100 Dunkin' Donuts people an affinity card to go and drink coffee for free at Starbucks and vice versa. They made the people go to the other place. That's what they did. Okay, what percentage of people switched from Starbucks to Dunkin' Donuts or from Dunkin' Donuts to Starbucks. Okay. All right, let's start at the bottom this time. How many think that more than 50% changed? 25 to 50%. Okay, so we got a couple people think that people changed, okay? 10 to 25%. 5 to 10? 0 to 5. How many people think it was less than 0? It's almost impossible, but the answer is 0, which is unbelievable. And, and I go, that's impossible. There's something like that. But it turned out that they believe that it's two totally different tribes and that people will go to one for some reason and for another. So actually, I don't have it in the slide deck, but the anecdotal comments from the people were really quite interesting and quite humorous as well. Like the Starbucks people who went to Dunkin' Donuts are like, all you got is Formica tables. And then they serve all these food with sugar all over it. Like, what's going on? And there's almost no variety in the coffees. But then the people who went to Starbucks are like, you can't even buy a small, medium, or large. And they got sofas. What is this? It's not my house. Well, what's the sofa thing here and stuff? And one guy's comment was, he says, you go to Starbucks and it's like having Christmas with people you don't know. And very clearly that was not the atmosphere that person wanted. So they believe that they're totally different groups, totally different segments. And that what Dunkin' Donuts sort of decided at the end of this is we'll stay separate and we'll just be really good at our market segment. So that's about the whole product. Positioning is really trying to tell people what your product is like. In other words, what goes into positioning is different than necessarily what it is in terms of physical features. And there's a couple of neat definitions for positioning. Why will they buy from us versus the competition? And then position has an actual definition as managing the product and its presentation to fit a predetermined place in the mind of the customer. Or it's market segmentation plus competitive differentiation. How many of you are iPhone people? Okay. Android? Okay. Anybody got an on-the-wall phone at home? No, nobody has that. Okay, how many of you have switched recently? Yeah, that's the interesting thing, is there's two groups, and there's only 3 or 4 people who've switched. I mean, was it because the company bought it for you, or was it, no, you actually made a decision to switch? Okay, very interesting, but people have different buying behavior, and quite often it's a function of positioning. How many of you could really explain in detail why you own an Apple product versus an Android product? A couple people, but it's the way it is for a lot of folks. It's just how it works, how it does stuff. I have an Android phone because my son has one too, and he can fix it. All right, so I have built-in customer support. So it's really important to understand how it works, okay? More definitions. Perceived status within a market segment. Build relationships to secure and communicate competitive advantage. Apple is extremely good at this, okay? Their messaging and a lot of the other things explains their competitive advantage really, really well. The market leader usually has a premium price. Apple is a great example of that. Okay, my wife drives a very safe car. What type of car does she drive? We'll start at the top. BMW, Chevy, Ford, Honda, okay, Hyundai, Toyota, Volkswagen, a Volvo. All right, Volvo's the winner. It's all based on positioning. Volvo hasn't won a safety award in over a decade. My wife also happens to be Swedish. I think it's not safe. It stands for very expensive spare parts. Okay, but this is positioning. This is why it fits in here. Okay.
All commercials are saying how they're all safe.
Yeah, because safety sells. Safety sells in the automotive market, so they all claim to be incredibly safe. All right, so that works. Okay, it's like there's all sorts of different things that are like that. So For years, they did a really good job, and their cars are built. They're relatively strong, but as you get to the stage where cars must be lighter for fuel efficiency, a lot of it becomes more and more uniform. Okay, so positioning impact, it gives you better partnerships, quite often gives you a premium price. Your partnerships mean that you need to build fewer of the whole product pieces yourself. Maybe I get some of the stuff from somebody else. Okay, distribution comes along, my sales cycle will be less, service and support is easier. Anybody here have a product that, or been in a company where service was provided by, let's call it a channel partner or another company on your behalf? Okay, yeah, way back when. Is that easy to do? No, because it's like, what happens, you go, okay, you do the simple level 1 service support, we'll do level 2, and then we'll do level 3. And magically, every single phone call becomes a level 2 and 3 at the beginning. It takes an incredibly long time to train other people. But at the same time, the fact you have it makes the positioning better because everything's, oh, I can go and get this. Remember Lesley said that she wasn't sure about electric car because of all this stuff? We all think that every gas station is going to solve our problem if we have a gas car. What do gas stations sell? They sell gas, oil, and bubble gum. Okay, they don't do service anymore. So the mix has changed. And this helps you in terms of blunting competition and maybe makes your company a little bit more valuable as well. So there's a whole system for positioning your product. Yes?
How would you address it for marketplace? How would you address marketplace in more marketplace? How would you address that?
Yeah, so if you have a marketplace, you're trying to aggregate a whole series of different things and do that. One of the biggest things I'd be interested in knowing in your case is what's your competition like? And what are the other ways for them to acquire things? And also, what is non-adoption? You know, quite often people don't have to buy in a marketplace or something like that. So who would your biggest competitor be? This is a quick question.
These people providing these services, people providing these services.
Right. So it's just the fact that it's maybe a slightly fragmented marketplace and you're trying to aggregate a bunch of different services and stuff. People, you know, another way of looking at it is everybody goes, oh, I want to go into the competition to do X, Y, Z. And then one of the questions we quite often ask is, well, is Amazon in the marketplace? But he goes, no, they don't do this. And you go, well, that's good, but quite often there's a reason why they're not in that marketplace. Maybe they decided they couldn't make money. So you have to have a distinctly different approach. So I guess my thought would be, quite often there's, in a marketplace, you have a distinct geography and you have to balance buyers and service providers. And how big do I have to be and how much do I have to balance them as you go along? It's a really neat company in Vancouver called Ripen, R-I-I-P-E-N. And it's now about 10 years old, successful. And they did exactly that. So if you look them up and understand what they're doing, it gives you an idea of how to do a marketplace. But they are a marketplace for companies to get students in a class, in a business school, to do a project. So it's a very distinct, they do one thing. Does that help out a bit? Yeah. So if I do this, I can go through 6 steps, all right? So who could we sell to? What's the need? What's the product? Why am I different? The differentiation. What else is there? The positioning statement development. And I can turn it into 6 statements. I can go for a target customer who needs this. Our product it provides this significant benefit. Unlike these other companies that don't have the same product as me, our key differentiation is this. Okay, so you go through that, and this gives you a bit more description of each one of them. The one thing we suggest sometimes you'll get companies who will go, you know, target customers need this. And after about a minute of them talking, I'm like, I don't know whether they make hardware or software yet. So sometimes make sure you define what your product is. So if you have a marketplace, I don't know what type of marketplace it is, but you go, I have a marketplace for this. Okay, then I will know right away, and then I can, when you do your positioning statement, I can understand exactly what you're going to do. And it's just so sometimes give a bit of definition at the outset. So here's for the original iPod. How many people own an iPod or bought one back in the good old days? How many of you paid more than $600 for your iPod? No, you weren't the first wave of buyers, okay? We'll get into that a little bit. Just read that through really quickly. This was written 2 years before the product was ever introduced, okay? They introduced the product only in 4 cities, I believe: Austin, Texas, Chicago, New York, and Silicon Valley. And the first set of buyers were the same people who in those days would have purchased a BlackBerry. And they cost almost $600, because this is the olden days when Apple didn't make 10 million of them in a weekend. All right, so just a different thing that goes like it. What's the number one thing? What was the number one thing that really made the difference for the iPod?
The product.
Sorry?
The product.
Okay, what else? Who else votes? Sorry?
iTunes.
Yeah, so product or iTunes. Turns out iTunes was number one. Because I remember I didn't buy the first time around, but I bought when they were a lot cheaper, and my daughter was old enough to know what was the real thing. So I had to buy her an iPod, and my son was young enough that he couldn't tell. So I bought one of the other inferior products, and I spent a whole evening of my life getting 12 songs on that thing. And I thought, I'm throwing it away. It was impossible. iTunes, I had to pay for music I already owned, but it worked, okay? So that's one of the key things that's important. Here's another example. This is from way back in '85. So he does 2 things really well. He compares it to the old way of doing things rather than saying, I'm better than Blends or I'm better than mom and pop stores. And you can see his differentiation is a new way in providing a unique environment for drinking it. So this is consistent with what the Dunkin' Donuts versus Starbucks thing was. It's a different atmosphere. And nowadays, they're trying to create Starbucks as being the third place in your life, where you live, where you work, and Starbucks. Maybe that's why I never go there. But you know, they all have to be high-end, high-quality places that people really appreciate going to. FedEx. What's the market category? What's the brand promise? The tagline. What's the tagline for FedEx? It's actually on the door. The world on time, okay? What was the very first one? When it absolutely, positively has to get there. So the tagline was really important and stuff. So FedEx has actually become a worldwide office supply store now. They have FedEx stores everywhere where you can have printing done, you can have everything done. What they do as a company has changed over 30 years. They become broader, become more dominant, and they do a whole variety of different things. Okay, so the brand promise, the differentiation, and the positioning, again, it is somewhat significant. Final question for product positioning. If you can take the name of a customer's product and substitute it into your positioning, you're not differentiated enough. You're not specific enough. And some of the times people say our product is this, and I'll take the whole 3 sentences and I'll put it in Google, and if it shows up and says the first hit is the IBM website, you have a problem, okay? All right, so it's like you really need to have good differentiation. So the compelling reason to buy, which is also the same thing as saying the value proposition, the number one value proposition, and the key differentiator, those 2 things have to be similar. Okay, or one has to link to the other. Okay, our guest speaker for pricing is here. This is Stephen. How do you do, Stephen? So I'm actually going to skip through this because normally this was done on a totally different day. And the next topic after we speak is pricing. So this is the 4 or 5 slide version, and Stephen has the real one. So, well, they do complement each other a little bit. But, the key things here is what's the pricing model in your industry? How many of you want a discount at the beginning? Put your hands down. Okay, you're not allowed to do that. You can have promotional pricing, but you don't discount your price. And Stephen will get into what that means and why. You could have cost plus, okay? The market sets a price, or what's the value? Or it could be a combination. And this is actually really, really complex. So that's what I would say. Do you need to have the lowest price? No. Okay, so that's the final thing that I would suggest. But as I said, Stephen will get into more detail about this. So when you're trying to do product marketing metrics and analytics, what are the things I need to do to understand how everything works? So create an internet tools, use more than one, and this is an incomplete list now. You can use Google Analytics, the Google AdWords keyword tool, and you learn a whole bunch from using these tools. So for years at the sailing school, we optimize stuff, and we optimize it for sailing schools in Vancouver. And they were like, oh, okay, and we always came up as number 1 and all this sort of stuff. And then one day I started playing with it, and it said people also search for other stuff. And I was like, oh. And it turned out that 10 times as many people search for sailing lessons as search for sailing schools. So I had picked up the wrong word combination, and the AdWords tool told me what the correct one was. All right, so you can use these to actually help you decide how you're going to market and what you're going to do. We've talked a bit about Hootsuite. HubSpot has a really good set of tools, and they have really good tools they give away for free. Or they have an ebook, for example, which is internet marketing. It's a little dated now, but you can download this from HubSpot. They also have great free newsletters. Careful, if you sign up, they'll send you 2 emails a day and they'll drive you insane. You have to figure out how much you want and which topic. All right, so you have to do that in a fair sense. But a lot of the time you can get really good information from them. Remember, they're trying to sell you something, but at the same time, they're really good at what they do. So the ebook that they have includes how to optimize your website, how to have a content strategy, social media, how do you convert visitors into leads, and then how do you nurture leads into customers, finally analyzing and refining data. So how often do you check your Google Analytics, everybody here? How many of you do it daily? Okay. Stephen gets an A. Okay. So some people do it daily. How many of you do it weekly? Monthly? How many of you have never done it? Okay. Yeah, it's interesting just to see what happens and stuff. So as I said, at the sailing school, we're a pretty small business. We're not big. But one of the things that we measure is we'll send emails to people who have been customers in the past. We have an email address for all of them. We'll send out a large MailChimp email. And we try to make it very simple and easy to remind them we're still there. We use social media to try to communicate to people who've never come before because we don't have their contact information. We measure web traffic, and we also measure number of people who purchase and a number of people who do different things. At the sailing school, what are my 2 best days of the year? What do you think? And what is the biggest factor that increases purchases on my website? What's by far the biggest factor?
Weather?
Yes. So we'll only send out email marketing when we know it's going to be sunny for 4 or 5 days. If it's going to rain, everybody goes, I'm not doing that. Like, forget it. Like, I'm not going to go and do that. Our best day of the year is the day after spring break. Parents are frantic to not be cooped up with their children for another whole summer. So that it's when everybody goes and buys, okay? So it's like, I want quality activities. That's when I go and look at it, because spring break has reminded them that it's important. All right. Okay, a little comment on social media. B2B uses social media a ton. It's really important. You have to figure out what are the best places to go. What are these items? The one that's missing from this is industry-specific newsletters, blogs, or media channels that are very important. Let's say you're in dentistry, like where do dentists and people that run dental offices go for information? It's a really important thing. Some of the tools, skip through that. Okay, which two would be at the top of your list for everybody who's here? How many of you would say LinkedIn is one of your top two? All right, it's the B2B platform. What about Facebook? Yeah, so Facebook for us generates a whole bunch of traffic. AdWords is far better for creating customers, but you do both because they're complementary. What about Shopify or YouTube? YouTube, depending on what it is. Amazon should be on this list as well. How many of you are going to use TikTok? Really?
When we use TikTok for what, selling or just use it?
I don't know. You're kind of old to use TikTok, Stephen.
I have granddaughters.
Oh, okay. You can tell we've known each other a while. Okay. Yeah. So it's just how do they fit? And how many an industry-specific site or publication? Yeah. This is the key thing. Where do people go? What do they trust? And why will they consume from that source? Metrics, average order size, lifetime value of the customer, average time to first order, rate of sales pipeline growth, improvement in close rate, and average revenue per salesperson employee. If any of you are at the stage where you're able to make this calculation, you're in the wrong place, because this is mature company stuff, okay? This is, it's really hard to get metrics like that until you're very significant in terms of revenue. A couple of the tools that you can use, again, the Google stuff and a lot of the free stuff are there. Google is becoming more and more dominant in this space all the time. They do a really good job, and a lot of the stuff they provide for free is really quite effective. Anybody here use Twitter a lot? Okay. Anybody here had a really close look at the analytics you get from Twitter lately? So anybody here have a Twitter, a contact at Twitter who's your account rep? Okay, if you do, it's probably changed at least once or twice in the last little while. Twitter's in turmoil. So I know somebody who runs all the marketing for for Vancouver standards, a very large size healthcare company. Her company is that the analytics she's getting from Twitter right now are garbage. She just doesn't believe them. That's a very different way of looking at it. Okay, how many of you have a product that sells itself? Good. And then, so you have to decide how you're going to spend your marketing budget. For each segment, which methods will you use, and prioritize each method for each segment. And for priority segments, create a budget. How many segments are you going to target? Who says they're going to target one segment? You guys get A. How about 2? 3? How about more than 3 segments? Remember, you're fired, okay? Keep it simple and small at the outset. It makes it easier. And this is a neat quote from Kevin Swan, who's a venture capitalist that I know via Capital. Most startups turn into a small business. They don't scale super well. So just get really good at doing stuff. And what he's really saying is that you don't need to raise money. You just need to run your business really well and have an effective plan. Because if it isn't going to scale and grow massively big, it's hard to raise capital. A couple of books for everybody. As I said, the Startup Owner's Manual by Steve Blank, 4 Steps to the Epiphany. All of those things are there. And there you are. There's how you can reach Lesley and I. And am I over time or did I make it, Angie? Okay, thanks. Questions, comments?
We have a few on Slido, so slido.com, hashtag NVBC. People are very curious about sailing school and getting a discount, just FYI. Otherwise.
I don't tell you what, I don't discount.
Is there any promotional pricing for new ventures VC participants?
Promotional pricing, we'll see, yes, that's right.
Yeah, we'll do a promotional pricing for you as long as you come in the, I wouldn't say the middle of the winter, but yeah, we do promotional pricing in the shoulder season because it's not as popular and people just don't come.
Otherwise, okay, startup based here in Vancouver. Would you say the next expanding city would be LA or the rest of Canada first?
So it will depend on your product and depend on the amount of competition. One of the things you have to do is look at what are the attributes of every city and what are the things that are most important. So there's a really neat company a few years ago called Foodie. And Foodies went into the marketplace, and the idea was that they would provide very high quality lunches for people at businesses, so they didn't have to go out and sit in a restaurant and stuff. So it's a time saver for the company. They expanded from Vancouver to other cities, and they picked cities that had the highest number of 5-star Michelin restaurants. You go, oh. Because those are cities that have culture of high quality food. And it turned out, I never would have thought of that. Like, which is why I wasn't working there, I guess. But things like that, different factors are really important in what you choose in terms of geographic expansion.
And then just one last question here, then we'll be at our boat break because we're a little over time. Do you have a view on B2M military? What would be attractive to an investor given the longer time to market?
Right, so business to military, you're correct, takes an incredibly long time. There's a couple people in town who are really good at that. One of them is a gentleman called Yad Garcha, who really understands how to sell to military. It will take forever. And then the idea that I can then migrate from military to a secondary segment may or may not be correct. So you have to decide that. Here's a question for everybody. How many of you know an investor who really specializes in selling to investing in companies that sell to the military markets? Yeah, there are only a couple. They're very, very rare. One of them is an organization in the US called InQtel, and it's owned by another organization with three-letter initials that starts with C. So it tells you who they are, okay? So there's a variety of things. I just don't know the answer for selling to military in enough detail. Yeah.
That's all good. All right, I think that's it. So
Alrighty.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Lesley.
Thanks very much, folks. We'll see you.
Okay, so next topic is intro to pricing. So we have Anna Paula Pollock and Stephen Forth from Ibbaka, and I mean, I'm biased, I guess, because I asked them to speak, but I think you guys are all pretty lucky that we have Stephen and Anna Paula here. Very, very well-known international experts in pricing, and they're based here in Vancouver. So we're very thankful that Stephen and Anna Paula are here. And like I said, this is a packed topic, so I don't want to interrupt anymore. So I'm going to pass it over to you two.
How about now?
Yes.
Good, okay. Well, thank you very much. We are both really happy to be here. We're actually surprise speakers. It was two of our colleagues were going to give this talk. So, you know, we are the people that got dropped in at the last minute, and we are really happy that we are able to be here. I gave, the last time I gave this presentation to this group was, I think, 3 or 4 years ago. And a lot has happened in the meantime, both because of COVID, but also because of changes to the economy. I'm going to start with quick introductions. So I'll go first, then you, Anna Paula. So Stephen Forth, managing partner at Ibbaka. Ibbaka is a software company with a platform for doing pricing and customer value management for B2B companies. And we focus mostly on cybersecurity, fintech and martech, and industrial Internet of Things. So we only do B2B, and we only work with companies that have software. So, and that's part of what Dave was talking to you about in the last presentation. It's really important to have a narrow focus, especially as you're getting started. I've led a number of I've been involved in the tech sector since I was 22 is when I got my first job in tech, and I'm turning 65 this year. So I've been doing this for a long time, and I have made a lot of mistakes. Fortunately, I've also had a couple of good exits along the way that make up for the mistakes that I've made. I come at this from, I think, an unusual perspective in that I've been sitting where you're sitting. I've had startups. I've had to raise money for them, find markets, grow them, scale them, exit them. I've also been an investor in early stage companies. And now I'm creating a platform to help tech companies scale and price more effectively. And I love this stuff. But before I go on, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Anna Paula Polak. Anna Paula?
Hi, my name is Ana Paula Polak. I am a graphic designer at Ibbaka. So usually, I've done a lot of projects with Ibbaka, mostly like e-learning, 2D animation, and even translations. So a lot. But currently, I am designing the software for the value-based pricing platform that we're working on. So basically, it's taking value models and pricing models and how they work together. And honestly, I've never spoken in front of people before. I'm usually behind a computer, so I find it really crazy that even though the best thing about working at Ibbaka is that I've learned, with every project I learned something. So I can't believe that I'm actually speaking in front of people about pricing and value. So this is very exciting for me and you. So please bear with me and I'll try to talk slowly.
Great. Again. Okay, so before we go on, I just want to get a feel for who we're talking with, so who's here today. How many people here are in the process of just starting their company? Stand up. No, stand up, come on. None of this little wimpy. Great. Starting? So you do not have revenues yet. You're pre-revenue. Great. And how many people here have a company that has early stage initial revenues? Everyone stay standing. I'm going to get you all standing. I hope I'm going to get you all standing. How many people here are in growth phase? You've figured you've got product market fit and your company is really starting to grow. You can stay standing up. And I'm going to have I've got an order for you to sit down too. Great. And how many people are here as investors to support a company? Mike, the back there. Okay. So I missed you. Can you stand up and tell us what you're doing?
Yeah, actually, I recently relocated to Vancouver last year. So I'm a former founder. Well, we are really happy to have you here, and welcome to our innovation community. So it's great that you came here. Thank you. Now, before you sit down, how many people here now are working on a B2C company, a B2C opportunity? Okay, great. Can the B2C guys sit down? Okay. How many people here are working on B2B, business to business? Okay. You guys can sit down. Anybody? Oh, that got all of you. Okay. There are a couple of other ones that I was going to ask about. One is B2G, which I suppose business to government, which I suppose also includes business to military, which was came up in the last session. And there's an emerging one that I want you to think about because I think it's going to be a very important category in the future, which is M to M, machine to machine. More and more of business is going to take place through machine-to-machine interactions. So, and it's something that you should be aware about, aware of as you think about your pricing. So let's just talk a little bit about early-stage companies, just to set the context here. So, early stage companies are early stage. You probably don't have a full management team. There are holes in the management. You don't have all the skills you need. The good thing about that is that this community in Vancouver is willing to step up and help you cover those holes as you start to grow. So there are a lot of people, there's a lot of support, and Angie can introduce you to that support, and this program will help you find the support that you need for that. I suspect that most of you are not really keeping up to date with what's happening today in pricing. Ibbaka, as part of its investment in the community, is willing to meet with any of you, one-on-one for a short session. Your product may not be fully commercialized yet. You're still feeling it around, around for the market, and that actually has implications for how you think about pricing. And we'll talk about some of those in a moment. You may or may not have patents, and you're probably trying to attract some funding from angel investors and seed funds and early stage funds. And that's gotten more difficult. There's too many gizmos up here. So let's talk a little bit about why pricing. So pricing is something that may not be keeping you up at night, but it should be. Pricing is a critical part of how investors think about your company. And good investors, during due diligence, will ask you some basic questions. They'll ask you, and I'm tempted to call in volunteers to answer some of these questions, but I'll wait until a little bit further in before I do that. So one question is, who are you creating value for? How are you creating value relative to the alternatives? And you think, I thought he was talking about pricing. Why is he bringing up value? Because unless you are creating value, there is nothing to price. So any conversation about pricing needs to start with value. They'll also be asking you, okay, how did you set your price? How do you know it's the right price? What data are you gathering to evolve and adapt your price? Because pricing is not something that's once and done. It's something that needs to be very adaptive and evolve. So we're going to do another one. This time I won't force you all to stand up. We'll just you can just put your hand up. How many people here have set a price for their initial product or offer? Put your hands up. Great. Way up. Come on, I can hardly see you. I'm going blind. So yeah, remember, I'm 65. Okay, so next question. When you set that price, how many of you did what we call throwing spaghetti at the wall? We'll throw spaghetti at the wall, we'll throw the pricing at the wall and see what sticks. Yeah, good, we've got one honest person here. A little bit timid, but in fact, I speak to probably 20 tech companies every month about their pricing, and I would say about 70% of them, that's how they priced. And this includes, some companies that are well into growth stage. How many people priced by looking at something that looked similar and pricing the same way? Yeah. So those are the two most common things that people do when they're trying to price early on, is they either just throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. And you would be surprised, often that pricing gets locked into your business. And it becomes what we call a frozen accident. So when people like us come to you 5-6 years later and say, how did you price that? Say, oh, well, early on we had to come up with a price and we did, and this kind of seemed to work, so we stayed with it. That's a terrible answer, by the way. The other answer, which is, we priced by looking what our competitors do, that's also not a very good answer. If I asked you how you designed your software, would we say, oh, we looked at what someone else was doing and we did the same thing? You wouldn't say that. Most of you wouldn't, anyway. If you can't say the same thing about your pricing is core to who you are, and it's part of your innovation. So let's, and I'm going to stop preaching now. let's just go on and talk a little bit about how stuff has changed over the past, say, 18 months. So it was about a year and a half ago that at Ibbaka we noticed that the tone of the questions we were getting and the pricing that people were trying to solve, the problem people were trying to solve was changing. So up until about a year and a half ago, people wanted to price to optimize for revenue growth. And that was the key thing that they were focused on. About January of last year, we started to get a whole lot of inquiries about how do we price to improve net dollar retention, or NDR. Does everyone here know that term, NDR? So net dollar retention, or if you want to be more international, net revenue retention. This is something that a lot of investors are now asking about. Now, many of the companies here are too early to have revenue, so you're not too worried about net revenue retention because you don't have any revenue to retain. But it is a critical thing that people will be asking you to track. So net revenue retention is the number of dollars you will get from existing customers. It's a sign of how much the world has changed, that investors are now very much concerned with net dollar retention. Investors have also become much more cautious. So there's still investment happening. I know that there were a couple of early stage seed/angel rounds closed in Vancouver already in April. But the pace has gone down and the bar has gone up. And many investors are now, they know that they have limited funds. They know that the follow-on funds are going to be harder to get. So there's a much more focus on cash flow than there was during when things were very frothy, say 2 or 3 years ago. So you're going to have to be able to answer a question like, how does my investment get you to cash flow positive? And pricing is going to be a big part of the answer to that. Those of you who did companies 2 or 3 years ago or who've been at this for a number of years, I think you'll find that the tone of the market has changed a lot. Ibbaka gets a lot of its customers through venture capitalists and private equity firms. We work with a company, a very large private equity firm in Europe, and they said, we see this as a paradigm change. There's a paradigm change in how we think about investing, who we invest in, and who we reinvest in. And I think it's something that all of us in this room and on the Zoom, are we using Zoom for? And on Zoom, need to be well aware of. And this cascades through to how you think about pricing. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. So we've got a lot of stuff that we're going to cover. We may not get through all of it, and even if we did, we would just be scratching the surface. So which is why those of you who want to go deeper, please let us know, and either myself or one of the other people on the Ibbaka team will be happy to spend some time with you just having a general conversation about your pricing. And the companies in this room are not our target market. Most of our customers have at least $2 million in ARR, annual recurring revenue, before they really start to engage with us. Well, who knows? Maybe some of you do have $2 million in ARR, but probably not. So this is part of our long-term investment in the innovation community, the innovation ecosystem. And as I said earlier, when Dave was asking me about TikTok, I have grandchildren, and I want Vancouver to be a great place for them to live and work, and that's only going to happen if we have a robust innovation community and innovation ecosystem. Okay, so, Anna Paula.
So, why pricing matters? I mean, to many people, pricing might just seem boring. I mean, it sure did for me at first. I'm a graphic designer, why should I care about pricing? But after working on this, I realized pricing is in our everyday lives, even as consumers. Like, we see pricing every day, and if we don't see our consumers, then our pricing is probably wrong. So pricing is where it all comes together, right? So how you create value, who you sell to, how you communicate value, and how you capture value, right? So pricing gives a unique and powerful way to talk about each of these steps. So framing pricing and good pricing is fair, transparent, and consistent. So pricing is fair by two things. So value for what is provided, and different stakeholders receive and pay for value in a balanced way. What does this mean? Basically that you're not going to give your product for free, right? Because there's no value for you if you do that. And you don't want to overprice, because in that case, then there's no value for your customer. Then we have pricing should be transparent, because in order for pricing to be fair, it also has to be transparent, right? So it must be clear for people to know why and how you're pricing. And then it should be consistent, because pricing and value delivers need to be consistent over time. The same pricing and principles need to be applied to different market segments. So a standard pricing process that is visible to all stakeholders will is that my hair? Sorry. Will contribute to the perception of fairness, transparency, and consistency. Now we have the value cycle, which is consistent of 5 steps, which all go like in a cycle, right? That's why it's called a cycle. So first you create value, then you communicate it, deliver it, document it, and capture usually in price. And then with the price, you then create more value, and then it goes on and on. So you must confirm at each of these 5 steps that you're creating value for each of the stakeholders. And the value cycle answers critical questions as well when you create value. Yeah.
Okay, so just before we go on from this slide, one of the critical things in creating a new company and creating a new service is this step that we've identified as documenting value. So I'm sure all of you are on top of creating value, right? Because that's why you're here. You've got an idea, you've got a solution, you are pretty sure that it's going to create value for people. So I'm not too concerned about the create value part of this cycle for the people in this room. And communication, that may be more of a struggle, right? And that's some of the stuff that Dave was talking about in the previous presentation. How do you position? How do you create marketing plans? How do you get your value messages out there? But you all know that you have to do that. So it's not easy, but I'm sure that you are working on it. Deliver. This is where some people start to fall down a bit, right? They, especially in B2B software, there's an implementation, so there's a delivery phase, but then there's that ongoing customer success phase. So if you are in B2B software today, you should not have customer support. You need to be thinking in terms of customer success. And the metrics and the way you think about customer success are very different than they are for customer support. So what are you doing to make sure that your customers will succeed in getting the value that you promised? And then the next stage is document. And this is where most companies fall down badly. And I'm not just talking about seed stage companies. There are a lot of growth stage and even scale stage companies that do this badly. Documenting values, you promised value, in the communication stage. You set your customers up to get that value in delivery, but did they get it? Do you know? Even more important, do they know? If you don't have a way of documenting the value that you're creating, you're going to run into a wall when it comes to renewals. And part of this shift in the economy that we were talking about earlier, one of the things that we're seeing is that large company, B2B buyers, and forgive me, the people here in B2C, but I'm mostly a B2B guy. I'm happy to answer B2C questions to the best of my limited ability, but I'm going to talk mostly about B2B. So B2B buyers are under intense pressure today to reduce SaaS spending. There's even companies like Virtus One in London who their value proposition is we will help you spend less on SaaS. Ouch. That's, they're talking about us. And, there's also a lot of managed service providers, MSPs, that over the last year, I'll say, have changed their market positioning to say, don't buy your SaaS solutions directly from the vendor. Buy them from us because we can aggregate demand and we'll get you a better price. And it's probably true. If an MSP came to you and said, I can get you 200 new customers, give me a price break. Are you going to give them a price break? Yeah, you probably are. You probably are, especially given the business today. So this is why the documenting of value is going to be so critical to what you're doing. And I hope even, when you think about this value cycle, you can see that pricing is just part of a much larger system that you need to pull all the pieces together. Okay, so we talked a lot about value. Is this me or you? This is me? Okay. So there are three different types of value drivers that you need to be concerned with. Obviously, there are economic value drivers. If you do not have economic value, you do not have a B2B business proposition, period. Nobody will buy B2B software if they are not going to get economic value from it. However, emotional value drivers are also important. Buying is a very emotional thing. We may think that we're all rational economic animals, but we're not. So unless you can make an emotional connection at some point with the buyer, you're not going to actually get a sale. And then this next one, community value drivers, is a really interesting one, and we think it's of growing importance. So community value drivers are things like ESG, environment, society, and governance, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. They are the ways in which your solution creates value for the larger world, not just your customers, and that you cannot necessarily capture in price, but it plays an important role in the value-making decision. In the buying decision. And at Ibbaka, we're just starting out with a customer that does, it's an Internet of Things solution for water management. And they explicitly required that we add an ESG model to our software platform for them to adopt it. And we are seeing this more and more. So I would encourage all of you to think about not just the economic and emotional values, but how your solution has a wider community, societal impact. Oops, sorry. The other thing to think about here is differentiated values versus commodity values. So you get your pricing power and you price based on your differentiated value. That is the stuff that you do that nobody else does as well as you do. That is the most important thing to focus on as you're building a B2B solution, is your differentiated value. Now, that doesn't mean that commodity stuff is unimportant. And I would suggest to you that every successful software category becomes commoditized over time. Let me give you an example. Databases. How many people here actually bought and paid for a database as part of their new business? Okay, so in any way. Okay, so I'm curious as to why, because databases are largely available for free now, and they are largely buried into other applications.
We just have Firebase, but
Yeah.
Firebase has some premium features that are really good for testing and debugging.
Sure, so that you need it, right?
That you need upfront.
Yeah, and that's great. That's how they're driving their differentiation, right? So And that's actually a great example, because even when you have something that's highly commoditized, there's almost always a way to differentiate it. So I'm just going to tell a quick story that is famous in pricing circles. There is a company in New Jersey that sells landfill. Now, you're probably thinking, landfill, what could be less differentiated than landfill? It doesn't matter what it is, right? Old refrigerators, gravel, sand, maybe the odd corpse, doesn't matter. This is New Jersey after all, right? This company is able to get a 7% premium on landfill. Any ideas? How would you do that if you were running a landfill company? What would you do to make it differentiated?
I did a rental last year, and I don't go to landfill. I go to these little private lots because they let you dump it anywhere. You don't have to. Sometimes you don't have to pay. They have these services that are
Okay.
really,
Right.
really more convenient.
Yeah. Let me be more. This is when you've got a big hole in the ground and you have to fill it with stuff. So it's not when you're getting rid of your stuff. It's when you have a hole that you need to fill up with stuff. So people really don't care what you fill it with. So how would you differentiate that? The way that this company did that is that they said, we will deliver the landfill to you within a 30-minute time window. Because, these guys have heavy equipment and people standing around. If it comes 3 hours late, they still have to pay for the people. So in almost all circumstances, there's some way to find differentiation. And it's the differentiation that you want to be focused on as you price. So just go through these slides, through this quickly. So the process that you go through when you're going to be doing pricing is you start by segmenting your market. And we'll talk about that a little bit here. Then you have a value-based price that you set based on the market segment you're targeting. Then you need to have a marketing strategy that focuses on your approach to pricing and the value drivers that you're using in your pricing. And then many of you will need to adopt some form of value-based selling. But before I jump into that, another question for the room. How many people here have a product-led growth company? Great. Pardon?
Not growth, but it's the model.
Okay, all right. Are using a product-led growth motion? Okay, just you. I'm sorry. Did anyone else put up their hand? How many people are using product-led growth as their growth motion? So that's where the product sells itself and you buy right off the website. Okay, it's the hot thing, right? In SaaS these days is product-led growth. How many people are using a sales-led growth motion, where there is a sales force and you reach out and you call people, or you use inbound sales? Okay, probably more than put up their hand, but and anybody here using a community-based growth motion where you create a community and then the community drives the buying? Cool. I'd like you to describe it later. Community-led growth, I think, is under-leveraged and is a really powerful growth motion. And there are several others. There's services-led growth, which is what Ibbaka does. There's partner-led growth, where you really rely on channel partners to drive it. And then there's what your lawyers and accounting firms do, which we refer to as relationship-led growth. The reason I bring this up is because your growth model has a big impact on how you price. So a product-led growth company is going to price differently than a sales-led growth company. But let's dive into this a bit more. We're going to start with emotional value. So we have found that Maslow's hierarchy of human needs is a really good way of helping you to understand the emotional connection you're making with your buyer. And the insight here, which a lot of people are not aware of, is that the higher you are selling into Maslow's hierarchy of human needs, the more pricing power you have. I'll give you an example. Why are iPhones so expensive? What level? Where are iPhones selling into this? Very top, right? Self-actualization, be creative. What's a Vancouver company that was really successful at selling high into Maslow's hierarchy? Lululemon. I was going to say I'm probably wearing Lululemon. I think they're actually Arc'teryx, but anyway. This is something that really matters even in B2B sales and in B2B pricing. And how do you do this? Well, one of the best ways to do this is go and look at the websites, or if you're selling to publicly traded companies, see what their CEOs are saying about their aspirations for their company, and make sure that your value messages are aligned with their aspirations. A lot of people say, and I've had arguments with this. One of Ibbaka's focuses is cybersecurity companies, and they say, well, security is what matters, and people are willing to pay for security. Okay, obviously true. We have customers that are selling tens of millions of dollars of security-based software. But why are the people buying security? They're often buying security because they feel an obligation to their community of users. They have an obligation to their own staff. Or if you're selling to the chief security officer, that is their job, right? Their job, their self-esteem comes from providing security. So, yeah.
Question. So you're constantly being told, find your problem, thinking with, or it sounds to me maybe I'm wrong, that the problem area is actually the lower sections where self-esteem and all that, it's hard to describe as a problem. So it feels to me like a contradiction between you saying where the price is higher and that's true.
It's a really interesting question. So I don't want to get into a long debate about this today, at this moment, but we can after this session. I am not actually as big a fan of this solve a pain framing that everyone uses. I know that that's the popular way to discuss this, but I'm not sure that B2B buyers are always buying primarily to solve a pain. They're often buying to realize an aspiration. So and I know I'm a heretic to say this, but I think we've overdone this pain thing. And many problems are better framed as self-esteem and self-actualization, well, at least community, but then self-esteem and self-actualization. Another question there. Yes, that's true. But the Tim Hortons people, though, also have a very. But Tim Hortons is selling really into community, right? And they strongly believe that. And if you go to a Tim Hortons, especially in the Maritimes, it's a core part of the community.
I just had a quick comment because when I was in university, I sold security systems, and it's really funny because we didn't sell the security systems. We sold like the home automation or whatever it was that came in, but we would never sell security because security doesn't sell.
Yeah.
So we try to you'd have a product package, and then you would sell the whatever it is, that other one that's self-actualization. You can have home automation center, and you want to keep your family safe too.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep. And Dave was talking about this earlier as well, right? When he talked about Volvo. They're not selling the security features. They're selling community. I'm going to protect my family, and self-esteem. I'm the kind of person that buys a car that protects my family. Anyway, let's go on here because I'm not going to spend too much on SDG, the ESG and SDG. I would encourage everyone to take a look at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and think about how their solution contributes to them. And be aware that ESG is actually becoming a corporate requirement for many publicly traded companies. So it's not something that you want to ignore. But now let's get into the really fun stuff, the economic value. So economic value is absolutely critical to pricing. And the basic way to think about this is using this model, which is known as economic value estimation, or EVE. I I was one of the people who created this software. There's a software category around this stuff, and I started the first company in that category back when I was working out of Boston, and I was doing my SEO optimization. And there's an EVE is really hard to optimize for because there's a game that dominates searches around EVE. Anyway, side story. So EVE, there's really 3 parts to it. There's the price of the next best alternative, and that sets the reference and the framing. There's the positive value drivers, which are your positive differentiation, and then there's the negative value drivers, which are your negative, which are things that your competition does better than you do. And you need to know what all of these 3 things are. So negative drivers are something that we all want to ignore, right? But you can't ignore them. So negative value drivers are the things that your competition does better than you, or they are the unique costs to your solution. And I've looked at thousands of EVE models over the last 20 years, and one of the things that I look for is, do they have negative value drivers? And if they don't have any negative value drivers, I want to call bullshit. Yeah, that's a tell, right? That these people are trying to trick the market or trick their buyers. But let's go in and talk a little bit more about differentiation. So there are actually 6 different types of positive economic value drivers. You can help your customers improve their revenues. You can help them reduce their operating expenses. You can help them reduce their operating capital requirements. You can help them reduce or defer capital expenses. You can help them to reduce risk, or you can give them more options. And all economic impact that you have on your customers falls into one of these categories. I'm just going to call out operating capital for a moment, because this is one of the things, again, that has changed over the last 18 months. 36 months ago, very few companies cared about operating capital value drivers. Interest rates were low, cost of capital was low, it wasn't important. That has changed dramatically as interest rates went up. So whereas 24 months ago, one of our customers sells a solution for cash flow management, and it was really struggling because, cash flow wasn't really that much of a problem for most of the SaaS business. But when interest rates went up, all of a sudden cash flow became a much bigger issue, and anything that would help improve your operating capital requirement became very attractive to buyers. So, and this is actually, there's a deeper lesson here, which is the value drivers and the relative importance of value drivers for your customers can change when economic conditions change. So you have to be constantly aware of not the economic conditions for you, but the economic conditions for your customers, and be ready and willing to adapt how you're thinking about value, how you're thinking about pricing as the economy changes. Let's just get all this stuff on. So, sorry, somebody else's slide, so I'm not 100% used to them. So, when you think about this, your differentiation is the stuff over here in green. Your competitor differentiation is the stuff in red, your unique costs, and your negative differentiation is your competitor's positive differentiation. And we all have competitors. Then the sad truth is that there's a lot of functionality that you've developed that nobody cares about. It's just the truth. And there always will be. And your competitors also have a bunch of functionality that they've developed, and buyers don't care about that either. One of the ways I often see early stage companies go wrong is they go and they look at their competitors and they say, oh, our competitor is doing X, Y, and Z, and we only do X and Y, so we have to add Z. Before you do that, ask, first of all, do buyers really care, or is that part of your competitor's irrelevant functionality? And if they do care, all that you're doing is moving that into commodity. That is not giving you differentiation. Are you better off investing in something that will give you more differentiation, or in something that is just catching up with your competitors? So, and you have to balance these three types of investment, right? Basic investment in commodities, investment in removing your competitor's customer advantage, but most of your investment, in most cases, should be going into that green area. You want to do segmentation? Yeah. Just let me turn myself off here.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. So let's talk about segmentation. So demographic segmentation. This is the simplest and most common use of segmentation that we see every day. So like usually take firms of similar sizes, similar industry, and geography. So that's how people usually segment nowadays. Let's see an example. So So let's take two people from the same segment in geographic type of way, or demographic, sorry. So they live both, let's say two different people. They both live in a castle type of way. They're both wealthy. They are both 75 years old, and they both care about their families. Take those two people, just imagine two people like that. You'd usually think that they both want the same things, right? They both buy the same way because they're in the same segment. But now if we look at them really, Ozzy Osbourne and King Charles III, would you really think that these have the same buying habits just because of that thing, right? No, I'd say no. So this is where demographics fail. They give us a narrow window for segmentation to lead us astray. This does not capture the full picture of our buyers. So a good segmentation brings together companies that buy in the same way, get value in the same way, and will act as reference for each other. This is especially important when you're launching a new offer. So when you develop a profile, you want to go with questions that like, how do these people buy? What do they value? And what are their goals? What do they want to achieve, right? Myself as a graphic designer, this is how I usually think when I'm trying to create anything really. I go to the actual people, right? I'm not gonna just use a demographic to figure out what people want. That's why I find it super important to actually talk to your customer. So, yeah, that's basically it. Steven?
Okay, I'm gonna pause for any questions online that we should be addressing before we go on, or questions in the audience.
Yeah, we got a few. Some of these go back to the beginning. A couple want some examples of end-to-end businesses. Do you have any off the top of your head?
Yes, I do. Just want to make sure I'm on. Are you? Yeah. Okay. So there are the common example is automated trading on stock exchanges, where there is no human involved in the buying and selling of shares. So that's been happening for a long time now. But increasingly, we are seeing the same thing happen. Anyone who has an API that you can use to acquire data or service from, that is open to some form of machine-to-machine transaction. So I'm sure most of you are aware of the concept of microservices, which are where when you take your technology and you split it into very fine-grained services, and then you can buy those services from many different possible providers. So increasingly, we're seeing the emergence of machine-to-machine decisions around which microservice to use. So we have one customer where exchange rates are very important to it. But they don't go and have human beings talking to other human beings about which exchange rate service they will use. They have a machine-based approach that goes and rapidly goes across, I forget how many, I think it's 7 different exchange rate providers, and chooses it dynamically depending on a host of decision criteria. And as AIs become a bigger and bigger part of what all of us are doing, we're going to see a lot more machine to machine. I'm sure everyone knows ones that I can't think of, but I can think off the top of my head of 7 different companies that are using AIs to write prompts for ChatGPT. That's, again, a form of machine-to-machine interaction.
Okay, this is from, sorry if I pronounced this wrong, Yahoel. They're asking, it can be hard to validate a pricing strategy. Does pricing similar to competitors provide any kind of pricing validation since it's using proven benchmarks?
Great question. So I'll just repeat it to make sure that I understand it. So pricing is hard, right? Because especially early on, because there's so much unknown. So one common tactic, which many people here are using, is to use a competitor's pricing design to price your own solution, and then tweak it a bit. And often, and I do due diligence for angel investing as well. Often when we say, "What's your competitive advantage?" and they say, "We're cheaper," that is a freaking terrible answer. You're cheaper. You're cheaper. Why? Because you're comparably less valuable, or just because you're cheaper than your competitors' current prices. Your competitors probably a lot bigger than you. They can compete on price far more effectively than you can. So the answer to our competitive differentiation is we're cheaper is a terrible answer for your investors. And sorry, just finish my thought here. And if you are using the same pricing design as your competitors, you're trapped into playing the game on their battleground, which you don't want to do. So I know it's one of the easy things to do, and I know that Tom Tungas, who's a big shot investor and writes a fantastic blog. If you don't subscribe to Tom Tungas' blog, you should go and do that right now. Well, actually, no, wait until after I finish talking. But he's wrong on this. You need to have differentiated pricing. If you have a differentiated product, you need differentiated pricing.
Okay, last question for now, since we've got about 20 minutes to go here, but this might be as short of an answer as you can, I guess. How should we price a B2G product, especially when it's a new class type of product?
Yeah, so how do you price for the government? And if it's a new class, the real answer to that is that you need to, it's actually not just a problem when you're doing B2G, it's a problem for anyone who has a new category that they're pricing. The first thing you have to do when you're creating a new category is establish value. How does this new category create value? Dave didn't show it. Does anyone show the fantastic Steve Jobs one where he's talking about Hewlett-Packard and Next?
He just referred to it, but he didn't show it.
Oh, find it, watch it. That is a great example of Steve Jobs, who's probably the smartest marketing guy of the last 100 years, saying when we're creating a category, we're Hewlett-Packard's best friends, because we need to get everyone to understand the value of this category. Once we get people into the category, then we're enemies. Then we're ferocious competitors. And those of you who are involved in category creation, which Ibbaka is actually involved in a category creation play, you have to be able to do this double dance of being best friends with your competitors as you grow the category and ferocious competitors as you compete with each other in the category. I know that's a long way from B2G, but it's actually the same thing with B2G. You have to establish value, and you have to find those early buyers who are willing to take a risk and buy because they believe the promise of value. Oops. Me? Okay. So this is actually the only slide in this presentation that matters. Memorize this, and then we can all go out and get a coffee. So pricing is about understanding the value drivers, those 6 different categories of value driver, figuring out from those what is the value metric. And this is intentionally singular. What is the value metric for your solution? And then finding a pricing metric that tracks that value metric. Now, I've told you all I've learned about pricing in the last 20 years is that's the single most important thing. understand your value drivers, use those to define value metrics, and then find a pricing metric that tracks your value metric. So a value metric is the unit of consumption by which a user gets value. And a pricing metric is the unit of consumption for which a buyer pays. Give a really quick example here. A friend of mine, a guy who's now a very, very big shot in the pricing space, used to run a building material company. And they had developed a new sealant that would save contractors thousands of hours on a large job site. And this sealant gets charged by conventionally people bought sealants by the barrel. So the pricing metric was by the value, by the barrel, but the value metric is the area that gets covered. The square meters that can be covered by that value, by that barrel. And when they tried to price, when they initially went to market and they tried to price that barrel at a 300% premium to the standard barrel, buyers said, "You got to be kidding. A barrel of sealant costs $100. There's no way I'm paying $300 for it. Forget about it." So they went back and they thought about it for a while, and then they came back to the market and they priced the sealant based on the predicted coverage, the square meters that can be sealed. And they were able to get the equivalent of not $300 a barrel, they were able to get $500 a barrel. Because they realigned the pricing metric with the value metric. And that is absolutely essential when you think about innovation in pricing. So, what you're here for is to learn about how to design a pricing model. And a pricing model is done for a specific target segment. So this is why, we started off talking about market segments. You price for a segment. You don't try to price for the whole market, especially not as a startup. You have to figure out what is priced. A lot of people think that pricing is about the number you put on the price tag. A far more important question is, what do you put the price tag on? That's the fundamental question in pricing. Then, most of you will need to design packages of what you're selling. So you also need to understand, what are the fences? What guides people into the right offer? What are the guide rails that you're going to provide around discounting and incentives? And finally, are you going to have a tiered offer, a good, better, best offer? And if so, what are the roles and behaviors you expect from those tiers? So this has become a hot topic as well, because many companies, especially PLG, product-led growth companies, have tiered good, better, best offers. But what a lot of people seem to miss is that there's actually two different ways of thinking about GBB package structures. In one case, you're trying to bring the buyer into the package that best suits their needs right from the beginning. And you're not expecting a lot of upsell in the packages. Another very different strategy is you're trying to use the good package or possibly a free package as an attractor, and your business depends on selling them up the different levels of packages. These are two different strategies. They are both good strategies depending on the market and your product, but you cannot do both at the same time. And you cannot price for both at the same time. HubSpot is a great example of a company with a standard GBB, good, better, best pricing architecture. Who here is using HubSpot? Yeah. I mean, it's occasionally flaky, but it's actually, I think, pretty good software as an old Salesforce user. There's a lot of really interesting things happening when you look at this pricing, right? So they have starter, professional, and enterprise. So they have 3 packages. They're very clear about the price per package. But the real pricing metric that HubSpot uses is pricing per contact, because that's what you care about in a CRM. If you dig down deeper into HubSpot's fencing, they also fence on number of users. So they've got a fairly sophisticated strategy. HubSpot is a good company to look at, by the way, if you want to see what good pricing looks like. And they've got both a PLG, product-led growth, offer on the left, and a sales-led offer for their better and best packages. And this is common. Most companies of any scale, even if they started as PLG companies, layer in sales-led growth. And most sales-led growth companies today are trying to figure out how to insert product-led growth. So this is going to be an important part of your thinking as you develop your company. Some other sort of interesting things to look at when you think about tiered pricing. The first thing I do is I always look at what we call the pricing curve. So if you look, starter is really cheap, professional goes up, and then enterprise is very expensive. And look at the shape here, right? It bends down in the middle. This is not necessarily the case with every company. I'd encourage you to pick 5 companies that you think are really good, that have packaged, GBB software, and graph this curve. And you'll see that there are 3 patterns. Some, like HubSpot, have it dip down. Some have just a linear curve, and some have the professional one is relatively expensive compared to starter. So it's got a convex. I always get these backwards. Concave, convex, yeah. Has a convex curve. And if you do the math, which I have done several times, if you are selling into a market where there are comparatively more low-end opportunities, you want to have a pricing curve like this. And HubSpot, competes at the lower end of the market. That's why small companies like us are using it. Salesforce's pricing curve is different. If, on the other hand, you're selling into a market where most of the opportunities are quite large, you don't want this pricing curve. You actually have a concave pricing curve. You think after all these years I would be confident with these 2 words, but I always get myself confused. It's also interesting to look at the price per user, right? So the price per user at the starting point for HubSpot is very low because they want to attract people in, low barrier to entry. Then it goes up, but then look at enterprise. The enterprise price per user is higher than the professional price per user. Most people assume that as you get bigger and bigger and have more and more users, the price per user is going to go down. It's not what HubSpot does, because HubSpot knows that the enterprise users are getting a lot more value. And then also look at the price per contract, per contact. Also, man, it's dirt cheap for the starter package, but of course you can only have, I forget what it is, 100, 500, I can't remember what it is, and they change it all the time. It's very cheap. It's much more expensive for the professional, but then it comes down for the enterprise. And this is how HubSpot squares the circle. So what am I doing to cause sound? Squares the circle between very large companies wanting relatively cheaper price and the comparative value. So HubSpot's pricing is worth close and constant study. So just going to go through the rest of these slides quickly because I'm sure there's more questions coming in. But you have to have a clear goal when you're designing your pricing strategy. You cannot design a pricing strategy that satisfies every different goal you have in the company. You have to pick a goal. So, one last set of questions. How many people feel that they should be optimizing their pricing to drive revenue growth? Oh, come on. I bet most of you are trying to optimize revenue growth. Okay, how many people are trying to design pricing to optimize gross profit? Good. Your investors love you. How about the unit economics, the lifetime value of the customer? Come on, put your hand way up. Come on. Great. I love you. I've been advocating for the last few years that that's the most important thing that companies can optimize for is lifetime value of their customer. The aggregate lifetime value of the customer is the best indicator of the future value of a company, in my opinion. And then there are other ways that you could price. If you have a large factory and that you have to keep busy, you might actually price for utilization. So there are a number of different goals you can have. Fine, but you have to have one North Star goal that you're trying to use to determine your price. You cannot price successfully if you're trying to price for multiple goals. This is you? Oh, you're done. Oh, okay. All right. So pricing also is basically quite easy because there's really only 3 pricing strategies. Skimming, which is where you're pricing relatively low compared to the value. No, I'm sorry, backward. Skimming, where you're trying to grab as much of the value as you can as possible. So there's a very important idea called the value ratio, which is the value ratio is the amount of value you're creating for a customer compared to the amount of value that you're capturing back in price. And with a skimming strategy, you're generally trying to collect anywhere between 20 to 40% of the value you create back in price. There's another pricing strategy, market following, which is unfortunate. Market following is what you have to do in commoditized industries. Hopefully there's nobody here that's in a commoditized industry though, so it's irrelevant for people here. And then finally there's penetration. And in penetration pricing, you're trying to, you're claiming a relatively low amount of the value you're creating because you want to build market share or because you want to overcome resistance and so on. And there are really only 4 major ways to do pricing. So one is cost plus, which is historically how many people do pricing. It's a terrible way to price. Cost plus almost guarantees that you're leaving money on the table. And it also is a good way to lose out because somebody is going to be cheaper than you are. So cost plus is a failed pricing methodology. Market following, we just talked about that. The problem with market following is it tends to lead to price wars, commoditization, and transactional relationships with your customers. Not good things. Input-based, so this is things like mortgages where there is some external factor like interest rates or energy prices that really have a huge impact on determining your value, so you price relative to some external input. This can be quite successful, and a lot of machine-to-machine pricing is input-based. And finally, what we've been talking about most of this session is value-based pricing, where you price based on your differentiated value and capturing back a small part of that value. There are some other approaches that you'll probably hear about. Dynamic pricing is when you use complicated, complex algorithms to determine the price. We are a partner of a company called PriceFX, which is one of the major pricing platforms. And one of the PriceFX guys was on the stage at a conference and he said, everybody's going to be using dynamic pricing within the next 3 years. I said, that's great. I won't mention the guy's name. That's great, John Doe. So does that mean that you're using dynamic pricing to price PriceFX? No. Almost no B2B software is effectively priced using dynamic pricing. Usage-based pricing is, Kyle Poyer at OpenView has been talking a lot about usage-based pricing over the last few years. Usage-based pricing is compelling when the usage is connected to value, and then it becomes a way of executing on value-based pricing. And the future of pricing is outcomes-based, where you say, my new CRM add-on is going to get you 100 new sales qualified leads a month, and you only need to pay me for those sales qualified leads. And this is where pricing is going over the next decade. And so if any of you have the confidence and the data and know enough about the outcomes your solution is delivering to get to outcomes-based pricing, by all means go there. Do I have time for one more point, or should we stop now for questions? Let's stop now for questions, and I'll tell this story if I have time. So, questions from the audience. Good, up here?
My question's for outcomes.
I'll give you the mic.
Yeah, my question is for outcomes-based pricing. We're using that for our company because we figure if we're giving you in like a pay per use or like in our case it's dating app, so we price them based on dates.
Mm-hmm.
So we're like heavily de-risking their process. So we figure we should be able to charge them way more than if we were saying doing a pay per use or something lower on the totem pole. Can you comment on that?
You've just identified something I didn't talk about, but is one of the most important concepts in pricing. If you can take the risk on yourself, you can increase prices. So I think that's absolutely the right way to go about it. Anywhere where, so every price has a risk discount built in. And if you are willing to take the risk on yourself, then you can remove part of that risk discount, and this can lead to dramatic increases in prices. And with modern predictive analytics and AIs, if you have enough data, you should be able to start de-risking the outcomes. And this is one of the reasons I think we're going to see a move to outcomes-based pricing. So I think you're doing exactly the right thing.
Hello. Yep. Hey, Stephen. I was curious what pricing strategy you'd recommend for like a market where the customer has the pricing power?
So first of all, I'd recommend not being in that market. So pricing power is who gets to determine the price. So there are price givers and price takers. And when the customer when the price taker is really able to decide, the price, then you're disadvantaged, right? So, and big companies have procurement divisions, and the procurement division's job is to make sure that they are price takers. So, and the relationships between the pricing function, the sales function, and the procurement function are highly problematic in business today. Because procurement is trying to drive out differentiation. So procurement's job is to make sure that there are multiple alternatives, which means that they're trying to get rid of differentiation. So it's tough when you're in that position, but the critical thing is to get the business buyer engaged. Now, a lot of big companies have systems in place, especially around RFPs, to make sure that you can't talk to the business buyer. An extreme reaction to this, but one which a friend of mine has been very successful with, is when he gets an RFP, he writes back and says, "We do not respond to RFPs. Thank you. Happy to tell you about our solution. This is how much value our solution is going to create for you, but we will not respond to your RFP." And they in about 50% of the cases, people say, "Okay, fine, bye." But those are probably the 50% that they were going to lose anyway. So they're not really losing 50% of their market, they're probably losing a much smaller part. So if you really have confidence in your differentiation and you have a sort of thought leadership program so that you can talk to the business buyer, you can often flip that relationship. So I know I answered your question by avoiding answering it, but I think that you, especially as an early stage company, you can't afford to be put in that position. You don't have the muscle and the economic strength to respond and to win in those. You're being asked to play on a battleground where you're set up to lose. So if you're Microsoft or Amazon or Salesforce or SAP or Oracle, that's great because you have lots of muscle, but most of us are not in that position.
Hello.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, my name.
And I'm sorry, I forgot to say this. Can I ask everyone to say their name and their company's name? We should all be trying to learn each other's company's names.
Okay, so I still work for a company. I don't have a company or anything right now. But so you talk a lot about pricing for client and customers. But even before that, I tried to write business proposals to looking for investor. So what is how do I pricing to attractive investor first? Let's say I gotta make 80% profit, so investor want to invest in the project.
So, so there's two questions I think folded into that. One is, how do I price my equity when I'm going to sell it? And that's, I think you've got someone speaking about this. But the other question is how do I price before I have a product? So everyone knows Cisco, right? So Cisco, before they built their first internet router, went around to major people who they thought would buy an internet router and said, if we built this, would you buy it? And people would say no, and say, okay, well, how about if we change this, then would you buy it? And they did that with not that many people. I think it was 10 or 15 people. Dave's partner, Jeff Hansen, knows this story very well. And then they got the data before they built anything, before they wrote a line of code. They knew what people were willing to buy. Then they built it, and they went back and said, you said you would buy this, here it is, buy it. Now, of course, half of them didn't buy it anyway, but the other half did. And that was enough to get the funding that they needed to start building and expanding that part of the company. So, as an investor, we've been trained to be skeptical. We don't believe what we're told by companies. I was driving around Yaletown once with a guy who was the lead investor for the people that made their money out of Cognos. And I said, we can probably go to this street and park. We went there and I parked. He said, oh, you can't be an early stage entrepreneur because you predicted something and it came true. That's how cynical we've become. But we will believe what your customers say or your potential customers say, and that's the voice that we want to hear. So you need to be out talking to customers or potential customers because they're the voice in the room that matters.
So I'm David from Aliro Technologies. We're building a vertical marketplace for immigration services globally. And I would like to know, how would you address pricing regarding a marketplace? Because one of our biggest worries is a race to the bottom, and especially when you have a lot of people competing also from living in different countries, so the expenses could be different and things of this sort. I know Upwork had this kind of issues. I've been trying to learn it, and they did some stuff, but I would like to hear your...
Yeah, so pricing for two-sided or three-sided marketplaces is its own specialized discipline. And I think a meaningful answer would get Angie angry at us. So I'm happy to talk to you about that offline because there's no 10-second pitch. But happy to talk to you about that.
All right, thank you. You're right, because we're out of time. However, I'm pretty sure I heard Stephen and Paula say that as part of Ibbaka's practice in investment in the startup ecosystem, you will meet with startups just to talk about your pricing strategies. So I think that's a great, very generous offer. So take advantage of that if you need. Thank you very much, Stephen and Paula. Paula, I would not have guessed that was your first time speaking. Well done. For those who are in the competition, one of your questions is around financials. And we have found this is a question that could be answered better. Shall we put it that way? So Sean Hodgins is here to talk about financial models with you. This will hopefully help inform how you answer that question. Or if you're just here as a startup not in the competition, this is also just good best practices. Sean Hodgins has been in the competition. He's also been a mentor for the competition, also been a judge for the competition. So he really understands the community, startups, and we're very lucky to have him continually give back with this presentation, amongst other things. So we've got about 45 minutes with Sean, so I'll pass it over to you, Sean, to get started.
Great. Can everyone hear me? Great. Thank you, Angie. So I've been involved in this competition for a very, very long time. I'm really hopeful that this section of the competition is better this year because I'm like, you keep asking me back when it's notoriously one of the least well prepared sections of the competition. So I'm yet again going to strive to enlighten everybody. I am a CPA, and that may be a little bit of the problem, is that people think that this is just an accounting part of it. I need an accountant to do that. These are financial statements. It's much more involved than that. We'll dig into it. I'm involved with Tandem Innovation Group, where I'm a co-founder of that business. It's a network of over 400, I think, independent CFOs, bookkeepers, controllers, mostly across Canada. And I myself, I'm a CFO for a number of companies, a few public companies, a few private companies. And a few years ago, we also started Red Thread Ventures, which is a real passion of mine, and probably made more money in my involvement in investing in some of the companies that I was working with, which two of very notable ones came out of the New Ventures BC program. And so we started Red Thread. I think we've made, I guess, about over 26 investments, many of them in early stage. And our mandate is a little bit, the earlier, the better. Let's see if we can be that first round and get you supported. Not a big check writer, but a little bit of enthusiasm there. And I am happy to report one of those companies out of Alberta had their satellite on SpaceX rocket that went up yesterday, which is very exciting. We were a first investor in that company. So just the competition, I'm huge enthusiast of the whole program. It's such a good experience. I also participated years ago. It was like, oh, geez, if you don't finish in the top 10, or if you don't, it's like some sort of failure. And I'll be honest, I was like disappointed that we didn't do better. But boy, it was such a good learning experience. So don't worry about that. Don't let that slow you down. Use this as an experience to learn. You're here. I applaud that effort. You're going to learn from so many really good veterans, one of them being at the back of the room, Mr. Volker. So I have learned from him over the years. So yeah, a couple of just little nits. Get a good editor. Make whatever you're doing when you're raising capital, make it professional. It speaks to what your capabilities are. Use real case studies. I've looked at a lot of business plans now, lots of investor decks, and use case studies. Dumb it down so that people can really understand your points. Be a confident thought leader. I'm a huge advocate of the TED Talk style investor presentations. Okay, you have to be in a domain that you understand really well. Be confident in that. Okay, and then at the end of the day, and why we're here on this topic, is your financial model. People, again, think that these are your financial statements. It's more than that. It's like, how are you fundamentally going to make money? Okay? We are going to cast that in a financial statement at the end of the day, but you'll better understand that. Okay? The other one is don't be afraid to ask questions. Okay? Use this experience to learn, meet some interesting people. Those connections early on will lead to investment. They'll lead to contacts with your first customers. And the companies that I've worked over the years did exactly that and did it very well. Okay? So your financial model is like, what is this? Okay? In some regards, it's 3 to 5 years of your projections. Okay? GAAP financial statements, and we'll look at what that means. It is how are you going to make money? Cast in generally accepted accounting standards, which might be a profit and loss statement, balance sheet, and cash flow statement, which we'll look at. But more than that, it's the subtle story that's woven within this competition and in your business plan on how do you make money at the end of the day. Okay? So you'll hear these terms, generally accepted accounting principles, IFRS. You just kind of need to know that. Don't get overly concerned about it. Ideally, you have an accountant on your team or as an advisor to your company. They can help you with the nuances of your debits and your credits per se. That's actually our area of expertise as well. Okay? What you're producing, balance sheets, profit and loss statements, cash flows, you have to understand what this is. Okay? I always say it's better to build your business in Excel, or it's certainly a whole lot easier to build your business in Excel before you do it for real. So why don't you? The best business models I've ever seen come from pick a profession. Who would you suggest build the best business models? And hint, hint, it's not the accountants. No guesses? Yeah, you got it. Or maybe you listened to my pitch from last year. Anyway. Yeah, no, the engineers, whenever you have a really complicated business model, let's say, for example, building a $150 million mine up in northern British Columbia. It's not the accountants that build those models, it's the engineers. Okay? It's all the how do you get things done, what's the engineering behind it, how do you produce something. Those are the economic drivers of your financial statements. And then it's just, okay, how much money are we going to need? When do we start digging? When do we start building? So they, in fact, are the ones that build the best financial models. And the reality is any one of you could do exactly the same thing. Don't think that this is purely an accounting issue. And you can see when I've judged in the past, I can see where it's just a cast off, oh, I gave this to an accountant and they threw it together. And it doesn't exude any sense of what your underlying business model actually is, okay? So long story short, anyone here can do it. Don't get overly concerned, although do understand the metrics of what you need to produce at the end of the day, okay? And kind of we'll get in and try to get to some real questions. The financial model does become the basis on which your valuation will be derived, okay? So it is important at the end of the day, okay? So I'm gonna go through 5 steps, and just so that you know, GAP starts right about there, okay? So again, that's where accountants, even when I first got into it, I was an ex-Deloitte, ex-PwC accountant, and I was very focused on the GAAP account. This is how you present financial statements. And then over the last 20 years, as more of a CFO, it's like there's way more to running the business and way more to building a successful startup company. And that starts with like a market analysis. Actually, let me just jump into them for the sake of time. This all look familiar to everyone? Perhaps not expecting to see this in the financial model, but this is really just what's the industry? Okay, what industry are you in? You need to get out the Excel spreadsheet and your calculator and do enough research to actually make it meaningful. And it also speaks to that concept of TED Talk. Like, you have to know your industry first, okay? Where are the problems in that industry? What particular niche, as you get into the concentric circles, are you really focusing on? I don't know how many over the years pitches I've seen. Well, this is a $50 billion, a $1 billion opportunity, and we're just going to get 1%. Every time I see that, and I see it continually, it's just, you just haven't spent any time really thinking about how you're going to penetrate this. Or what is 50 billion? Like, tell me there's some segments within that truly speak to what problem you're attacking and what the particular solution is that you have to resolve it. And at the end of the day, the financial model is putting the numbers story to the narrative, okay? So that's why this has to be a component of your financial model, okay? And then it's just, it makes for a much more compelling story. It's woven into the narrative of the marketing. And how are we differentiating ourselves, okay? And this, when you interlay financial numbers into that narrative, it makes it more compelling on what strategic thing you're doing better. Are you doing something cheaper? Well, here's the math on why we think we can do it cheaper. Here's the first mover. Nobody's really doing this. Well, what are we going to do financially with this? Are we going to up price, which may have just been the topic of discussion? Or are we going to fend off competition over time? These are all the things that you have to model out in advance, okay? Any questions on just at this level?
A reminder, okay, questions. I'm going to bring the mic over, or you can, especially if you're watching online.
There's a question right there.
Hashtag NVBC, like you've all heard me say.
Thank you. The question is, so you're a startup, and I think you're talking about 3 years or so. right? In
Yep,
the future.
3 to 5 years.
And there is
Yep.
so much unknown. There's even unknown in the unknown. Every time I try to do it, I can do it for 18 months, and I have. Once it goes beyond that, if you can talk about that a bit, because I find it very difficult.
Absolutely. I would describe it as the diminishing return of value, right? The reality is, at any stage, it's your best guess, right? This whole process is a best guess. Who knows if tomorrow some new technologies. But you need to have a basis to which you're going to run your business, which is based on your current best knowledge. And then, yes, I'll even show, when you look out a year, 3 years, do you really need to go out year 4 and 5? I would completely agree with you. Who knows, right? But you still need to paint that financial picture in a way that's well supported based on your current best guess. Okay, but you're right. So when you build it, you'll see that you start to round the numbers off as you get farther out, because it's just like it's not super meaningful. And you're right, the next 18 months, if not the next 6 months, are the most critical ones, and you should nail that first. Okay?
Just a general question on here. How do you determine what your TAM is?
Sure. Well, that's exactly this kind of analysis that you need to do. And it comes back to what's the problem? The Guy Kawasaki approach, which is absolutely the best. Like, what's the fundamental problem within the industry you've identified? Okay? Quantify it if you can, right? Don't take, this is all Google search. I found the industry metrics on fitness or something. It's like, okay, within this spectrum, you have to start getting your Excel spreadsheet out and analyze it. I would describe it as the bottoms-up method as opposed to the top-down. The top-down's like, oh, it's 50 billion, we'll get 1%. It's so bad. So it's coming the other direction, really understanding what is it that you are specifically identifying as the problem within perhaps a large market, a large industry segment. And then what's the solution, okay? Even if you're a first mover, there will be competition. So you have to get realistic about how much can you actually get of that. Price it, come up with a reasonable estimate, derive what your revenues would be at the end of the year, because that's what your concentric circles are. What is your revenue of this entire industry that you would actually be able to recognize every year? Okay, and obviously it slivers down. Even to the point of, well, let's just get that first customer, okay, to prove that they even have any business even presenting this kind of a slide. So that's the idea. You got to come at it from the bottoms up perspective. Derive it in Excel to support how you've arrived at this number. Of course, you're going to come the other direction, and it's going to meet hopefully nicely in the middle, okay? This is the new slide that I added in, and it really recognizing that the fundamental patterns of real success is recognizing that to be a good CEO or a good entrepreneur, you have to be a good salesperson, right? Whether you're selling your idea or you're selling your product or service. So you really need to understand this process really well, okay? Most of us get enamored with the marketing, right? The industry is growing at this rate and this kind of stuff. But you really need to know how to sell things, okay? And again, this whole slide doesn't even hit gap. This is segmenting your market. It's actually an extension of the last slide. Okay, now that I've identified this particular segment of the industry, now I'm in LinkedIn or got my data analytics tools, my Marketo, etc., my Salesforce tools that's going to drive me the list of all the contacts, all the buyers in the industry sector that you're at, producing a pipeline, okay? A pipeline. These are the first 100 customers that are going to buy your product, okay? They're very successful software tools, HubDocs, Salesforce, that build these weighted pipelines. This is a part of your financial model. You build it around how you expect to sell it, okay? Derive it. Tell us who your first 10 customers will be. Model a case study. How are you going to sell it to them? Walk through the sales process. You got to send them a brochure. You got to meet them at a conference. You've got to, how are you going to reach out? Oh, they're going to see our cool website. Whatever it is, Then you have to model a process of putting on a demo, talking to them, convincing them that there's an ROI here, which is a part of your pitch, right? Hey, you have a problem. You wouldn't be talking to me if you aren't resonating with this problem, and I have a cool solution for you. Walk them through that process, okay? Get to your numbers. At the end of the day, there'll be an embedded gross margin, which is coming up as a new slide. But then you have to, the reality of sales, not everyone's gonna buy it, okay? There will be competitors, okay? So you have to build a weighting, okay? What's the percentage probability of any one of these customers actually buying your product? Do you sell it? Is it a $10,000 solution, or is it a $25 a month SaaS solution? These kind of things. You have to model this all out, okay? So that in advance of pulling the trigger, hey, let's incorporate and put 100 grand into this thing, you know what you're gonna do. It's a best guess. It's absolutely a best guess, but you've put it down on paper and into Excel so that an investor, somebody who's aligning to come on and help you, can understand what you want to do, okay? So that's why this is actually really, really important. Again, this has nothing to do with accounting yet, okay? This is just sales analysis, okay? We haven't even hit the balance sheet or the income statement yet, okay? But this is so important. Questions before I go? I'm doing for time, too. Good? Okay. Yes?
Sorry. So my question is, do you have any tips on how to, because I feel like there's a divide for me, where you have your total addressable market, all your stuff, right? And then breaks into your serviceable. And then I have my, sort of where I model out like my marketing campaign and have my conversion rates and all, all these percentages. Is there a really clever way that you could potentially combine them into, like, because you have this funnel, and then you can even keep going in through your user journey to your paid users or whatever. Is there a way to do that? Or
you're right on it. You just need to keep like painting that picture, which is a narrative. It is a case study. Here's what we're doing, and here's the full journey, right? So I don't know if I'm directly answering your question, but you're bang on. Like you've started it, and you should carry it right through the cycle of I think it's the next slide, which converts this sale into how are you going to deliver it, what's the cost to deliver it, and then obviously they're going to pay for it, which is the collection part of it, and then it's certainly into the domain of the accountants. But yeah, you're bang on, like that's the issue. Run the model right through. I wouldn't even describe that, there's no gap for what we're talking about here. There is no model. You have to almost do it yourself. That's why the engineers are really good at it, because they've never built a mine in this particular geography, or a biotech company that's never built this molecule for this therapeutic application, right? So that's where you have to know the industry. You have to know the problem, and you have to know what your solution is. And you're building, even in our template, which we'll send to everyone, the sales model is a blank sheet. Okay? It is your narrative. It is the interesting part of your story. It becomes what will make your submission to the competition much, much better than what I have seen over the years, which tends to be not really focused on the business model. Like, how do we do all these things and ultimately make money? I don't know. You're going to ask me more questions later. I don't know if I nailed that one for you, but I will carry on for the sake of time. But here's the extension of that question, which is, okay, now we've gotten the opportunity, we've gotten someone who sent us a purchase order. Yeah, I want to buy your $10,000 whatever it is, right? Okay? Then we haven't done anything on the financial statements. We haven't entered it into QuickBooks yet. This is a sales order. Woohoo! Now what do we do? Okay? Then we have to do what's called revenue. And sales and revenue, those are almost always confused, because just because you sold it, it isn't revenue. You have to deliver it. Sometimes, like in SaaS situations, it's virtually the same moment, right? I bought a non-refundable monthly subscription to something. If I bought it on the first day of the month, is it revenue? $25 subscription, non-refundable. Is it revenue on the first day of the month? Really? It's not revenue until you deliver it. You got to wait till the end of the month, even though it's non-refundable. Okay, because you haven't delivered it yet. Okay, there's a little bit of a nuance to that. Okay, and again, I spent my time in revenue recognition south of the border under US GAAP, where it's like very specific rules. It can get very complicated. But so that's why I use this as a little bit more of a thinking moment. You have to think, and it's not even an accountant. Like sometimes maybe an accountant would have answered exactly the same way, because they haven't really thought about, and that's, I'm trying to make a point. You actually have to deliver it, okay? Even if it was refundable, right? Because who knows, like day 2, iOS upgrades, and you don't support it, the customer has no ability to change the source code, they file a lawsuit, and they get their $25 back. Right? This is a crazy narrative, but in certain circumstances, you didn't deliver it, okay? And they would have a legally binding ability to get it back, so it's true. Okay, so I'm just using these maybe exaggerated examples to just get you guys thinking, really, what's going on here? We're delivering it just because we sent out an invoice, and we may send out an invoice that includes a retainer. It's not revenue, okay? We have to deliver something, okay? And it may get complicated. There might be some services in there, might be some software, might be some hardware. It does get complicated, and that's where you will want to talk to an accountant. But anyway, it's more of this narrative, like you really understand that, okay, just because we sold it, now we got to deliver it. We have other metrics that we'll get into. Hopefully the customer is really satisfied, right? These are other important things that are applicable. Because yeah, just because we collected the money, there might be other issues. They hate your product, and now they're going to social media, and you're, so then you have to have the whole story put together. Okay, and don't pitch dreams. I added that in there too, which is again the marketing story. Okay, if we build it, they'll just come. Don't worry about it. You know, you're an investor. I trust you. You know, you just trust me. I know the industry. I learned over the years from like the Volkers of the world who are like this. You need the full story. You really need to dig in and understand some of this stuff. Because yeah, we've seen enough, or seen a lot of deals where you can see that if some of these foundational issues aren't truly resolved, then you're missing a fundamental piece, okay? Any question, and I'll also use this one, it's just like, please sell something early and fast, even if it's services, because you really, I don't know, you can't see it very well, but it says, if you don't win here, you won't win here, there. So that's the point. Just sell it, run the full cycle, prove that you can do what you think you can do early and fast. This will be so much more supportable in your presentation materials, okay? Questions?
We have a question on Slido that says, what are the biggest differences in this process for a DTC or e-commerce business?
Biggest difference for, sorry? Direct to and e-commerce businesses. Okay, so the direct to consumer businesses, so that's like delivering, right? Like what are you delivering? So it really comes down to what are they actually buying? Like if it's a physical product, okay, then you get the sales order, okay, even if it's online through Shopify, you still have to physically deliver the product to the customer before you can get revenue recognition, okay? So you maybe even have backlog, right? Like MetaOptim, CFO for MetaOptim, we sell devices as well as software. So they would order through our online portal, through Shopify, but then we'd have to physically deliver the mole scopes, okay? So that's a perfect example. So the insurance carrier, you can get revenue recognition when you ship it if it's insured, right? So that's, again, an accounting lesson of, well, when do you get recognition? Is it the day it goes out of your warehouse, or is it when it's received by the customer? usually on a physical product when they receive it. But if it's insured, it's as good as delivered most of the time. Yes?
So if you haven't delivered yet, but the customer has made the payments, is that a receivable on your books?
Yes. Well, no, it's okay, yeah, it's basically a prepayment. It's basically prepaid. So what will typically happen if they pay in advance, it is basically exactly that. It's a retainer. It's a liability. Then you ship it, okay? Most of the time, this is done ideally in real time. Or if you're not overlapping a month end or anything of that nature, practically speaking, this often happens without the necessity of setting this up, right? But that's the reality. It's not really revenue until the customer's received it. If it was software, however, you're not really delivering anything, right? That's why the whole world moved from software, deliverable, executable software, downloadable software, to SaaS. I'd be the first one to say accountants were big fans of that because it's so much easier to account for instead of creating deferred revenue, which is a liability, and amortizing it over time, which is back to the point of that 1 month scenario. It's not revenue until it's derived. Maybe you buy an annual license because it gets complicated. And I could go on, but it's more like getting you guys thinking around what are my issues? Do I have a complicated delivery process? What am I doing? Am I providing services? Do I have to go in and install something? Do I provide a money-back guarantee? Some of these other things that may make it more compelling that people will buy your product. You need to understand what the implications to your business are. Okay? Margins. This is the one that's probably the most important. Okay? This is like, how do you actually make money? Whenever you deliver something, services, products, software solutions, medical devices, whatever it is, how much money do you make for each one that you deliver? Okay? You have to know this really well. And this is the one that usually gets the investors most enthusiastic. It's like, hey, there's a problem, there's no competitive. This is the comparative price point for something like this. It's a $100,000 solution. We can get it done for $20,000, right? This huge $80,000 margin. This is what usually gets people enthusiastic, that you've got a foundational business model, primarily because you've built something with some intellectual property that's patentable and that nobody else could come in here and take it. And in the meantime, until your patent lapses, you can take these really nice margins. Okay, so that's like the perfect tech story. You've protected your IP, you've developed something that's novel and new, you can protect it, you can sell it at a premium, people will pay you for it for all the reasons we just went through, and that at the end of the day, you're gonna make a lot of money, okay? And that the investors are gonna benefit from you making a lot of gross margin on everything you sell. Okay, so this one is the most important. Over the years, I'm waiting for a more elegant pitch than I was a CFO for Matza Innovation, and I always loved the pitch that we came up with this one because it was a complicated technology. Okay, it was proprietary technology that involved using water to extract phytochemicals from plants. And then we realized early on, there's a very simple way to articulate the value here. We could buy cranberry pomace, which is pomace, or the cranberries that after they've juiced it, which is the primary use of cranberries, is juicing them, and it would be left over with this pomace. So like similar to an apple, all the really good stuff is in the skin, okay? So cranberries, we could buy a ton, you can't see it, a ton of cranberry pomace for $1,000, okay? And then we put it through this water-based proprietary extractor. It was an expensive extractor, but with power, water, a little bit of labor, we could produce 42 kilograms of 8% proanthocyanidin, okay? This is the bioactive ingredient why we drink cranberry juice when we have urinary tract infections. This is the particularly healthy compound in cranberries that would sell for $11,000. Okay? Take a $1,000, pallet full of otherwise going to be thrown out or at best used for dog food, put it through our process, then sell it for dog food, extract all the super healthy stuff out of the skins left over from the juicing, and sell it for $11,000. That is really, really interesting business model, right? So get it simple like that, okay? Yes, we could do it on hundreds, if not thousands of other plant varieties, but that gets the point across, okay? That's what you need to do. Great case study. Bingo. Everybody will get it. Then you have to back it up with your numbers, okay? Any questions? Okay. KPIs, okay? So what else? Like, what other numbers? That's a little bit of this exercise. What are your numbers? What's the head count in your company? What are your social media metrics? These are little things that you can do early on that will substantiate the potential for all the other numbers that will come, okay? Customer acquisition costs, CAC. These are terms you're gonna need to understand, okay? Getting a customer, they don't all just flood to you just because you have a website, an SEO, and a Google search set up. You actually have to understand how much it's gonna cost to get to those customers. And this becomes a foundation of your business model. Customer satisfaction statistics, okay? Just because you've delivered it and you're like, woot, woot, we're gonna be able to sell this to 1 million people. 30 days later, you're like, this software's terrible, blah, 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 blah. So you need to understand this. You gotta analyze it, you gotta understand it, you gotta be transparent about it, these kind of things, okay? Which correlates to churn. Another term, again, if you're mostly looking at software solutions, or practically it applies to anything, it's like we were your customer, but we aren't anymore, okay? That's something you have to monitor very closely. Renewal rates, right? Am I gonna buy it again? Okay, it's the even more compelling, hey, we're onto something. Not only did they sign up for it or buy it once, but they're gonna buy it again. Okay, that's what you want, okay? And this correlates to values, creation, supports your numbers, lifetime value, break-even points, okay? Your investors want to know when you're going to break even, okay? Because this is just all in Excel right now. You need $1 million to actually do this. When do you actually break even? Like when do you start to have the revenues covering all your expenses, right? This correlates to other things. Use of capital, how much money do you need to build it? When do you run out of money? When is your break-even point at? And this becomes the foundation of some important key performance indicators, okay, that will support your narrative. Any quick questions on this one? Okay. This is the last one before we quickly go through the financial statements. But valuation, why are we doing all this? Okay, well, this actually becomes the basis for around how you will support your valuation. Okay, because I'm going to ask, well, what's the value of my company all the time? Here's my financial statements. At the end of the day, it's a combination of all this kind of narrative. And it's at the eyes and perspective of that investor looking you across the table. They might think your business is worth very little. Somebody else who may better understand the potential may think your business is considerably higher. If you go down to the valley where I worked, I think at Luma's site, we raised, I don't know, maybe $12.5 million in early rounds. It's a totally different world down there. In Canada, we have to bootstrap these businesses. You have to recognize perhaps that you need to do this the way we've outlined here. In Excel, building it one stage at a time, take smaller checks in. The valuation will correspond to that. And it's really the expected net present value of all your future cash flows. It's as simple as how you value a bond, okay? It is what you think today, back to the question of who knows what's going to happen in 6 years. The best estimate of how much cash flow you will generate. So subtracting the invested capital till the point you're break even and now you're making money, how big does that become? Derive a net present value back based on the risk factor okay? Which in perpetuity is like divide by your percentage risk factor. That will derive your current value. Without a financial model, you have no way to produce an expected cash flow. So that's why you need to do this. This becomes the backup for the kind of last piece of your story, which is based on this plan, based on these financial models, this is the basis for which I think the value is, okay? Recognizing that, yeah, anyone you talk to will be like, no, your business is way less, or way more, who knows, okay?
How do you assess your risk? How do you assess your risk and what will be the function?
How good your story is. What's your background? Are you like a PhD from Johns Hopkins who's got amazing domain area expertise and contacts in some specific areas onto a real cool medical application that nobody else? Like, how compelling is the story that de-risks your financial model? It says, okay, based on your credentials, how compelling your story is.
Also, industries that will have more risk and less risk.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's trends. I would say another problem in Canada is we jump on bandwagons. Cannabis, everybody's going to pay millions of dollars. It's an industry story. That's why it's like, those industry stories don't fly anymore. We're starting to figure it out. That just jumping on the next bandwagon and thinking you're just going to get 1% of it just doesn't work. We're all going to lose our shirts. So it's like, what's next? AI, cannabis, psilocybins, whatever. It's like the flavor of the day. Don't get stuck into that. If you have some expertise, go for it, but do your homework, okay? Do all of this, to answer your question, to de-risk the perception of what the return will be. Because today as an investor, I can put it into a T-bill that has zero risk, and I'm going to get my whatever it is today, like 4%. It's better than it has been, but versus investing in your business, it could be hugely profitable, but could be zero at some stage. Yes?
We've got a question that says, do investors look at the gross margin with the same eye as free cash flow?
They should. Yeah, I mean, you can't get to free cash flow without really understanding the margin, right? That's why it's like horse and cart. That's why the last piece that we're going to look at is the financial statements. All the rest of this is foundational to arriving at an estimate of what the numbers will look like. So that answer is quite easy. It's like you have to know the gross margin. And the gross margin may change over time. It may be foundational to your strategy, and we'll look at how that looks like on this next slide. But yes, gross margin's key. Okay, this is a little bit hard to see, but you get the idea. And this is what I think how we used to present it was more like we start here. These are the financial statements, okay? What at the end of the day is this actually producing? And I've done it in a way that actually makes what you might typically see if you've ever filed a tax return or seen how it looks in QuickBooks, which is really accounting software is designed just to produce a tax return. All of the interesting stuff is way up here. Your stuff for the tax return is embedded in this functional P&L down here, okay? This is what the investors want to understand. When are you selling your stuff and when? How much gross margin, right? So we got primary offering 1. This is your first product offering. You've got another product offering, and I'm a huge enthusiast around services, which you can do that early and fast, just to show that you actually have some expertise and someone's willing to pay you for that capability, even before you brought something to market. Okay? And then it all scales up, right? Like this is the best estimate because we actually have no idea, but it's backed by all the marketing narrative. Your amazing plan that you put together for New Ventures BC is a very interesting TED Talk-like story that's like, wow, you really know what you're doing. Sounds like a great idea. And that's where if you get into the conversations, it's like, oh, I can help you with this. I can help you with that. That's where you get good investors who are like not only putting money in, but helping you de-risk your own story or embellishing, hey, if you did this, this may be even better. But this is how it looks at the end of the day, okay? And it has to make sense based on all the written section. And in fact, it should weave into your written section. And you may take lower margins, 10%, 25, 40, 50, early on, because you're maybe like disrupting a market. You want to come in and prove the product is good, and you don't want the customer to be pandering to, oh, your product is too expensive. You want some early clients, hey, that sometimes become your investors, and in some cases, I can think of one of my clients, they buy you for a nice multiple really quickly. So you need a strategy. Okay, and in this case, it's like, oh, there's competitors, but we got a better product. We're going to come into the market. We think our numbers are better. These are projections, right? They're best estimates. You could have, best case scenario, worst case scenario, best case scenario. Or sorry, our best guess scenario, okay? And having those kind of variable perspectives will be helpful and viewed well by investors, okay? And then you have a functional P&L, R&D, operations, not payroll. Payroll is everybody, but what are you spending your money on? Are you spending it on marketing? Are you spending it on R&D? Are you spending, what are you doing? So you need to quickly move out of a, practical P&L into a functional P&L by department, okay? Then you can see where you're spending the money. More marketing, more sales. It starts to actually make a really compelling story. Yes, we lose money. That's why you need investment. But you're in it for this. Free cash flow. Yeah, it'll derive. It pulls out and it runs in perpetuity. This is a company. It'll live on well past your demise, right? So that's the future benefit, okay? But hopefully you get bought here or here. Okay, the other one, how's my time doing? Okay, real quick then. Balance sheet, this is often neglected, but this is actually super important. It doesn't have to be even more complicated than this. How much cash do I have in the bank? I should have done it with 0 at the beginning, okay? Right now, haven't even started it. But you need to then predict, which correlates back to that P&L analysis. When do we need money? Okay, we go over to Faskins, we incorporate a company, we got $100 of share capital. You as a founder put a shareholder loan in for 10 grand or whatever it is, and you start. Okay, payables, hire an employee, okay, and you build out your business, and then it reshapes. Okay, you run out of cash in May. Oh, better deal with that. Okay. So this becomes a framework to which you're not only giving the high-level P&L performance, but practicality of running a business, okay? Cash flow, right? When do you run out of cash? Are you losing money? We better put a loan in here. Now we got a good story. Let's go raise $500,000 here. Oh, that gives us, we can pay down some of our shareholders. This is the runway. The modeling of your cash position, this is what the investors want to see. Cash at the end of the day. Okay? It looks complicated, but it's not actually that complicated. That's it for my presentation. I will leave a few things here. Keep it simple, stupid. My old accounting prof from UBC used to say it, and it certainly resonates however many years later. Enlighten the judges. Make an interesting story. Pull the numbers into it, and it will be even that better. Go look at a public company on Edgar or CEDAR in your industry. Look at their financials. Read their MD&A. You'll get an interesting story and flavor for the industry. Know your metrics. Know your numbers. And you'll see tremendous success. Okay? You'll have a hockey stick. At the end of the day, you'll all have the same thing. They'll all look exactly the same. It's meaningless without all the rest of the narrative that we talked about today. Good luck, everybody. Any questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is regarding the valuation of the company, because we all, at the end of the day, we use these numbers to evaluate the company. So how you approach this? Is this like a simple DCF model, or And if that's the case, how you actually come up with the discount rates, because those are all the lots of uncertainty. It's different from the same company.
Yeah, valuation is an extremely hard topic in my mind. And there's chartered business valuators, typically accountants, who will be hired to take your cash flow model and run it through and do a full industry risk analysis. So having that model that we're just produced here, these financial statements will be the foundation of how a professional valuation would be done. Whether there's any merit in that is very dependent upon the perspective of the investor. To the point that was raised earlier, we don't know what's going to happen in 5 years, okay? As well as the investor has a different lens on what your business is. They may know already a whole bunch of competitors. They may have already invested in something very similar to what you've done, and it died. So this is always a really, really tricky thing for young entrepreneurs to understand where the investors are coming from, and I think you're going to hear more about that later. But from my perspective, I'm more passionate about building the business. You'll get your valuations when you prove out that you're actually doing it right. I think on one of my early investments, I set the valuation too high. And I was like, oh, I retroactively lowered it dramatically, thankfully. Because if you're too enamored with your own great idea, you set your valuation too high, that's great until you need to raise your next round. Okay, and then everyone's like, no, I'm not giving you that value. And then on the street, oh, they're in a down round. Who wants to invest in a down round company? Set your values lower. Okay, just raise less money, do it incrementally. Build your value by proving you can do it. Okay, give up the value give the value up incrementally over time. That's more of a Canadian model, which is not like, hey, we got so much money, we don't know what to do with it, we'll throw it at anything, which is a little bit of the American model, I will say. I can tell you some stories, or even in the public space. It's more like just chuck money at it and hope the heck it works. That's not how you build a good Canadian startup company. You do it like many of these companies that I've seen, incrementally. Just the right value, perhaps a little, give money to the investors, convince them, hey, we're gonna make money. And if you're looking across the table, you want them to know. No one wants to invest in something that is at the market. Everyone wants to invest in a bargain, right? So yeah, that's not a great answer, but it's not easy to formulate what that is. And you'll run into an investor, and you should look for them, who you'll know right away, because they'll have the know-how to take your idea and make it much better, de-risk it, introduce other things. You want them to come in at a lower value, because they could be strategic to your long-term success. You want to look for those kind of investors. And you don't want to haggle with those too much. Like, you want to get a fair value, but it's more important as the CFO to get a check in the bank so we can make payroll, et cetera, and we can actually run the business. Okay?
All right, we'll have to stop it there. But Sean, you'll hang around for a few minutes.
Oh, I will, for sure, yeah.
So thank you very much, Sean.
Awesome. Angie, thanks again for having me, and everyone, thanks for being here. I give all of you so much kudos for participating in the New Ventures VC program. Angie mentioned already, but we had a chance to go through the program a couple of years back. We're fortunate to make the top 10 and had an incredible experience. I've actually also gone through it for another startup that I built and had a great experience for that company as well. It helps you accelerate, really crystallize your business plan, and understand how to share about your business in a compelling way. So good for all of you for being here, and hope you're getting a ton of value out of today's content. So as Angie mentioned, my name is Brianna Blaney, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Pocketed. And building a business is really hard. And one of the biggest barriers that I've personally experienced as an entrepreneur is capital. How do I get enough money to grow, to hire, to achieve my goals, to keep scaling the business? And, we all know that money is one of the key reasons that businesses ultimately fail. One of many, but a key reason for sure. And that's why we built Pocketed. So I'll certainly tell you a little bit more about the platform and our business. But before that, I really want to give you an overview and an understanding of what grants look like in Canada. So for any of you who are maybe newer to grants, there's about $5.9 billion a year in grants, tax credits, and incentives for small businesses and startups. That's literally every year. That doesn't include things like COVID funding that of course gave a huge boon to funding. But there is so much money out there for all types of businesses. Roughly 50% of that amount, about $3 billion, is distributed through one program that you've probably heard of called Scientific Research and Experimental Development, or SR&ED, or SHRED, as it's often called. The other 50%, so roughly $3 billion, is distributed through hundreds up to thousands of individual grant programs at a time. And that is what makes grants in particular so hard. They come, they go, they change. But my goodness, when you find a way to leverage them, they are powerful and helping to accelerate your growth. As a founder, I can speak to that personally. Angie alluded already to our own experience with this. We've accessed over $1 million in non-dilutive funding, at least as much as we've raised in equity funding, actually in reflection. And at one point, 95% of our payroll was covered by grants. Pocketed would not exist today if it wasn't for grant funding and Canada's incredible infrastructure around non-dilutive, again, grants, tax credits, and incentives. We are not going to talk IRAP today in my part of the presentation because Cynthia is going to do a way better job of that than I could possibly do justice for. But what I do want to share as well is that grant funding is for all types of businesses. A common misconception is that it's only for technology companies, and it's not. That being said, most funding in Canada operates on a project basis more than a company basis. So what I mean by that is it's not just about your business being eligible, it's also about the activities that you're doing in your business and those being eligible. There's layers to eligibility in grants. So when you're considering which programs to pursue, you need to think about, is my business eligible? Is the program, project, initiative person that I'm trying to hire eligible for the grant? And then equally, if not most importantly, is it relevant for my business? It can appear to be the most perfect grant, but if it's not relevant for how you're growing, scaling, investing in your business, it does not necessarily make sense to pursue it right then and there. Again, there are thousands of programs over the course of a year. So if a program isn't the right fit for you today, there still will be opportunities for you down the road. So don't get caught in that trap of, oh my gosh, I do it now, or I'm never going to get money. Yes, you may miss out on certain programs, but it has to be the right fit for your business. So in general, the government distributes funding to drive their goals. So when you think about that, the government wants to boost job creation, innovation, export. And what we saw in the most recent budget was a ton of focus on the green economy. The 6 key categories of funding are capital expenditures, hiring, research and development or innovation. It's a huge part of IRAP, training, upskilling your team, exporting beyond Canada, and then again, sustainability or green economy. So this is the broad range of what funding in Canada looks like and the types of activities that it funds. So why do we love government funding and grant funding so much? Well, it doesn't take equity in your business. So you're not giving up any ownership, which is powerful and important when you're building a business. Non-debt means that you're not paying back those funds. I will asterisk that with there are a number of government programs that are incredible that actually are debt and not just a grant, so they are repayable, but at things like 0% interest rates for 5 years, which in today's economy, in today's interest rate world, is still incredibly valuable for you as founders when it gets to that stage. And then picking your projects, which means you have flexibility. It can align with what you're prioritizing and growing in your business. So there's a lot of things that make grants really, really powerful. One of the things that we got wrong in Pocketed when we started building it 2 years ago was really not taking the time to understand or maybe missing the mark a little bit on who our ideal customer was. It's probably something you all can relate to in some ways. And what I mean by that is every company is eligible for grants in some way. We do still believe that to be true, but there are definitely stages of your company when you are a better fit for grants. So when we know you are really grant ready is when you're incorporated, you have access to capital, and you either have employees on payroll or you are willing to put employees on payroll. And the reason for that being that when you're unincorporated, I'll give you an example. We know from our platform, so our platform matches you with all the eligible funding programs in Canada based on your business profile. If you're not incorporated, on average, you'll match with 17 programs. If you are incorporated, you'll match with an average of 77. So a significant difference if you're an incorporated company. Access to capital matters, whether it's revenue, cash flow, debt, equity investments from investors, whatever it may be, bootstrapping, which we did in the early days. It matters a lot because most programs in Canada require matching funds or they work on a reimbursement model, which means that even if you're given $50,000 and it covers 100% of the costs that grant agreed to cover, you still need to be able to spend the money and have the cash flow to do that before the grant will pay you back. So it's really important that you have access to capital. And as I would say, one of the biggest frustrations that we see with earlier stage companies is you have an incredible idea. You have some early traction. You just need a little bit of access to capital so you can make your next hire, accelerate your growth. And it can be such a stuck point for you if you don't have access to capital. So flagging it right away as it is a requirement. And then T4 employees are being willing to hire. Many programs, even if they are related to research and development or export, will fund activities through wage subsidies. I'm sure Cynthia will cover that as well, but access or having T4 employees or being willing to add them is really important for grant funding in our structure here in Canada. Really high potential companies, when you're in an amazing sweet spot for grants, is if you meet any of these criteria. So think about it again like a layer. The more of these that are true for you, the more funding you're going to be able to access. So again, if you're growing and evolving, if you're hiring, you're digitizing, you're expanding, again, outside of Canada, if you're doing research, whatever it is, if you're growing and evolving, that's a great sweet spot to be looking for funding. Priority industries include clean tech, agriculture, life sciences, technology, of course, and many of you are probably in at least one of those categories. And then that ESG focus, again, this relates back to the government priority around the green economy. So again, we built Pocketed to help make this whole process of finding and successfully accessing grant funding simpler and more successful for all of you as founders. You are busy building innovative companies, and it can be really hard to stay on top of grants with how fast they change. Quite literally, programs can change day to day. New programs are launched every day. Our database updates every single day. You might have a program that said it was going to be open until, mid-September, but it's closing in July and you've got 24 hours notice. So it's important to have immediate access to this information. And it's a big part of what Pocketed does for you. So when you create your account, you're automatically matched with those eligible programs, and it gets you one leg up on having to search through the depths of Google. And one of the big four accounting firms said no one's ever going to find all of the programs on their own. So certainly take advantage of the tools and resources that are available to you. So again, this is the process and the workflow. When you do identify programs, our team can certainly help you submit successful applications. So we can help you full cycle, or you can submit on your own. And when you're early stage, depending on the grants that you're going after, I encourage you to submit on your own. Take a stab at it in many cases, because for you to retain 100% of those funds is really meaningful when you're in your early days. And we lived that. We lived through it. We got lots wrong. So we're always happy to share those insights and do directly in our platform as well. I want to walk you through a couple of very specific situation analyses, because I think grants can seem like this ambiguous thing. So let's make it tangible. So the first situation analysis that I want to go over is, let's talk about a pre-seed company. Pre-revenue, under $100,000 in revenue. You're self-funded. You've maybe raised a small friends and family round. You're largely a team of founders, but definitely under 10 employees. And your key priorities are, how do I hire more people to help us accelerate this product development and get this to market? How do we do more of this research and development to get our product where it needs to be? How do we market? And then what are some other types of funding that we can be going after? So if you're in this position and you're looking at funding for hiring, there are so many programs that you want to consider. We've highlighted a few here for you. MyTax, which is great for academic collaborations. SWIP, which is student work placement program, will fund your summer interns or your student interns 3 times a year, between $5,000 and $7,000 per. DS4Y, Digital Skills for Youth, will help you hire anyone under the age of 30 that's a Canadian citizen, PR, or refugee in a digitally focused role. And depending on the funding agent that you work with, can fund up to $24,000 per, plus give you a stipend for training. So an incredible program, both to competitively retain talent because you're offering training, but also to subsidize their wages for 6 months. Canada Summer Jobs, Advanced Pathways, sorry, that should have been its own bullet, which helps you access highly skilled international talent as they come into Canada. And then lots of provincial wage subsidies. In BC, there's, BC Tech has the Digital Lift program, Work BC wage subsidies, so many programs. And what's beautiful is when you look at this, you can actually stack federal and provincial programs. So if you're in a position where cash is tight, and look, when is it not tight when you're building a small business or a startup, especially early days, stacking programs that you're funding 100% of wages makes a huge difference for your runway. So we encourage you to look into that as well. Research and development, SHRED is one that you should be looking at always. It's a tax credit, it's an entitlement. It's one of the things that we love about it, meaning that if you are eligible and your program is eligible, it's an entitlement. It's not competitive the way grants are. IRAP, which again, Cynthia is going to cover in depth today. Business scale up and productivity, depending on your stage, that may or may not make sense. Jobs and Growth Fund might make more sense first, and they are actually debt. And then Strategic Innovation Fund. So there's tons of programs. Marketing, if you have at least $30,000 in revenue, you want to look at the CDAP program. it'll give you $2,400 to spend on securing software for your business, for example, to accelerate digital commerce for your organization. And then competitions, awards, accelerators, and incubators. One of the unknown things that I love about accelerators and incubators in Canada is many of them will give you grants and they don't necessarily take equity. So, there's lots of well-known programs down in the States, Techstars being one, that will do investments in your company in exchange for equity. In Canada, some of the accelerators, entrepreneurship at UBC, for example, is one accelerator, and they do provide grants, and they don't take equity and they're not repayable. And that's a great way for you to get access to like true startup funds, which are hard to find because so many programs in Canada are directly related to an activity that you're doing in your business. So that's a very specific situation analysis. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go into the Series A company one. Instead, I would like to spotlight a handful of programs that are probably relevant for many of you in the room. So again, digitization, that $2,400 for e-commerce related spend, it can help you buy software, advance just e-commerce functionality for your business. The student work placement program, $5,000 to $7,000 per hire. And there's 3 cycles a year, which we love. So if you have a student that remains a student, you can often fund that same person year over year. We have some students that we've funded through this program now for 4 or 5 terms. So it's a great way for you to have people that aren't necessarily just in and out of your business. When you are at a place where you have enough revenue over $100,000, Can Export SMEs is great. They'll literally pay for you to attend trade shows in international markets, which is incredible, as well as do business development and marketing translation and tons of different initiatives that relate to your ability to expand outside of Canada. We'll end with a handful of important considerations. Again, I already talked about this, but not to belabor it too much, but grants really do fund projects, not just your business. So consider all layers of that eligibility and the relevance for your business when you're considering which programs to pursue. Plan ahead. Grants are not an on-demand funding solution. They're not. We see folks walk in, they look for a program that meets their needs exactly in that second today. They want the money today, and that's just really not how most grants work. Occasionally, you'll find a unicorn program that does, but they need to be part of your funding strategy. You need to plan ahead. What we mean by that is you should be looking at grants when you're doing your annual planning. You should be looking at grants when you're doing your workforce planning, your hiring plan for the year. You should be looking at grants at least once a quarter, if not more regularly, as well as anytime you achieve a key milestone in your business. You're launching a new product. You've achieved a new revenue threshold. You've achieved a new headcount threshold. Anytime you're achieving a milestone in your business, you absolutely want to be considering and looking at other types of funding that will help to accelerate your evolution in that area. And this is a really important one. And as a founder, I have to tell you, please access all the money. We often have founders come to us, and I'm a female founder. We'll often have female founders come to us as an example and say, what grants should I be looking at for female founders? And the sad answer to that specific question is that less than 2% of grants in Canada are just for female founders. So what we want to see you doing is access all the money. Recognize that some of those demographic variables will provide you with priority access to programs. Yes, there will be a handful that are specific to certain demographic identifiers for you, but go after all the money. Don't just limit yourself to, in my world, the woman money, for example. Look at all of it. Exhaust your options because there's so much money to be had. Look at how it fits strategically as part of your roadmap and where it can fit in your business plan to help accelerate your growth. So Angie, I'm going to end off with like 1 or 2 examples quickly. So I'll show you Miriam. She secured $28,000 with Pocketed. That's a very reasonable goal to achieve. Another client of ours, actually a counseling firm. This is more. She's gotten another almost $100,000 in the last 2 weeks, but over $190,000 in 6 months working with Pocketed. So it's a huge way for you to be able to grow and scale your business with capital that doesn't dilute, that you don't have to repay, and that is accessible to you even when you maybe don't have significant collateral to put up in your business. So there's a ton of money out there. And I hope that all of you leave here today with an understanding of how you can take a step forward in going and getting access to some of that capital. So please, if you do have questions, share them in the Slido. I'm happy, Angie, to answer them now. I'm also happy to wait until after Cynthia's presentation because I anticipate there could be some questions that are answered by her. And if anyone's interested, you are welcome to create a Pocketed account. So hellopocketed.io. If you use the referral code NVBC April 2023, it will provide you with a 40% discount on your subscription.
Awesome. Thank you, Brianna.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of questions about Pocketed, so I'll leave those for now, just because we are out of time. But I wanted some more general questions. But yeah, the referral code is there to learn more. But one question was, what's the average turnaround time of the grant cycle?
Really good question. So for small grants, there are grants that range from like $2,000 all the way up to multi-million-dollar, like $10+ million grants. So there's a really broad spectrum. When you consider the question of like how much effort, the timeline, the review process, the reimbursement timeline, et cetera, it often does correlate with the value of the grant. Not always, but as a kind of a rule of thumb. So for example, if you're going after a student work placement program grant, which is that $5,000 to $7,000 to hire a student, many of the programs will commit to getting back to you within 7 business days of submitting your application. So it can be really quick. You would then not receive payment from that grant, even after you were approved. You would then hire the student, pay their payroll, and depending on which funder you go through, you may receive some funding up front, you may receive some funding at the halfway point, or you may only receive all of it at the end. And generally speaking, there are about 30 to 60 days after that program concludes that you can expect to receive the money.
Okay, great. Let me just look here. This is a kind of a Pocketed related question. Do you help during the application process as well, in preparing docs and requirements, or are you more of a connector to the grants?
Yeah, great question. So we do both. So we do full cycle. We have our intelligent matching platform and funding solution. So we do have a team of grant specialists that will actually take your application all the way through. We are a software first company, so we absolutely do lead with technology enabled solutions on the grant writing side, which for us allows you to access solutions at a much more cost effective rate and at a different cadence and pace than you would expect to receive elsewhere.
Okay, and Pocket isn't just for tech companies. You work with like e-commerce companies, others. It's all there, right? Okay.
We work with everything. So Pocketed has over 10,000 companies that use our platform today. We also have an enterprise version that powers Big Four accounting firms, other accounting firms, grant writing firms, et cetera, so that they can help their own customers access capital. But for all of you in the room, the most relevant solution is our Pocketed platform. And again, that's a place for you to come and access all of the funding in one place, be able to very quickly at a glance navigate which programs make the most sense for you, and then absolutely loop in our team to support you with your application, whether it's the whole application or just reviewing what you've already drafted. And we're always available and eager to support.
Okay, last question, and you touched on this briefly. Almost all wage subsidies are partial. Can I use or combine, or the fancy term is stack, multiple grants to cover 100% of the wage?
Absolutely, you can, if the right programs are currently open and accepting applications. So a good example for you would be a student work placement program is a federal program. You can stack that with a provincial program like BC Tech's Digital Lift program to fund 100% of your students' wages.
So it's possible, not always, but it can be possible.
Okay, so thanks very much. So further to what Brianna's introduction more generally of government, provincial, federal, other institutional money that may be available, I'm focusing specifically on IRAP. Part of the National Research Council, the Industrial Research Assistance Program. Everybody calls it IRAP. It's been around for 75 years. The only thing older than us is income tax. We're from the government, and we're here to help. So lesson number 1, don't rely on the visual contrast in your slides to communicate things. Dark stuff on darker background, bad choice, Cynthia. The key point, this is a little dot map of Canada, and the lighter dots are showing you the distribution of NRC facility and IRAP offices. We are coast to coast. We're a national organization. We do tend to divide things regionally. There's BC, there's prairies, there's Ontario. It makes a certain amount of sense where you incorporate, where you do business. A little bit of sort of the background, the high level stuff. But the number 1 mandate of IRAP is to stimulate wealth creation for Canada. This is through innovation. Innovation covers a lot of different things. It doesn't just mean invent the widget. There's a lot of different ways to innovate. Some things will fit into things that IRAP may be able to contribute financially to, other things don't. We want to accelerate the growth of companies and have impact. That's fine. The other 2 are going to take care of that. But those are the 2 big things, the wealth creation, the accelerate the growth. When you add them together, they give you what's called benefits to Canada. You will hear this again and again. 75 years running, $460 million been put into companies, either direct or indirect through a bunch of different program instruments. Over 9,000 companies, and this is the last year, over 9,000 companies received IRAP resources. Not all of that was money, and in fact, the majority of it is not. So we don't just hand out checks. It's actually advisory services is our bread and butter and what we spend more time doing. But we do support jobs directly, 16,000 of them running. 2,200 youth internships are supported. And we also work with all those other government departments, the CIF, the ISED, when they have technical assessments. So you're never going to escape your ITA. Even if you go to other programs, we're still hanging around. We will sometimes work provincially as well as federally. The core of the program, when we deliver it, there are ITAs. I am one of them, Industrial Technology Advisor. All of us, I've got 260 of my best friends behind me, and we come to our jobs with, as I said, 20 plus years of industry experience in all technical areas. People have been CEOs, they've built, bought, and sold companies. Sometimes they've crashed them into the ground. Some of them bring to the table an accounting background in addition to their PhD, or an MBA with their qualifications. I'm a patent agent in addition to being a PhD as a research scientist. So there's enormous amounts of experience, not just I need money, but what did you do when it looked like this? And you can learn a lot when somebody's seen it happen 15 times and seen the same mistake made 15 times. And you can have a conversation with them and they can say, hey, don't do this, otherwise you're going to be number 16. Usually that's not good. So anytime you get a chance to pick somebody's brain and say, okay, what's this look like and how do I not mess this up? Or what is this new situation like? Advice is critical. And sometimes the information is worth more than the money. And that's a critical factor. It is a one-to-one relationship, and this is unique amongst government programs. Your company will have an ITA. They're part of your team, and you want to think about it that way. Sometimes people in your team will tell you no, or not yet, or they'll give you alternatives, and that's okay too. But that interaction is critical, and if I'm working with an ag tech company, I'm growing plants, they're doing what they do, for example, and they've got an AI solution. I don't know AI. That's not what I do. But I have friends who do. I bring them to the table. And I can get that expertise, who people who've bought and sold businesses in that space, worked with that tech. It's a critical factor. We're industry agnostic. So this is a little bit of a sales pitch. You can see the ICT is a huge proportion just in terms of numbers. Not necessarily dollars invested, but numbers of companies. Part of that has to do with just the volume of the industry, the ease of setting it up. It's easier to set up, 3 guys and an idea for an ICT program doing some software development than building an aerospace technology company. So it tells you a bit of difference. Company size. This is actually critical if you start looking at a slice of what represents the Canadian economy. So most of these companies are quite small. Less than 10 people. We do work with some larger ones, but a lot of the ones are small when they start. And so this is the math that mattered. This is what IRAP seeks to do. Wealth creation for Canada, accelerate the growth, sell more, build more, do more, increase the value of your organization, drive your technology, more R&D, better products, whatever it happens to be, solve somebody's problem better. And this gives the benefits to Canada. This math matters, and so when it comes time to start talking about how IRAP might support a project with financial resources, this math is on the front page. This math comes from your financial statements that Sean talked about earlier. You don't have to know all the numbers. I fully expect that nobody predicts what your finances are going to be 3 years in the future. I can't even tell you what the weather's going to be next week. Nobody can, right? So be less wrong. Don't be concerned about, I have to be right about my numbers, because you're going to be wrong. If you tell me it's going to be sunny next Saturday, I don't know. Am I going to take that bet? Probably not. So be less wrong. And take that mental viewpoint. You'll be happier. You'll learn more faster. It's growth metrics. And you can see that a lot of things have to come together to go from the startup to the industry. IRAP can touch a lot of these. Some of them can be provided with just money. Other things need stuff that money can't buy. Teamwork, network, connectivity, finding the right CEO, CFO. I don't need a full-time CFO. How do I get one that's part-time that's really, really good? How do I find that person? Again, experience counts, network counts. You're starting your network here. leverage it. All the people in the room here can all help each other somehow, whether it's me, Angie, anybody else. But you need a lot of stuff besides just hiring people. You have to know your market, competitive intelligence. You have to do the research, the economics of whatever you're doing. If you're going to bring a medical device to the market in Canada, you can't just come up with a better Band-Aid or whatever it happens to be. You have to actually understand how they are bought and sold. And you're not selling to the surgeon. You're not selling your drug to the patient. It's a much more complicated food chain, and it depends on the economics. And you've got to understand that in order to address the metrics. Again, these are things IRAP can help you with. We have a lot of other instruments that we can bring to the table. So what are we looking for? IRAP is an investor, and I'm also going to say we are not a grant. And I want to make that a really distinctive point, because grant is used as an umbrella term for all forms of money that came from somewhere else, unless it's debt financing or equity. And IRAP is not just, here's the money, have a nice day. Often it is a contribution that is contractualized. It's handed after you've incurred the cost. It may have specific criteria on whether you can get it. It may involve reporting processes. That equals paperwork. So you have to actually have some maturity in your company to deal with paperwork. And you go, paperwork's easy. I can do that, right? I can sit in front of my computer and type. Well, it's actually not as easy as you think sometimes. Or firms choose to not prioritize it. My only response is that I'm not getting it. And it's like, well, how do we deal with this? But what we're looking at is you need to be incorporated. You can be federally or provincial, doesn't really matter, save for the jurisdiction you'd be in. 500 or fewer employees. I don't see that as a problem here, but there are a couple companies in town that are, pushing the 500 mark, and at some point they will cease to be IRAP eligible. And you want to grow through innovation. So if you're just importing technology from somewhere else and reselling, where's the innovation there? How does that work? What does that need to be? Nothing wrong with that as a business model, but it just might not be a fit for IRAP. We assess the business. What are you actually doing? Again, all the stuff Sean was talking about. What are you doing? How are you doing it? What's the costing look like? How are you going to use this to grow? How are you leveraging these things? Your plans to commercialize results. Do you plan to be this one-person company where everything will be virtual, you will hire nobody, and you'll do everything through contractors? That may be a perfectly valid business, but when we look at that benefits to Canada math, that doesn't fly. So we do need to see the job creation. And then we also look at the project as well. And I want to emphasize the word select up there. So people will sometimes say, oh, well, how do I apply for IRAP? What's the form I fill in? When is the application form due? We are open 24/7, 365. So IRAP doesn't have sometimes there are programs with deadlines, but for regular IRAP instruments, we're open all the time. It's a collaborative discussion with your ITA to develop the project that's appropriate and what you actually need. It is competitive and it is discretionary. So ITAs always have more people asking for support, financial advice, whatever it happens to be, than they have resources and time. We pick and we choose. What's the best impact for my budget? I can put $100 in your company or I can put $100 in your company. Who's going to give me the better benefits to Canada math? What does that look like? Might vary, might be a gamble. All of these factors go into it. But it is discretionary and a selection. Contrast that with SHRED, as Brianna mentioned, the tax credits. When you spend $1 on R&D, you got to start thinking about SHRED. You are entitled to SHRED under the Canadian tax code. Everybody should be looking at this. Even if the numbers are small, start planning for it now because it's going to matter next year. And it's a documentation exercise. Again, you have to keep your records, show how this is innovative, where is the risk, what were the unknowns. Those are all part of the dialogue. Probably touched on most of these, but the key point is the bottom, seed funding. IRAP doesn't seed. Pretty much no government program will seed. You have to come to the table with something because these are monies that are received after you spend it. IRAP is easy to get. As I mentioned before, it's competitive. And that's what it comes down to. I'm looking for the best opportunity I can invest in. If you thought of IRAP as angel investors as opposed to government grants, you'd be in the correct mindset because we're asking the same questions. We're willing to gamble on the potential, but we do need to see it. And this sort of divides into, everything starts out on that side. That's normal. You're all going to start out over here. It's an idea. Well, how does it work? I don't know. Let's figure it out. Is there no innovation? Maybe there is. What's that going to look like? What might the IP be? IP is larger than patents. So it's not about patents. I'm a patent agent, but it's not about that. Who's committed to this? If I've got 4 people and they're all, on year 3 of a 7-year MD, PhD combined program, so which one of you is going to give up your MD, PhD program halfway through and be full-time in the company? Nobody is, because you work too hard to get there. So you kind of need to figure out where you fit. Credible business plan, customer discovery. Who has the pain? What pain are you solving? How are you going to solve it? And so on there. Control and ownership of your IP matters, because it's going to bite you later if you don't have it. This applies to software too. Be really careful with your contractors and make sure you look out for your company. Work with contractors, please do. Get the best expertise possible, but make sure your company owns it. Not an individual person, but the company. It's its own legal entity. Table stakes for IRAP investment. You've got a prototype of some sort. Could be software, could be, duct tape and scissors and stuff put together. Just show me, how does it work? How do you visualize it? What is it doing? New tech process, some kind of business model that's different. Usually those are all tied together. You've got to have an employee in there somewhere. Somebody needs to be full-time committed to this. Sizable market, we can see the rest of it. Customer validation, sometimes this means you actually have to have somebody who's willing to buy your product. Other times, it depends on your development cycle. If I'm doing pharmaceutical development, you're not going to sell $1 for 10 years. Like, you just can't. It's a regulated industry. But that doesn't mean you can't demonstrate market validation and a market need. You have to focus in on your industry. And the employment creation, we're coming back to the benefits. Create the jobs, bring in the revenue, use this to leverage to get additional investment. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to suggest take a picture of this slide. Who's got an ITA already? Who's never heard about IRAP before today? Okay. So if you are the incorporated entity, the call center is the first place to start. If you've got particular questions, I can take the emails, but I can't help you. I'm not going to be your ITA more than likely, because we divide ourselves by industry as well as sector. So if you're actually based in the Okanagan, there's a team of ITAs who geographically will take care of that region. If you're based on Vancouver Island, same thing again. And then they subdivide further. Some people deal with ICT, others in life sciences or engineering. And this doesn't mean you can't access the expertise of other people, but you got to start somewhere. There has to be some seed to that one-to-one relationship. Should I stop here for questions or keep going through some other slides?
You really want to ask questions? Start with that.
Hello. Is there a recurring assistance from IRAP, meaning that if you receive some funding from IRAP 1 year, you can apply for it again afterwards, or this is a one-time thing?
Yeah, IRAP projects can be serial. So you can do a first project that solves this problem, and there could be another one that's a logical follow-on. Just because you get one doesn't mean you get two. Each case is evaluated, but very often it's an ongoing growth project. Your first project's small, hires the first person, you leverage that, you show you took something and made it bigger, and off you go. If you take that first project and you don't hire somebody, and you don't grow, and you don't do it, and you don't, it makes it hard to say, hey, I should reinvest in this company again. And so this is what we are looking at. Now, most people won't have multiple IRAP projects running in parallel. You usually can't just handle the workload.
You mentioned that you have also advisory help. So if the company got your finance help, and then how can they reach out for those CEO part-time or some questions?
So the question about how do you get access to the advisory services, that starts with your ITA. So when you call into the call center, this is my company, this is what I do. If you're not incorporated, they're going to say, call us back when you are. If you have 0 employees, they're going to say, call us back when you do have one, because you're too early for IRAP yet. But once you've got that, they'll ask you a few questions, and then off you go. And the conversation starts from there. Sometimes firms they're looking for very general information. Where do I find other instruments? I need to know about this. There's a team of client engagement advisors that can provide a lot more of the general information. They're sort of between the call center and the ITAs. If you have specific questions, sometimes they can even help. I've had them start talking about IP, patent this and trademark that, because they know the basic information can get the process started. Other times they've called me in to say, we got somebody here who really needs to talk about the details of this situation. Okay, we deal with it from there. But it's the ITA connection is the one-to-one source of advice.
Okay. We do want to ask some questions. There are a few minutes left. Do you want to we'll just flip through your
Flip through the
slides
other
so
slides?
people know what they are?
Yep.
And then you can reference these afterwards, then we'll add you some questions.
Okay, so I'm going to rip through a bunch of slides for a whole bunch of other government programs as well. Very quickly. So as mentioned, MyTax. So if you've got work that could go on in an academic environment, this is a really valuable program. Companies have to come to the table with a certain percentage, 50 to 75%, depends on the program, I think, of the salary cost of the graduate student in question, and MyTax pays the other half of that. These can run for a couple of years, but it can be critical to access bench space when you don't have your own bricks and mortar, to get prototypes built, all that sort of stuff. My advice for all of these is get on the mailing lists. The programs do come and go, they do change. Make sure you stay on top of where they are. NSERC, so this is part of the Tri-Council. If you come from an academic background, you've heard of CIHR, NSERC, SHRC for social sciences. Specifically in academic environments, you have the I-to-I, Idea to Innovation, which is meant for tech coming out of an academic lab. It has some very particular criteria for development stage, as well as dates for gating the process. If you've got an academic connection, look at this as early as possible, and as Brianna mentioned, plan. It's not going to show up overnight. It can be a several-month cycle between you go from the initial application to the next consideration and so on and so forth. They've also got programs that let companies work with other academic institutions. Alliance and Engage are two of those. Again, there could be other stuff in development. These are deliberately very general. The innovation superclusters. So depending on where you fall, we've got digital technologies, we have protein industries in the prairie, there's AI, ocean tech, all sorts of stuff like that. Again, follow these. A lot of valuable industry information too. Industry intelligence, who's who in the zoo, what's changing. Information can sometimes be as or more important than the dollar. And these are really good sources of this. As you go along, maybe you're going to be part of a consortium that applies for one of these programs. There we go. Same thing, mailing list. ISC, Innovative Solutions Canada and Ideas, Innovation for Defense Excellence. These are challenge-based, competitive, but they actually are money at the front end for the most part. So these are grants, like actual, we've selected your project, here's $200,000 to go take 6 months and see if you can make it work. They come and they go on their own schedule. Get on the mailing list and just follow along. And what you're going to see is what's sort of following, to some extent, trends in the government, but not always. Sometimes it can be very, very specialized, depending on what, if the military is looking for solutions to having, I don't know, super lightweight boot material or something along those lines. So it could be very, very focused, and there may only be like 1 or 2 applicants for the whole thing in the country. All of a sudden, your odds look pretty good. SDTC, Sustainable Development. If you've got green tech, clean tech, that sort of idea. There's 2 funds that have been running through SDC in the past. One is the Big Clean Tech Fund, which is multiple millions of dollars, and the other is the Seed Fund, which is much smaller. Again, comes and goes, watch for the dates. SIF, Strategic Innovation. These are big and bigger, so they start at like $10 to $20 million and go up. This is not a resource for a company of 3 people, usually. That's not how it's going to fit. So I'm going to push the stars out of your eyes now. This comes later. It takes a long time to develop, a lot of financial due diligence, technical due diligence. But it is there, and it's still giving you a lot of information about what's out there in the field. PacificCan used to be Western Economic Development. Again, they have a few different streams. There's a scale-up program running. That might be provincial government. There's a few different things. I always forget the names. This is why I'm saying just get to the mailing list, go check out the website. Google is your friend. This is BC focused. If you've got partners in Atlantic Canada, Ontario, or whatever, they have regional equivalents, and maybe there's a resource there too. So you don't have to just look in BC if you've got connections elsewhere. And there we are.
Hi, I have two questions. The first question is, you mentioned about privatization. So by privatization, do you mean like the representative come to them later, or are they dismissed? The companies, like, after they prioritize according to who needs the most attention, and then it goes by a list of like companies with need the most to the least, or is it more like they're dismissed?
Okay, so from an IRAP perspective, I'm not looking at who's in the most pain and who needs the most. It's not like medical emergency room triage of who's in the worst case. It's along the lines of which is the best investment. So I'm taking taxpayer money and investing it in these companies and going, which one's going to give the best benefits to Canada? That's how we look at it. So yes, there's an element of timing, but there's also that relative selection. And if you're not like the number one, if I'm not talking to you today, that doesn't mean I'm never going to talk to you again. Sometimes firms are looking for something IRAP can't do, or they're not a fit right now. All sorts of different things. And that's why I'm saying keep the ITAs part of your team. They're not, just person taking in paperwork and checking boxes. And keep it that way. Keep them informed. Let them be updated. So here's what's happening next. This is what we're doing. We're looking over here, et cetera, et cetera. And we can go on from there.
Hi, so I have a question. Is that like, do I have to be PR, BC resident, or Canadian to apply for this program? And also, let's say if I want to do my business in another country, but like it's the online business or something like that, can I still ask for the funds?
This is going to be the beautiful legal answer of it depends. So it looks at your specific situation. Some sources of funding require that the individual be a Canadian citizen. Some require that the person being hired is actually going to be paying Canadian income tax. So if you're a company and you're hiring somebody who actually lives in not Canada, they're not paying Canadian income tax. And so that becomes a harder way to say, how do I get the benefits to Canada out of that? How does that work? Not for your company. Benefits to Canada are not the same as benefits to my company. And you want to be clear and distinguish this. And sometimes firms will mush that together. And it's like, no, you want to be clear. It's beneficial to your company to hire that person in another country where it's cheaper to pay them, but there's no benefits to Canada here unless they come from something else. And so you have to look at the individual programs. You're not excluded because you're not a citizen. For regular IRAP, you need to be legal to work in Canada, to be hired by a company. It doesn't put criteria on PR status or citizenship, but there are other programs that do. Mm-hmm.
So single founder, is it a disqualifier or is preferred, not preferred?
I'm not going to say you're excluded outright. You might be a little too early for the financial resources.
No, even if there are 10 employees, still single founder is...
Oh, if you've got employees, usually that solves that problem. There's nothing wrong with being a single founder of a company.
Right.
Nothing wrong with that. It's, again, your specific situation. Why is it structured this way? How is it structured this way? What are you doing? You could be a single founder, bootstrap the whole company, and have hired 16 people to do all the job creation. That's great.
It's good, right?
Yeah, that's great. But what's the details of the situation? If you're staying single founder and you've not put any money in because you don't have it, and nobody else will come on board because they don't believe in you, and you can't, like, okay, wait a minute here, now you haven't got a team. Yeah. How are you going to answer that question? And so it depends on the details. Don't be discouraged, just ask.
Yeah, it's not a disqualifier, it's more like a not preferred.
Yeah. It depends. I don't want to say no, it depends. How is it going to work? Those were indicators of what usually brings the most success. Have a team, have some funding, things like that. But that's not to say that single founder companies don't do well, because they can.
So my question is, so we actually are really lucky. I have my first meeting with our ITA next week.
Good.
So my question is, what can we do as a company? Like, what building blocks and what information should I bring to that meeting that would make it the most beneficial? Like, what are the core pieces that I would want to bring to that?
What industry are you in, just to give me some context? E-commerce? Okay. You're probably going to start being asked about what kind of market traction have you got. And if you don't have any, like you haven't sold anything yet, then how are you going to show that you can have it? What's the problem you are solving?
So is it like business plan, like?
That's all helpful. Your financials, understanding what you need and why you need it is helpful. Use of proceeds, what do you need first? And if you sort of go in there going, I just need money, I just need money, I just need money, you're going to be really sad. So if you go in there and saying, hey, yeah, I need money, but I need to understand this, and this would be helpful, and I know this much, but here's the unknowns that I need to learn more about, and go in with an open mind saying, I need to access expertise, and you'll be much, much happier with the process. And it'll help you sort of settle into where you need to be. Some things you could be too early for, some things you might have missed the deadline for, all of that kind of stuff.
Like Volker talking about the business case and angel investment, and I think all the speakers have kind of referred to Mike in passing in their talks, and for those who don't know Mike, you might be like, what the heck, who is this guy? So Mike's here to introduce himself. He's been on the board of New Ventures BC since the beginning, and a very dedicated angel investor and supporter of the startup ecosystem. So very happy to have Mike back again. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks Angie, and thanks to all of you for hanging in all day. I've been sitting at the back just fine-tuning my presentation, and I always like to listen to the people ahead of me just to see where I can fill in some gaps. And I think what I'll do in the next hour and a half is pull a lot of what you've heard this morning together into one kind of summary, with a focus being on what it's going to take for you to actually attract angel capital or external arm's length investors. And I would ask that you hold your questions till the end, because I've got over 50 slides to go through, and I know it's been a long day and I don't want you to fall asleep. So, by way of a background, I started my own business as a university student back in Waterloo back in the 70s, and I built that company up. We ended up being quite international, selling our products throughout the world, and in the early 80s, I took the company public by merging it with 7 other technology companies. And when I cashed in the early 80s, I decided, what should I do next? You know, should I start another company? And of course, at that point in time, my wife says to me, well, maybe it's time for you to meet your kids. And so I thought, well, you know, I've been working really hard and hardly seen the family, so maybe rather than being a so-called serial entrepreneur starting another company, what I would do is take some of my experience and cash that I got from selling my business to working with other startup entrepreneurs, helping them with my Rolodex, for those of you who know what a Rolodex is, and some of my contacts and so on. And so in one way, shape, or form or another, that's what I've been doing for the last it's going on almost 40 years now. And I just love so-called angel investing, because for me, it's always a learning experience to get involved with a new technology and new entrepreneurs. So the topics today, basically two topics. How can you engage with angel investors? And secondly, and one of the reasons you're here in addition to learning, is how to win the New Ventures BC competition. So we're going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone today. By way of success stories, can anyone think of any recent exits that you've heard of in the local scene? Any thoughts? Just shout them out. None? That's interesting. I've got lots of them, and I hope you'll tune in to hear lots of them. I'm going to tell you about some of them as we go. But it's always good to look at companies that have done well and ask yourself the question, well, what did it take and how come they were successful? And for me, success in this context is synonymous with having a good outcome or an exit. What's kind of interesting is I've been trying to learn Spanish lately, and the Spanish word for success is éxito, so exit, essentially. And I find that kind of interesting that it's synonymous. In our language, that's not exactly the case, but it's true in Spanish, so that's kind of cool. In the New Ventures competitions, we've had some winners and some good success stories, including some pretty healthy exits and outcomes. I'll note that way back in 2001, one of the very early winners. First prize winner was Air G, at that time called Air Games, started by a bunch of SFU students. And although they haven't yet had an exit by selling out to somebody, they're approaching about $100 million in annual sales and doing quite well, and of course giving themselves a very healthy paycheck each year. So even though that's not a success in the exit sense, it's still a very positive outcome. Another one that I draw your attention to is a company started by a couple of, actually two female entrepreneurs out of UBC, a company called Nereo Technology, and that was acquired just a couple of years ago by Generac for some $70 million. I want to start off by just dispelling one concept or notion, and that's the fact that a lot of you, perhaps, a lot of people that think they are entrepreneurs, in my humble opinion, are not really entrepreneurs. They're technical people, people with an idea, people with a new product or some solution to some problem. And the challenge is not just knowing a bit about your domain, your expertise, but also knowing a little bit about business and running a successful business. In fact, you know, as Michael Gerber, who wrote a book called The E-Myth, said, most people who think they're entrepreneurs are really technicians suffering from an entrepreneurial seizure. And by that, he means that just because you're really good in your science or technology, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can also be good at running a company that is based on that technology or science. As an angel investor, the question I always ask myself when I look at you and when you come to me looking for capital, I say to myself, or I say to you, so you're a startup entrepreneur and you have no business experience and you want me to invest in you and give you $1 million? You know, ask yourself that question. Would you invest in a company where there's no track record or any experience? It's a risky business. And I think that's one reason why a lot of companies fail. I believe from my own experience in working with hundreds, literally hundreds of companies over the past several decades, in terms of success factors, it comes down to two things. People, and that's really all about the people in your venture, and capital. People and money together is what it takes. The right people and enough capital, and certainly enough to cash flow. And Sean talked a lot about cash flow, and I'll be coming back to that because that's my favorite topic, is cash flow. So why do companies fail? Well, it's often because they have no customers. It goes back to what David was talking about earlier about product market fit. You might think you have something that people want, but maybe it's just not quite there yet. And of course, cash flow. Even if you've got a crappy idea and a crappy product, if you've got enough money and you keep getting funded, eventually you might get lucky and come up with something that works. But the bottom line is it usually comes down to, as far as you go and as far as people are concerned, poor management or lack of management, and often governance. Who's keeping an eye on you as the CEO and the team? Is there sort of a group, if you will, which we call the board of directors, that's kind of keeping you in line and, of course, helping you and guiding you along the way? So what can you do about it? Number one, in terms of cash flow, make sure you've got lots of it. I had a failure just 2 weeks ago. One of the companies I invested in ran out of money. And they started looking for money just 2 months ago. And now 2 months later, they ran out of it. And it takes a lot more than 2 months to raise capital. It usually takes 6 months to get what you need. So if you're down to only 3 months of cash availability, you want to start looking before you hit the wall. One kind of pet peeve of mine, or observation, if you will, is that a lot of companies don't surround themselves with people that have financial expertise. It's a good idea for all of you to learn a little bit about and get some financial literacy so that you understand the dollars behind your venture. What I would encourage you to do is to recruit somebody like Sean, for example, or one of his people, to become a fractional or part-time chief financial officer, someone that can really keep an eye on the dollars and cents. Make sure you've got a good accounting system set up, and of course always make sure that you've got decent cash flow projections. And finally, to have an engaged board of directors. Today is a great time to start a company, and as Angie will attest, I've said this for the last 23 years. I remember even when I started my company, interest rates were over 20% per year. It was just crazy. And when I borrowed $1 million and was paying $200,000 a year of interest, I thought, gee, back then, for $200,000, I can hire 5 engineers. And it was painful. But it was still the best time to start a company because, as I say at the very bottom of this slide, opportunities don't wait. So it doesn't really matter what the interest rates are. Of course, they affect the environment that we work in. We know that right now it's a little bit tougher than it was, say, a year or two ago, because just last year, prime rates were down to 3%. Now they're more than double that. And of course, it's caused some chaos in the markets. Makes it a little bit more difficult for you, but keep in mind that you're on the same playing field with all the other entrepreneurs and with all the other competitors. So it's still a good time to start a company. And some of the reasons I say that are because there is a lot of capital available to support you. Maybe not as much as last year or the year before, but way more than, say, 5 years ago or even 10 years ago. There are some other good reasons. You know, there are great incentives. I think one that hasn't been mentioned today is the capital gains exemption that I refer to here. So the government will not tax you on any gains from selling your shares in your company up to almost $1 million. In fact, this year, it's $913,000. And that doesn't just apply to you as the entrepreneur, that also applies to your investors and also to any family members you might bring into your company. One of the things I might suggest to you is that you deal in your wife and children, if you have children. Give them shares as part of your founder's shares, because they too can get roughly $1 million tax-free when you're successful and you have that exit. So keep that in mind. That's a hell of a good incentive, and it's one that exists here in Canada, and I don't know if it exists anywhere else in the world. I think there was also mention about the 30% provincial tax credit. So if you find an angel investor or family members that invest in your company, the BC government will give them 30% in the form of a refundable tax credit, which is the same as giving them a check, giving 30% of what they invest. So that's a really, really good attraction, because if I say have an appetite to put $100,000 into your company, you can leverage that up to $140,000 because I get 30% back. So my exposure is still only $100,000, but I've now got an investment of $140,000, basically using the government as my silent partner. It's a heck of a good deal. And you've heard Cynthia and others mention and Angie mentioned the shreds or the SRED credits. So there's a lot of programs, lots of incentives. And of course, there's no shortage or lack of innovation, because there's so many more things that haven't been invented yet than what has been invented. And finally, no matter what you'll come up with, I'm sure that you'll find someone in America that will buy what you have. Not maybe in Canada, but certainly in the US. Now, of course, I'm biased when I say this, but I believe that angel investors are your best friend. And it's the place where you have to begin. Angel investors are individual people. Venture capitalists are companies whose mission is to make a profit. Angel investors, of course, also like to make a profit, but they also like to help you have some fun in the process and learn about new things. And it's easy to engage with angel investors, and I'll go on to explain to you why that is. But what this slide here shows is kind of the whole funding continuum. You can see where you start off with ideas, and then going over to the right when you become a mature company and you can attract banks and institutions. But there's always been this kind of gap from where government funding and university support, incubator support, and so on stops, and where investment capital comes in. And that's often been referred to as the valley of death. I've crossed that out, as you can see. I call that opportunity, especially opportunity for investors, because that's where they can get in, make an impact, and get in early. In terms of accessing capital or getting money to help your company grow, there is, of course, family and friends that are available to you, but, relatives can only go so far. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention crowdfunding, and there's two types of crowdfunding. One is crowdfunding for your product, getting people to invest in your idea or your product rather than in you and your company, and a good example of that is Kickstarter. And some companies have raised, I know there was one that I usually refer to that has raised over $100 million just by getting people to purchase ahead of its existence new products that they're thinking about developing. And of course, this isn't only good because you're not diluting your capital, but you're getting validation for your product. You're seeing that people actually like your idea and are willing to pay for it. So it's a heck of a good place to begin. And then, of course, there's equity crowdfunding. A few years ago, this didn't exist. Locally here in town, there's an organization called Front Funder, and it gives you an opportunity not only to sell to angel investors, but to, in essence, sell your shares in your company to the general public. And speaking of general public, you can, of course, also go public on a junior stock exchange, either on the Toronto Venture Exchange or on the Canadian Stock Exchange. And the Canadian Stock Exchange, in fact, builds itself as the exchange for entrepreneurs. And it does what used to be done and still is being done for the resource sector. Here in Vancouver, back in the 70s, 80s, well, even back in the 50s and 60s, we had the Vancouver Stock Exchange. And lots of mining companies, lots of resource companies, and the way they raised their money was by going public and selling, nickel and dime shares to thousands of investors to raise their money. And it's still an option, but there are other alternatives. And going public early, in my humble opinion, is actually, in many cases, or in some cases, not necessarily a bad thing to do, as long as you know that you want to be in a growth mode and really, really go big. And then finally, and the subject of today, angels, and where do they come in? So angels are great, but there are fewer than 5% of the population are angel investors, sort of by definition of an angel investor. And I'll get back to that a little bit more. And then, of course, there's the non-dilutive funding, and you've heard Cynthia talk, and Brianna on the web. Pocketed is a great place to go to get that. I've created a website called moneylinks.ca, which lists 3 sources of capital for you, or 3 groups of capital. We've got green money, which is investment capital. We've got golden money, which is, I call it the free money from government, and you should take advantage of that. And then, of course, there's the red capital, or debt money, which is loans and that form of capital. I want to stop for a moment and make sure you understand something very important, because a lot of startup entrepreneurs don't know about this. And you should know about this, because if you don't, and if you don't pay attention to it, it can give you a headache later on. I don't think you'll go to jail if you break this law, but it can give you a lot of grief when you raise serious money or when you go to selling your company. So it's illegal in Canada, and in the US for that matter, for you to sell shares in your company to just anyone you want to sell those shares to. You, in fact, need to have 2 things. You need to have a prospectus, which is kind of like a business plan, but with a lot of legal stuff around it. and you need to be a registered dealer. You need to be basically authorized or approved by the regulators to be able to sell your shares. It's like being a broker, like a stockbroker who can sell shares in a company to the general public. So if you don't have a prospectus, and a prospectus isn't just a business plan that you put together, it has to be approved by the regulators, excuse me. So you need the prospectus and you need to be registered. And if you don't have those two things, you can't sell your shares. Now, to get around that, the government has made exemptions to that requirement, or let's call them exceptions. So the most popular one is what is referred to by the Securities Commission as the accredited investor exemption. And what that means is that you can sell to people who are rich, because the government doesn't worry about them losing money, because they're rich, right? But you can't go on the corner here on Pender Street and sell it to people walking by, because they might lose everything by investing in your company. And of course, government wouldn't want to see that happen. So this is a regulation and you have to be aware of it. So when you actually sell your shares, there's a form that is part of the documentation that you use to attract investors, and it ensures that you're complying with this. Now, of course, you can cheat, but it can come back to bite you if you aren't aware of this. You can, one of the other exemptions, by the way, is you can sell to family, friends, and relatives without them being accredited investors. But the problem with that is that you can't have, for example, instant friends. So if you meet somebody here today and they would like to invest a couple of $1,000s in your idea, you can't make them an instant friend. You have to demonstrate that you've known them fairly well for at least 2 years, for example. So again, a bit of regulation there. So let's talk about what is an angel investor. It's often a successful entrepreneur. People who have built their companies, like I did, and who now have some cash and are willing to put some of that cash to work in a new venture. And often they not only give you cash, but time, some of their time and expertise, and sometimes often introducing you to other angel investors. They're also very helpful in terms of mentoring you, coaching you and guiding you. And of course, they have to be accredited investors. And that means they have to comply with that exemption that I just referred to. And by definition, it means that an accredited investor has to have at least $1 million that they can fritter away, and that cannot include a principal residence. So even if an angel investor says, well, I'm worth $10 million because I've got an $8 million Point Grey home, that doesn't make them an accredited investor. Here in Vancouver, just about anybody with a home would be an accredited investor, right? And so that's excluded. So primary or principal residence doesn't count in the calculation. So essentially, you have to have $1 million sitting in the bank or in liquid securities like stocks and bonds that you can, as I say, just lose or fritter away. Or if you're not a millionaire, you can be a high income earner. So if you're a lawyer or a doctor or a dentist and you're making more than $200,000 per year in income, that also qualifies you as an accredited investor. If you look up StatsCan reporting on income tax filers in Canada, I just looked this up this morning, the top 1% of income tax earners or income earners in Canada happens to be at the $254,000 level. So if you're making more than $254,000 a year, then you're in the top 1% of Canadians in terms of income. And that may surprise you, because it certainly surprised me, because that seems like a pretty small number to be in the top 1%. So what this kind of means is that maybe fewer than 2% of Canadians would qualify by that definition of being accredited investors. The other 3 or 4% of the people who can call themselves accredited are those with the $1 million and not necessarily the income. But the bottom line is there just aren't many angel investors, but there still are enough. A quick slide, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this, but I want to point this out to you because this is why angel investing is popular. Rob Wiltbank at Willamette University in Oregon did this seminal study about a decade or so ago, and he did this for the Angel Capital Association in the US, and he found that investors, angels, who invest in a lot of companies, and this is important, investing in lots of companies, not just half a dozen, but typically 20, 30, or even 40 companies, he found that overall they would make a 27% return on their money, which is really good because it's much better than you'll make on real estate, stocks and bonds, or anything else. In terms of asset classes, i.e. things that people can invest in to make a return, this is ostensibly the best place. Nowhere else can you make more money than investing in startups or being an angel investor. It's pretty well number one on top of the list, except maybe gambling, but the odds are pretty slim in that particular arena. And what you can see here, for example, that little blue box on the very right there shows that returns, it's a very small percentage. In fact, less than 5% will give 30 times their money back. And what this blue bar shows is that more than half of the investments are failures, which is why angels have to invest in lots and lots of companies. But the message here for you is that angel investing is, or angel investors, shall I say, are motivated by these attractive returns that they can achieve. So let's talk about what a perfect deal is. What are angels looking at when they talk to you? What would make them keen on investing in your venture? First of all, you have to have a compelling opportunity, something that really grabs them, something that really will make them want to talk to you. They also want to make sure that you are a good manager, that if you're the CEO, that you're capable and hopefully coachable. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, lack of business expertise is often there at the beginning, but you can learn. And if you're coachable and willing and capable of doing that, that's a good start. Having an active board, 2 or 3 individuals perhaps that can help you keep an eye on what you're doing. My fund, for example, won't invest in a company that doesn't have even just a small board of 3 people. Returns, very important. You need to tell me as an investor how I'm going to make at least 10 times my money. And 10 times is just a starting point. And as I'm going to show you, 10 times doesn't mean that I'm necessarily going to get 10 times my money back. But you have to make that case that the returns are humongous. You have to have keen customers. I want to see who's going to buy what you have. You have to demonstrate that very vividly. And if you don't have revenue at the moment, where is it going to come from? Who are those people that are going to subscribe to what you're offering? Angels on the seed round typically will invest between $500,000 and $1 million. And for that, they expect to get somewhere between 20 and 30% ownership in your company. Now, this has changed a lot over the last 5 years. And what I'm giving you here is kind of a range. 3 years ago, you typically would give up a third of your company for something around $500,000. In the last 2 or 3 years, sort of right during COVID, as a matter of fact, it was very much more in your favor, and you could get 500,000 or $1 million for maybe as little as 10%. But that's kind of come back a little bit, so we've had this increase in valuations, and that's dropped off a little bit just in the last 18 months or so. The other thing that angel investors would like when they're finalizing a deal with you is some form of down round protection. And by that, I mean, will they be covered if you sell shares at a lower price 6 months or a year from now? And finally, they want to have some form of shareholders agreement so that they can't be outvoted on certain matters. And one of the important things in a shareholders agreement is what we refer to as vesting. What if they invest in a team of, say, 3 or 4 founders and 1 or 2 of them quit? What happens to those shares? Do those shares get forfeited, or does the founding member keep those shares and get a free ride? So that's very important to angel investors. I had one example where a company in Kelowna had 2 founders, and they refused to enter into a vesting agreement. And I said to them, well, you know, it's quite possible that something can go wrong. And sadly enough, something did go wrong. And one of the 2 founders, less than a year later, died from a medical issue. And about 30 to 40% of the shares of the company were now held by the estate of the deceased. And that becomes a big problem because that estate is now getting a free ride, which isn't the real problem, but the real problem is who's going to make things happen? That founder is no longer there. They got 30% of the company in return for a promise or a commitment to make something happen. So that's gone. And wouldn't it make sense for that 30% or whatever to be available to the next person who comes in to do that job that the deceased person was going to do? So that's an important condition that investors like to see. Then what do you in turn offer angel investors? You now know what they like to see, but what are you going to offer them? And that's co-ownership, obviously, participation, and as I mentioned, a decent return. And speaking of returns, you have to think, you know, even though we always talk about making 10 times or 5 times or doubling your money, it always comes down to internal rate of return. So if I put my money into a bank account or into the stock market on an annualized basis, what kind of a payout am I going to get? And that's why things like interest rates in our economic environment today are so important, because they sort of set the tone of what returns can be expected. And if somebody says to me that they're going to give me a 10 times return in 10 years, I translate that with my fancy little spreadsheet into a 26% internal rate of return, which funny enough just happens to be the Rob Wiltbank conclusion in that seminal angel study that I showed you on that previous slide. So 10 times in 10 is 27%, which is kind of the average that angel investors have been enjoying. On the other hand, if you say to me you're going to give me just 5 times my money back in 5 years, I'll take that anytime over 10 times, because that translates into a 58% annualized return. Now that doesn't sound like a big difference, but it makes a heck of a difference to investors when they're evaluating the investment alternatives. When you first speak to investors, as part of the negotiation, you'll hear reference to term sheets. And term sheets kind of set the tone of the investments. As the name implies, These are the terms or the conditions under which investors are willing to invest in your company. And the term sheet spells out all kinds of things that ultimately make their way into either an investment agreement or into a shareholders agreement. And I've listed here only some, not all, just some of the things that are covered in the proverbial term sheets. Number one, and usually the most important thing, is valuation. What's your company worth? What are you offering? Are you offering shares? Are you offering some kind of security like a convertible note or a safe? What amount are you looking for? Are you complying with all of the legal requirements like accredited investor exemptions? What rights do your investors have? Rights for information, for example, voting rights, participatory rights. Are there any restrictions that investors are going to impose on you? One of the restrictions I put on in my term sheet is salary. I don't want you to have a big paycheck. So I'm not going to invest $100,000 if you're going to pay yourself $150,000 a year. I don't want you to have a job. I want you to be working as part of the opportunity and working for that big exit. I don't want to give you a paycheck. So that's a term that I'll put into my term sheet. I'll want to make sure there's a shareholders agreement. I'll want to see the cap table. I want to know who owns your company today. Is it just you, or is it you and your team? And what does a pro forma cap table look like? What's your ownership structure going to look like 2 or 3 years or 5 years down the road? This term sheet is on my website, and there's also lots of samples of term sheets that you can get, for instance, on the NACO Common Docs, which is the National Angel Capital Organization. And these slides, by the way, are all going to be available to you, so don't worry about missing something. So I want to talk about valuations for a moment, because that's usually the number one topic in any negotiation. Valuations, as I mentioned in the past few years, have been getting higher. They used to be well under 5 million, up until just before COVID. And then during COVID, most startups, I guess it's fair to say that most startups, were asking for valuations and getting valuations well above $5 million. But just in the last 18 months, that's kind of corrected a little bit. Still better than pre-COVID, but not as good as during COVID. An important thing to remember is that valuations, entry valuations, your valuation today is really driven by what your exit valuation could be. So the question, my first question to you is, okay, today you're telling me you think your company is worth 5 million. What's it going to be when you sell it? And when are you going to sell it? Are you thinking that you can sell it in 5 years? Or can you sell it in 10 years? And what is that amount? And who's going to pay that? So I want to hear that story. But that is going to drive the entry value. There are many other ways, and Sean mentioned some of them this morning, that you can come up with a valuation. But this one is the most popular one for investors because it directly relates to how much they're going to make and what their IRR is going to be. You can see here I made a little note in the box. Just in 2021, here in BC, we had practically one unicorn each month. And these are companies that exceeded $1 billion in valuation. So things were really, really hot. I haven't seen any. I don't think there were any in 2022, but there were quite a few in 2021. And some of these companies, one that comes to mind is Thinkific, because they went public, and today they're at about 10% of the valuation that they had, just 2 years ago. So where they were about $1 billion, today they're more like 100 to 150 or so million. So things can change very, very quickly in our marketplace. By way of an example, you should understand that 10x, when I hear you say 10x, I know, guarantee, 100% for sure, that doesn't mean I'm going to make 10x. And an actual example is the same one that Sean referred to, Matza Innovation. That's the company that was doing phytochemical extraction, taking good things from plants using a patented process. So I invested in that company, and we had a valuation, a very nice valuation, of just $1.5 million in 2013, right about the time when they were successful with the New Ventures competition. And just 5 years later, they had a $26 million exit. So a company in the US called Sensific bought them for $26 million. You think, hey, that's fantastic. That's 17 times the value from startup. And you think that's really good. Well, that's not the case. Most investors got only double their money back. And the reason for that is because the company did many, many rounds, and on each investment round, there was dilution. So more and more shares were issued, and any exit proceeds, of course, had to be shared by all of those new shareholders that came in on, in this case, 6 additional rounds that were all referred to by the company as seed rounds. So that's seed 1, seed 2, and so on, up to seed 6. So they raised $11 million. And so they got just a little more than double that back on the total that they raised. And so, 17 times, while it looks good, isn't often the reality. So when you say 10x, investors, at least the smart investors, are going to not just accept that without doing a little bit of digging. And, I highlight back here the term waterfall. So what do I mean by waterfall? Let me explain. So when you have an exit, there's a pecking order. And what will happen, if you look at this example at the very, forget this thing on the bottom for the time being. This is an actual payout that I received from one of the companies that I invested in, and the red here shows you that these people in the red really didn't make any money, even though this was a very high payout exit. But to illustrate, look at the top chart that I've shown here. So what happens is when you sell your company, let's say that you sell it for $10 million. The way that $10 million gets distributed is, first of all, to secured debt holders. So people who have loaned you money will get paid out first. Then you get shareholders who have preferred shares. And you would have, for instance, several classes of preferred shares. There's preferred A's, B's, and C's, and so on. So as you grow and need more and more capital, initially you will sell, if you're lucky, you will sell simple common shares to angel investors. And that's been very typical in Canada, but because of what we see happening in the US, more and more angel investors are also wanting preferred shares, which means that they have a preference over common shares. Then after your first round or your seed round, you might do what is generally referred to as a Series A round, and that nearly always consists of preferred shares with some additional rights. And then you might have B shares and C shares and so on, and each new class of shares that you define with your lawyers trumps the previous class. So you have this liquidation order which if you don't pay attention to it, can be very harmful, not only to you, but to your early investors. What this example here shows is that unless you have a very healthy exit, you may get nothing in return for your efforts. And your early investors, like even early angel investors that come in, may get nothing at all in return. So I think this is so important that I just want to walk you through the steps to make sure you really clearly understand this. So again, we have an exit. And let's say you were able to get, on your last round, a $20 million valuation for your company. And on that round, you sold preferred shares of a Class B category. So we'll call them Pref Bs, which is the second row underneath debt holders. So these are your last investors in. They invested at $5 a share when your pre-money valuation was $20 million. And they got, because they came in late and drove a hard bargain and gave you a lot of money, like $5 million, they got 1 times participating preferred shares. Now, what does that mean? That means when you sell, they get their $5 million back, number one, and then they share in whatever's left over on a pro rata basis with all the other investors as if they had converted their shares at the $5 valuation per share. So then the next category, the A shareholders, when they negotiated with you, they got preferred shares that were non-participating. And the rights and conditions that go with those shares are like this. It means that when you sell, they have a choice. They can get their, in this example, their $3 million back, or they can convert to shares if they get more than $3 million back. So it's an either-or situation. And then, of course, you have the common shares, which have no rights. And those are the shares you may have sold to angel investors. And then you have the founder shares at the bottom of the list. And in this example, the common shares that you sold to angels and the common shares that you have yourself are similar. They're the same. They have the same rights. So let's say, even though you had a $20 million valuation, things didn't go very well. We had another example of this just less than a month ago. One of the companies I invested in Victoria had valuation well above $20 million just a year ago. It didn't get the traction in the marketplace that they expected, and now they're having kind of a fire sale. And I'll be surprised if they get a quarter of the money back that they've raised over time. So let's say you're in that position and things don't go well, and you only get a $5 million payout. As you can see in this column called payouts, your debt holders get their $1.2 million back first. The last investors in that drove the hard bargain with you, they don't get all their money back. They get 3.8 of their $5 million back, and everybody else gets nothing. So you, as a founder, for all your hard work, get nothing. Now, if you had an exit of 10 million, which is half of your last valuation, what happens is, again, the debt holders get all of their money back. In this case, your Pref B holders make a profit. They get back their 5 million plus a little bit more by participating. And your Pref A shareholders, they're out of pocket. Instead of getting their 3 million back, they only get roughly 60% or 2 million of their capital back. And again, angel investors and founders get nothing. So it isn't until you get up to about 20 million, which happens to be the last valuation round, that everybody starts to get a little bit of a payout. But as you can see, even the angel investors in this example who put $1 million in are only getting 2 times their money back, not a particularly large amount. One thing to remember, as I mentioned in the note here, is that, and this is why angels are your best friend, is they're really kind of on the same page as you. They're, unlike institutional or most institutional investors, they're in the same boat. So when you're doing these negotiations with venture capitalists who are going to demand and insist on preferred shares, you have to keep this waterfall in mind, because even though it may sound good during the negotiation, unless you get a really attractive multiple, it doesn't mean that everyone is treated equally, especially when it comes to common shares. I will hold your question, because we want to make sure we cover everything. I still got quite a bit to go through. One instrument that you'll hear a lot about is a SAFE, a so-called Simple Agreement for Future Equity. Again, during COVID, these became very, very popular. This was an invention by one of the incubators in Silicon Valley, i.e. Y Combinator. And it was a way to get around the question of valuation, because entrepreneurs were shy or reluctant to suggest a valuation, and because investors didn't always want to push back on the valuation, Y Combinator said, why don't we just defer the question? Why don't we value your company when you do a big round, not your seed round? So let's just, raise $500,000 to $1 million for you without nailing down a price. We'll put some kind of a limit on it, and then when you raise serious money from venture capitalists, for example, that's the point in time that will put a real value on the company. And then this loan, which we'll call a SAFE, when that gets converted into shares, it's at that time that we'll actually value the company. And this has become very, very popular. Now, it kind of works better in Silicon Valley than it does here, and especially with an incubator like Y Combinator. Why? Because they have a lineup of venture capitalists that are going to take their deals and fund them when they hit their milestones. But we don't really have that in Canada. And so I believe that we're kind of using SAFEs a little bit out of context. The bottom line, especially in the local community, is that angel investors simply don't like SAFEs. And even though they went along with them, again, in the past 2 years, because the market was in kind of a feeding frenzy and things were very good for you, the entrepreneurs, a lot of people went along with SAFEs. But most recently, I'm seeing that they're kind of, again, falling out of favor. And that's because early stage investors just simply never did like SAFEs. And the reason for that is because if I give you money in return for a paper agreement, I'm not really getting anything. I have nothing except that piece of paper. I have no collateral, I have no equity, I have no say, I have no vote, I have nothing in your company. And why would I want to take that risk as an investor? It adds a lot of unnecessary complexity. Lawyers love it because now they get to do additional agreements. Instead of just doing ordinary subscription agreements, they get to do SAFEs, and then later when you convert, they get to do subscription agreements. So lawyers just love them, but angels detest them. As a SAFE holder, you're not a shareholder. You're not even party to a shareholder's agreement. So I give you money under SAFE, and you can just take my money and go to the Bahamas and have a good time, and what can I do about it? So there's so many loose ends with the SAFE. They're just not very favorable. The solution, but then it gets complex. And the simplest way to get around a SAFE is what I call a safety. And it's a simple agreement for future equity, but give me the equity today. Give me the shares today with an adjustment clause that is exactly the same as what's in a SAFE, which basically says that down the road, if you raise money at a different value, or when you do that Series A, my shares get adjusted. So I might get more shares, but I probably won't get less shares. So if you get a really good valuation on your Series A, then nothing happens. But if you get a shitty valuation on your Series A, you have to give me more shares because I took that early risk. And that's exactly what a SAFE does, okay? Except it does it with a lot more complexity. So I've been able to take the basic terms that are in a SAFE and put them into 1 or 2 paragraphs in a regular subscription agreement. So just give me common shares in your company. At least now I'm a shareholder, I'm a partner, I'm just like you. I'm not a nobody, and I don't want to be a nobody. Okay. So we can talk more about that. And I've got examples of this on my website if you want some illustrations. So because we've been talking about so much about angel investors, how are you going to find them? How are you going to connect with them? Angel investing is a global movement. I've been to angel meetings and conferences everywhere, in Australia, India, Russia. 3 years ago I was in Russia at an angel conference. And what's kind of neat about that is that if you have a really interesting investment proposition here in Vancouver, you're not just limited to getting angel investors in your hometown. You may find investors somewhere in the US or in Europe. One of the organizations that I'm involved in, I'm their local Vancouver co-president, if you will, is called the Keiretsu Forum, which is, the website is K4 Northwest. And that's a global angel forum. So if you're looking for not just startup money, but Series A or Series B money, you can make a presentation here in the Pacific Northwest. But if you start to get some investor interest, the door is open to you now to attract investors, not just from the local scene, but from the US or Europe, for example. And that's important because remember what I said earlier about how few angel investors there are in Canada. And more, we're seeing angel investors step on the toes of venture capitalists. There used to be just angel investors and then VCs. But now, many angel investors are, especially when they work together and there's 3 or 4 working to invest in your company, they can compete with institutional money like venture capitalists. So don't think that only venture capitalists are there if you're looking for $5 million. I've seen angel investors put $20 million into rounds, essentially competing with venture capitalists. So that's what's good about some of these global networks. In Vancouver, I would encourage you to start with Vantech. It's an angel network that I started up back in 1999, and we've been having monthly meetings ever since then. In fact, I would encourage all of you to come to one of these monthly meetings. Come to the next one in early May or June. Even if you're not, there to make a presentation, just come to hear pitches. Hear what others are saying about their valuations and so on. It's a good learning opportunity for you. I'll give you a free ticket if you want to attend, just so you can experience it. Last year, for example, we had 154 companies raise over $16 million just on their seed rounds. And Vantech isn't an investor. It's just a forum. It's like this room, where it's like a dragon's den, where investors will come and pitch, entrepreneurs will come and pitch, and investors will be in the audience. One of the things we're seeing too is the emergence of so-called angel funds. In addition to venture capital funds, we now have locally several angel funds. I'm proud to say that WUTIF was one of the first. We started up about 20 years ago. Sean earlier today referred to Red Thread Ventures, which is another VCC. Another popular one is the E-Fund, and there are others. For example, there's Maven Capital in the Okanagan. And these angel funds are a way for angels to pool their capital and invest in your venture. Taking WUTIF as an example, we've invested in over 140 companies in the last 20 years, most of those just in the last 5 years. And we're always looking for new opportunities. And sometimes we will lead an investment, so we will negotiate the term sheet with you. And then once you have that term sheet, you can use it to go to other angel investors or other investors and say, hey, we've got a deal here. If you like these terms, will you join the party? And sometimes, and usually, quite often that works. However, if investors don't like the terms, you may make some modifications to accommodate those. But it could be a good starting point. So, getting back to new ventures and the competition, a key thing for you is to make your business case. So in addition to negotiating and talking about cap tables and dollars and cents, what are you really doing? What's your business all about? What are you selling? Who's going to buy it? Most importantly, how are you going to make money? I put out this little book several years ago now on making the business case, and you might find that useful. Although it's a little bit dated, it might give you some tips and suggestions on how you can explain your business proposition to investors. You've seen this before, I'm sure, the proverbial elevator pitch. If you're stuck with someone on an elevator pitch and you want to explain your company to them, you basically have a sentence or two that looks like this, and you fill in the blanks, and it tells your audience what you're all about in terms of what your business is. But what about pitching to investors? Well, you would use this, and you would also use this, the investor pitch. So it would go something like this. We, name of your company, require how much? In this example, $500,000. What's it for? It's for production tooling and hiring sales staff. And in return for getting that money, we're going to give you, the investors, 30% of our common shares. And you should be interested because our plan, not our hope, but our plan is to be acquired by Polycom, a specific company in the Valley, for $15 million. I have to update the date in 2014. This will give you a 5 times return in 5 years, or in other words, a 38% IRR. So that's what you would tell investors in addition to telling them what your business elevator pitch is. Now, when you come to Vantech, for example, and you actually make a presentation, just to keep the angel investors in the audience on their toes and to keep you from spitting out a little bit too much BS, we jokingly say that we're going to play BS bingo. So when you say any of these words in your presentation, of course, we put an X through it, and if somebody manages to get a straight line, a diagonal or a straight line, they yell bingo, and you have to sit down, and that's the end of your presentation. And that's to keep you from, overhyping what you're doing. Because everybody says these things, right? Everybody says they have a competitive advantage. Oh, yes, we have world-class products, and we're so visionary. A few years ago, everybody said we're a blockchain company. Today, everybody says we're an AI company. I mean, even if you just use a front end to use a voice-to-text system. Okay, we've got AI technology. Big deal. Everybody says that now. So I have to change this and put AI in there somewhere. Which one? Oh yeah, cannabis. Is cannabis in there? No, I missed that one. Okay, so getting back to the competition, I'm going to blast through this pretty quickly because these slides are going to be available too. So is New Ventures a business plan competition or is it a business competition? Well, it's really both in the sense that, you know, it's the business that counts. That's what investors are going to be interested in, but it's your plan, what you write down and what you say that explains it. And the judging, and this judging also really applies to not all, but I would say most angel investors. It's which is the company that's going to be commercially viable, but with a great value. You know, so you might be very viable, but you might be just a lifestyle business, kind of small and tiny, say like maybe like a restaurant or a retail store. So it's not going to set the world on fire, but it could be very profitable. On the other hand, it could grow very large. So it's a combination of these attributes that investors like to see, you know, and is it going to scale? And speaking of scale, you have to, I think, for yourself, decide early on what kind of a company do you want to build? Do you want to have a $100 million company? Or do you want to have a lifestyle business? Do you really want external shareholders who are going to phone you every day and they're going to say, hey, George, how's it going? When am I going to be able to sell my shares and make a lot of money? Do you want to have to give them reports every month? Do you really need that headache of having other investors or institutional investors? You know, if your ambitions are, let's say, we're going to build this to a $3 or $4 million company in 5 or 10 years, why not just get a loan or max out your credit cards and do other things? Why bother with investors? So think about that. It's a very personal decision. Now, even if you're modest and don't want to build a $100 million business, you may still get some friendly angel investors to buy in. But make this decision early on and then tell it the way you want it to happen. One of the things you'll find is that institutional investors are not interested in small businesses. They're only interested in you if you're going to be a potential unicorn, right? If you're just going to have an exit vision of $20 or $30 million, they're just not interested because they don't want to invest a few $100,000. They've got millions of dollars that they want to invest. And for them to invest millions, they're going to want outcomes in the hundreds of millions, right? So this is one of the reasons why venture capitalists will tell you that they see 1,000 deals and they only invest in 10 of them. Angels, on the other hand, will see 100 deals and invest in 10 of them. My sweet spot in my angel fund is not the $100 million exit. I'm very happy when a company exits for 20 or 30 million, as long as I haven't been excessively diluted along the way. Because there are lots of companies that are in that category, far more than in the unicorn category. But the question of scale relates directly to your ambitions and, of course, your capabilities. It comes down to, in the end, to profit and loss, or let's say P&L, and there's two P&Ls. There's profit and loss, cash flow, how much are you going to make, but it's also your passion and leadership. You know, how excited are you about what you're doing? How committed are you? How committed is your team? When you make a presentation, are you really passionate about what you're doing? And can you lead your team to success? In the New Ventures competition, round one, which just closed a few days ago, you were asked to make a one-page submission. Round two, which is due on May the 3rd, not far away, you're doing a few more pages, and that has to do with feasibility of your venture. Then in June, there is what we call Pitch Day, where we have 25 selected companies based on judging make presentations. And then we have a final round in August where actual Dragon's Den style presentations are made to the judging panel. And then round 4 is the top 10 finale, which is on September 7th and 8th. After that, the winners are chosen and it's party time on October 3rd, and that's when the awards are made. When I started my company, and you remember that picture at the very beginning, where I actually wore a suit and tie. Back then, entrepreneurs wore suits and ties. Don't do that anymore. But I went to see my friendly bank manager, never heard about angel investors, didn't know they existed. In fact, they didn't exist. And I went to my friendly manager at my local BMO branch, and I had orders. I had orders from universities, and I needed a modest $50,000 to get my company financed so that I could buy components and parts to make my terminals to sell to customers for which I had signed purchase orders. And the first thing that the bank manager said to me was, "Show me your business plan." And I said, "Right, when do you want to see it?" He said, "Well, next week is fine." I went back to my partners. I had 3 co-founders. There were 4 of us who started the company. And we had already been making products and designing and developing products for 2 years. And I said, "Guys, the bank manager says he wants a business plan." What the hell is a business plan? What's he talking about? You know, we're already in business, making stuff and having a great time. And, you know, I thought, well, I better do a little bit of homework. And you know, even back then, the business development bank was in existence. It had a different name. It was called the Federal Business Development Bank, and everybody called it FUBDUB for short. But they had seminars and workshops about doing business plans. So we went back and we did a business plan. Looked pretty good. Didn't have the use of spreadsheets back then. But nonetheless, we crunched all those numbers. I went back to the bank manager, showed him a really sexy profit and loss, good cash flow and everything. And he said, "Well, that's really great, but you guys are unproven and banks don't take these kinds of risks. So we're not going to invest in you." So that wasn't a very happy outcome. But the good news is that we had a business plan that we could use to attract others. And luckily enough, I actually did find someone who became ostensibly our first angel investor and helped us very much in getting towards an exit. So in terms of a business plan, and I won't spend much time on this. In fact, I'm going to go through the next few slides with lightning speed here, because you can read this and it's pretty basic stuff. But personally, I believe it's very important not to have just a deck that you show investors, but to have a comprehensive plan behind that deck, which covers a lot of the things you see on this sample template here. And you can get from a myriad number of websites help and instructions on how you go about doing this. And in New Ventures, we kind of made this simple for you by distilling it down to some very few basic components, which I'll go over with you. So we've got rounds 2 and 3 in the competition, and you're going to be addressing these 9 different components. And you can call these chapters in a business plan, for example, and they start with the product, you know, what is it that you've got, and they end up with the numbers, with the finances behind your venture. So question number 1 is, or topic number 1, if you will, is the product. And we've talked about this. And Stephen Forth, I think it was this morning, mentioned an interesting point. He said, do you always have to start off with what problem are we solving? You know, a lot of the most successful, especially tech companies, didn't say, we're solving this problem. In fact, they had solutions for which there really weren't problems. You know, the problems came after the solutions. And a lot of computer pioneering companies are in that category. They came up with stuff that people only realized that they needed or only realized that they had problems after the solutions were there. Anyway, talk about your product. Number 2, intellectual property. And it's not just patents, right? Intellectual property can be your know-how or trade secrets. We invested in a vegan cheese company called Deya on the North Shore. A couple of entrepreneurs who were vegans came up with a recipe. Long story short, we invested in the company. They sold for $400 million to a Japanese company 6 or 7 years later. Great success stories. You know, they didn't have any patents, but they had the secret recipe, the secret sauce. Just for fun, if you want to have some fun with intellectual property, there's a cute little Netflix series called WUTIF. Of course, it wasn't named after my WUTIF fund, but it just happens to have the same name. And it stars Renee Zellweger. And in this case, she's not the entrepreneur. She's the nasty venture capitalist who's out to screw you. And it's an interesting story about how intellectual property is used against the venture capitalist. So if you're bored some Saturday evening and you've got nothing to do and you want a little change from writing your business plan, then watch this movie. You'll get a kick out of it. Number 3, in terms of new ventures, you know, what's your stage of development here? Are you at the idea stage or are you ready for production? What's the status of doing your complete business plan? And in this competition, we know that you're not going to have a 30 or 40 page complete business plan, but you need to have at least a skeleton or a framework there. So how far along has that progressed? A really key part of any business plan will be your market. You know, where are those people that are going to buy your product or service? And I think someone, I forget who it was, maybe it was Sean, also referred to this 1% thing. Don't say that you're addressing a $10 billion market and you're going to get 1% of it. Because as an investor, I say, what the hell does that mean? You know, 1% of this market. Why don't they dominate it? Why don't you get 90% of that market? Right? That's what I want to hear. I want to hear you dominate a market. And if you want to know a little bit about that, read this paper published by the Harvard Business Review by Regis McKenna. He was one of the early people behind Apple. And Apple really took this advice to heart. And they ended up owning their market. Apple doesn't make a personal computer, or in those days, it didn't get its start by making personal computers. It got its start by making Apple personal computers. And there's a big difference there. So if you want to know what I mean, read the article. And one of the things I'm seeing these days in just about every presentation are these circles, the TAM, SAM, and SOM. And I'm speaking very personally, those drive me nuts. I don't give a damn about SAM, TAM, SOM. I just want to know who you're going to sell to. What's that audience? You know, just tell me where your prospects are, and if you sold to everybody on earth who could be a qualified customer, what's the size of that market? That's the number that I'm interested in. So define your market. You know, don't say you're in the automobile market. If you're supplying something, you know, if you're making hubcaps for the automobile industry, you're in the hubcap market. You're not in the automobile market. So how many dollars worth of hubcaps are being sold? And now let's say you're in the aftermarket hubcap category and you're just selling flashy hubcaps with LED lights on them to race car drivers. What's the size of that market? How many race car drivers with fancy hubcaps are going to buy your product. That's your market. It's not the $100 billion auto market. It's the $10 million crazy hubcap market, right? You get my message? That's what you want to say to angel investors, and what I want to hear you say is that you're going to dominate that market. You're not going to get 1% of a $10 billion market. You're going to get 80 or 90% of a $400 or $500 million market. Distribution. How are you going to get to your customers? Is it just through web sales, or do you have to have a network for distribution? Depending on what you're selling, this could be very important, or maybe it's not so important. Competition. Never ever say that you have no competition. If you think you have no competition, make something up. There's always some competition. Well, the status quo is usually the competition. Whatever people are doing now to address what you're addressing, that's competition. Whenever I hear somebody stand up and make a presentation, I immediately start Googling on my phone to see if I can find somebody doing something similar. And I nearly always do. It's just crazy. You know, even here in Vancouver, I'll hear somebody pitch something, and I'll do a little bit of Googling, and I'll find somebody in Poughkeepsie, Illinois, doing exactly the same thing. And what's scary is if that entrepreneur making the pitch doesn't know about it. So I would encourage you to Google and use ChatGPT and Bing and everything possible to find out if anyone else can be a competitor to you. And if they are, what's going to make you different? So, you know, what's unique about what you're doing? The team, very important. Why you and your team? What makes you better? And assuming you've got a good team, who's going to keep you in line? What kind of a board do you have? And who's on that board? And are they going to contribute to your success? One thing that entrepreneurs are reluctant to do is to identify their shortcomings. It makes me very nervous when you come across as a know-it-all. If I say to you, well, did you hear about that company in Poughkeepsie, Illinois? And you say, yeah, but you know, we're so much better and different. We're not doing anything like that. It kind of makes me nervous because you're not digging deeper and you're not, you know, really drilling down. And maybe you're a bit too confident, overly confident. Nobody's perfect, right? Everybody has some weaknesses. And it's good for you, for example, to say, well, you know, I could use some help with my cash flow. I'm not particularly good at crunching the numbers, so I need a little bit of help there. Or I could use some assistance with whatever. But identifying that and talking about how you're going to deal with it is important to investors because they're not going to get surprised later on. And of course, they can now jump in and in many cases help you. And then all of the things we've talked about come down to the numbers. And it's all about the dollars and cents. Sure, you can have a lot of fun, you can solve a lot of problems, you can make a lot of people happy, your customers, your investors, but it's all about cash flow and profitability. And you want to make sure that you have decent projections that are believable. As a sanity check, a very small number of startups that say they're going to hit more than $50 million in a few years ever accomplish that. When I had a professor from UBC come to me and say, you know, in 5 years from now, we're going to be doing $400 million in annual revenue. And right away, that's a big red flag. I said, how are you going to do that? And, you know, there wasn't a good answer for that. It was just dreaming and wishful thinking. And it demonstrates sort of a lack of sanity, perhaps, for lack of a better word. So, think about that. Cash flow example. I like to use this when I tell students how to put together a cash flow. What I've done here is I've got some numbers, and using the same top line, using the same revenue forecast, I've changed a couple of assumptions in terms of cash flow timings, and I get two completely different numbers. In this example, I've got $100,000 or $700,000. Which is the right number? How much do I really need to achieve $2 million in revenue? So why do companies get funded? It's because they're credible, realistic, they know what they don't know, they're in control, and because someone likes them. A few final tips. Don't make that 1% claim. That's a big turnoff. Don't tell investors what they want to hear, what you think they want to hear. Tell them what you believe you can do. Don't hype your deal. Demonstrate capability and leadership. And don't ever procrastinate. I once said to one of these audiences, we talk about procrastination, but what's the opposite of that? And I said, I'll give a bottle of wine to someone who can come up with another word. And one of the entrepreneurs in the audience said, how about hodeiate, which is the Latin for today. So instead of procrastinating, don't wait, hodeiate, do it today. So when you go home tonight and you rather watch a hockey game or watch the WUTIF Renee Zellweger movie, if you can think of something that has to do with your business plan, work on that. If you've got a great idea, don't put it off till tomorrow, because if you do, you know that company in Poughkeepsie, Illinois is going to eat your lunch. And that's it. So I'm just, I think, bang on time, but didn't allow for questions and answers. But I'd be more than happy to address a few. I apologize for the old picture, but nobody took a more recent one that I could use.
Okay, that one doesn't work. Hello? Hello? Okay. Okay, so yeah, we're bumping past 5, so if you have to leave, please leave. No problem. We do have a bunch of online questions we'll try and get through. We'll run the stream for maybe 5 more minutes to answer some of those. We do have some more sessions coming up soon. So IP, Managing Your IP, will be this coming Wednesday, hosted by our sponsor and legal experts at Fasken. And some of the questions I might not ask, because we do have a session on corporate structure coming up in early May as well. So our website's newventuresbc.com. So there's lots and lots of more events coming for education, so please do join us. Otherwise, we'll move on to questions, but first, thank you very much, Mike, again. And yeah, so let's go. If you have to leave, thank you for joining us. I know it was a long day. I appreciate you staying. Okay, let's just do a few quick online ones, so then we'll cut the web stream. What's a good point in time to engage a CFO? After first significant investment or before?
Well, so the question was when to get a CFO.
Yeah.
I'd say as soon as possible, as soon as you can get somebody to help you. Now, if you have some basic financial literacy know-how, you might be able to, do a lot of it yourself. But when it comes to doing projections, pro formas, work with somebody that's done it. A lot of angel investors can help you with it. But again, it's simple answer, sooner than later.
Okay.
Don't wait.
All right. Okay, I'm going to do one more online, and then we'll open it up to all of you in the room, and we'll say farewell to the webcast. Let's see here. Term sheet. Should I prep a suggestion before I even start the round, or is that something that is worked out in the course of talking with investors?
Say that again, what's the first part?
For the term sheet.
Yeah.
Should they prep something in advance, or is that something that's negotiated?
Yeah, well, it is negotiated, but it's a good question because if you, for example, come to our Vantech meetings each month or do some research and find out kind of what's happening in the startup investment scene, it's probably to your advantage to do a draft term sheet because, you know, in negotiating, it's the people who often put up the first number that have the negotiating advantage, right? So for instance, if you think you can get $5 million valuation and your investors are probably thinking 2 or 3 million, it's better for you to put the $5 million out and let them chew you down a little bit rather than, you know, starting at the lower number. So it's really to your advantage, I think, to do the first term sheet. Plus, you can put in things that you like. The investors are obviously going to put in things that they like vesting. Like I'll put vesting in, I'll put in your salary cap and stuff like that. You're probably not going to put that in. Now, once you start the negotiating, things will start to get into your term sheet because that's what your investors want. But why start there? So if you can do it, good place to begin.